You are watching the Vodka stream.
Heyo, what's happening, everybody? It is the Vodka stream. It is Friday. I don't have my open sign on, of course. Hold on. Where are you at? Come on. There it is. The lounge is open. Come on. How's everybody doing? I'm also live on Instagram through my phone. I was already live about 5-6 minutes. Sorry, I was a little late. I forgot to add something to the stream. So, yeah, ended up being a little late. What? Me late? Nonsense. But anyways, cheers, everybody. Whoop. Vodka's flowing. And, yeah, we got some people chatting over here on Instagram. So if you want to see another angle, it's not that, it's not, the audio is probably not that great. But, yeah, it's just, I try to go live on there for a little bit. So finally Friday. So you can go ahead and start asking questions, guys. Do the Q&A portion. I'm going to give my, at the start, I'll say hi to everybody. And then, of course, if you guys want to start asking some questions, I'll do my best to answer them. And then, but before that, I'm going to give my full-on review, my drinking review, as I do now, of Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. I sat on it for a little bit. If you guys saw my first reaction, I was kind of like, I like it. Really good movie, but there was just something that I felt was missing. And I don't know, I just kind of, after a day, I'm just kind of going like, all right, I think, yeah, I'm ready to give my full-on review. So we got Jade right here. We got Ryan. Finally, it's Friday. We got Bennett. What's happening? Hope you're all having a warm and fun Mother's Day weekend. That's right. Cheers to the mothers out there. All you mothers out there. And of course, yes, for sure, we'll be hanging out with Mama Film Junkie. Maybe she'll be showing up in the chat. But yeah, we'll be having some dinner with her, spending some time with her. So looking forward to that, as always. Always love hanging out with my mom. Hung out with her last Sunday, too. And we actually we watched baseball. That's what I like. I love that my mom loves baseball, We watched baseball. We I brought some food over last weekend. So what's going on, Max Wolf Night Danger? Hey, Dave, what up? I'm doing good. Lots of people making of the new Superman suit, and I can't be in live stream today. Bye. See you next week. All right, we'll see you next week, bud. Let's see. We got Van right here. I hate Gunn, but I like Soup's first look, but nothing is better than Zach's version. Well, there you go. We actually have somebody who hates James Gunn who actually liked the first look. That's pretty cool. That's over on Instagram. We got John right here. Jarrell, where are my jammies at? Somebody named Urkel fan just joined. That's pretty funny. What's going on, Phil? Good to see you, bud. All right, we got Abel right here as well. Hoy, hoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Good to see you as always. Salud, Mr. Trevino. What's happening? Great to see you. Put me down as a fan of the new 52 suit and how Corn Sweat's outfit looks. Yes, there's a lot of lines, but I always like how Superman looked with a collar. So there we go. Seeing Apes tomorrow. There you go. Yeah, and I won't be diving into any spoilers or anything like that. So don't worry, we won't be doing that today. But anyways, like I said, guys, go ahead, ask your questions, do all that. And just want to say that now, like what I've been doing, if you are a part of the Patreon and you're part of the top tier and you're helping support the channel, support the whole pirate ship. One of the things that I'm starting to do when it comes to people really supporting the channel is for a week, you will be an executive producer of the stream. So every stream, so from Friday to Friday, you'll be the executive producer for the Vodka stream, for Film Junkie Live, and then, of course, DC Fanimated. And we'll go ahead and I announce that. And every Friday, I'll announce somebody new. And then, of course, once we get to the end of the line, I'll just go right back. So this week's executive producer, Eric M. Blake. That's right. Mr. Hard-Boiled himself. Not sure if he's in the chat quite yet, but I know he shows up. Maybe he's working, maybe he's not. I don't know. Who knows? But Eric M. Blake is the executive producer this week on the Film Junkie channel. So cheers. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. There we go. Anyways, all right. So you guys keep on asking questions. Ask questions, ask questions, ask questions. Please do. I'm going to go ahead now. Well, let's go ahead. All right. So drink and review. And yes, I see that. Man, Instagram's pretty lively tonight. So that's for sure. Anyways, okay. Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. A lot of those. So, where's my music at? I need some music here. I forget that there's a little bit of music thing right here. Let's turn it down a little bit, though. Let's see. Is it this one? There we go. That music right there. All right. Put on a little bit of music right here. By the way, the Padres uniforms, when they wear them, bright colored uniforms. Anyways, the Apes are back, man. Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. So if you saw my first reaction review, I basically was like, okay, I really enjoyed this movie. This was a good addition to the franchise, especially after what we got from Matt Reeves. And I forgot who directed the first one. Who directed Rise? But even that, I mean, that whole trilogy is great because even the way that it ends, and I'm going to rewatch the entire trilogy. I plan on rewatching, putting it on this weekend, I should have did it last weekend, but I just completely blanked that it was coming. And I think that's one of the reasons why I kind of was just kind of going, I wasn't really excited for this movie. It kind of just like came out going, yeah, I enjoyed it, but it's just, well, what am I missing here? What am I missing? And I think one of the things I was missing was, I was just missing an initial kind of hype. And maybe when they announced the movie and when I first saw the teaser and even things following up to it, I just was not really excited for it. I don't know. And I remember thinking, whoa, look at when Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, when that was first, we saw the trailer for that and first images of that, we're like, whoa, what's going on here? And then, like I said, I consider that is a Matt Reeves masterpiece right there. And War was also really good too. Not as good, but still very good. So I think I was just kind of going like, well, what are we doing here? We're not going to, So I think maybe that just kind of, and I always try not to let stuff like that mess with how I go into these movies, but I just didn't feel a hype for it. Didn't feel a hype. But now sitting on it for a day, a night, 24 hours, more than 24 hours, honestly, I'm appreciating a lot more, especially seeing people's reactions and seeing discussions about it and everything. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, this movie's actually, Wes Ball, he had a lot to live up to, and he did not need to live up to what Matt Reeves did. And I don't ever want to be like one of those people like, oh, it's never going to top this. Never. I don't like that, especially when it comes to the superhero world. I'm always rooting for the next filmmaker. And I guess maybe I just was not really thinking about like, because I didn't know much about Wes Ball. I know he did like the Maze Runner movies, never really watched those. So maybe it's just had something to do with that. But then at the same time, just thinking about the movie and going, wow, you know what? He actually did a very good job, because if you've seen the movie, I mean, like, again, no spoilers or anything, but they really had to capture like, okay, we have to remember Caesar, but we have to move the story along. And it's many generations, a couple generations from the Caesar saga, but Caesar is very much relevant to the story. And I started thinking, I was like, you know what? It's kind of cool that just like human beings, like when it comes to the Bible or something, Caesar is very much a Jesus type figure. He's like this historical figure, but what happens when you keep telling a story over and over again? Just, human beings do this, and hey, let's face it, apes, we're just hairless apes, essentially. You start changing up the story a little bit to fit your narrative. And I mean, nowadays, we're always changing stories to fit our narratives for our side, and we get all tribalistic. And I was like, man, that really was represented in this movie, because you have, I forget what the villain's name, something, his name is I forgot what it is. Somebody remind me of what the villain's name in this movie. I forgot his name, something Caesar, but he considers himself the Caesar of now. and it's like he is the new Caesar, but of course he's shitty. And then you got Noah, who's the new main character, and you really root for him. Like, you really, for him to be the lead for this new character who is young and is trying to impress his parents, trying to find his meaning in this world. It's kind of interesting. And then, of course, there's another character, I forget his name, that I wanted more of, that is very kind of like a balance of this world, that knows of the Caesar stories, and Noah doesn't really know, because like, just like how human beings are, some of us just go like, you read stuff about Jesus or the Bible and you're like, what are these fucking stories? I don't care about this. I'm all about, what I'm trying to do. So they really emphasize that. And I was like, kind of just thinking, I was like, yeah, they really did hit that pretty well in the movie. And what happens in the movie, and when it comes to the humans and the way that they set up, obviously, more movies, because apparently they want to do 3 trilogies. Apparently, that's news that just came out tonight, guys. I don't know if you guys saw that, but there's a plan. Apparently, they outlined for 9 new movies, or maybe it's 6 new movies, and it's just those trilogies. Maybe I read that wrong. I don't know, but apparently they want to do at least 2 more trilogies. So I'm like, okay, fine. I'm all about it. So, but yes, the apes are back on horses, and the VFX look pretty damn great. Even though sometimes the lighting is like, okay, but most of the time, whatever. So cheers. Go watch it. They did a pretty good job. Let's see. Looking over on Instagram here. It looks like my dad is here. I don't know if he's still in here, but I see my dad's name that just popped up in IG. Say hi, Dad. We got Papa Film Junkie in here. Let's see. Urkel fan says Frank Grillo as Rick Flag Sr. in Peacemaker Season 2 means Snyderverse technically still alive. Not really. I don't look at it like that. See, like, because everybody keeps on complaining about the universe. And honestly, I don't really care about the universes now. I want to see Rick Flag Sr. avenge his son. I don't care about who is who in the universe. I just want to see the story, and I like Frank Grillo. I've interviewed Frank Grillo. Awesome dude. And I just want to see where they take that story. I don't care where it sits in the universe right now, because I mean, it's comic books. I mean, comic books, you don't even know like which, what universe, which is, to me, I'm just like, you know what? I mean, I'm just all about like, okay, because we kind of suspected that Rick Flag Sr. was going to be in Peacemaker Season 2, especially when Grillo was teasing that stuff that was going to be happening. But now that they officially announced that he's going to be in Peacemaker Season 2, now I am hyped for Peacemaker Season 2. I wasn't before, but now that it's confirmed that Rick Flag Sr. is going to be in it, Frank Grillo, all right. We got him avenging, of course, and we'll see what happens with that. Now you have my attention. And I don't give a shit where it sits in the universe. I just want to see that story. That's the way I'm kind of looking at it right now. Van says, what about Zach's Excalibur movie Deborah said years ago? And the other movie, the female-led Western? Yeah, I mean, he's got probably a laundry list of projects he wants to do. That's why when people are going, bring back Zach to DC, I'm like, no, let Zach make the movies he wants to make. That's why I always say that. Like, now I'm like, all right, we got the Snyder Cut out. If we don't get anything else when it comes to the Snyderverse, I'm perfectly okay. But as long as we got the Snyder Cut out, that was the 100%, like the thing that we wanted to get out. Now I want Zach to make what he wants to make. I want to see more of this, and we're going to be seeing way more of this, which is great. Can't wait for that. But I also want him to venture out, do a small movie, do the Western, do the Excalibur type. So, yeah, that's what I want. I don't want him to come back to DC. No. If anything, I want his story to be finished in either comic book form or maybe animated. But what I mainly want is for him to do what he wants to do right now. So Let's see. I'm almost thinking Gunn was playing 5D chess release. Yeah, I mean, there's stuff with that. Hey, there he goes. Papa Film Junkie right there. See, look at that. I love that. And then even people are calling him Papa Film Junkie. Hi, Dad. What's going on? Always nice to see. It's always nice when the parental units show up into the chat and do all that. All right, where are we at right here when it comes to the main chat? Who else we got here? All right, so here we are. All right, we got Azteca right here. That's right. Feliz Dia de las Madres. That's right. Happy Mother's Day to the mothers out there. Mother's Day weekend. It's a whole weekend. And we got Mr. Balga right here. With all the costume talk, what do you put up as your favorite DC and Marvel movie costumes? I would say it's hard to the BVS Batman costume. I mean, and the way that was revealed, it's gonna, like I said, I always root for anybody to top that. And, Matt Reeves did a good job with unveiling the Batman costume with the way that he did it. It was pretty cool with that, with the score and the red lighting and being video. I thought that was amazing. But yeah, just seeing that Batfleck costume with the fat bat looking like the Dark Knight Returns, that's just my favorite. When it comes to Marvel, I would probably have to say Scarlett Johansson's very tight Black Widow. Oh no. That's my favorite costume late at night. No, you know what? I think one of my favorites is actually probably Winter Soldier Captain America. It's just, I don't know. I just really like that costume. I like that costume. I think that's a really good costume, to be honest, when it comes to Marvel. I think, his costume in Winter Soldier might be like one of my favorites. Bennett, my question for Dave is whether you've looked or ever played a board or card game because it was from an IP you like. Oh yeah. Whenever they do they put an IP on like a certain board game or something like that, of course. I don't know which ones. I can't, off the top of my head, but started buying DC deck building card game and been addicted since. Interesting. I don't think I got that one, but that's pretty cool. What's going on, Tet? Good to see you. Dave, they had a ton of Rebel Moon merch on sale at my Wally World today. That's cool. Get it up. Somebody's honking outside. In the age of cell phones, why are we still honking? I don't get it. It's like a pet peeve of mine. I'm like, geez. What's going on, Naval? Good to see you. All right. That's right. Proximus. Couldn't remember. Proximus Caesar. That's what his name is. That's the villain right there. Proximus Caesar. Played by, what's his name? I can't remember his name right now, but yeah. Awesome. He's a great villain, but yeah, I mean, just, again, that's the way that they tell that story. Let's see. We got my dad right here has a question. He says, what did you think about the Ape movie with Wahlberg? Oh, what's funny about that, Dad? We actually saw that together when it came out. I remember that. That was when I believe you were in was it Alabama or Texas? I can't remember. I can't remember what year that was. But it was one of the summers that I visited my dad. Because every summer I'd visit my dad for like a month or like a month and a half. And we go to movies all the time. I mean, if you guys want to know why I'm like such a movie guy, it's because you Papa Film Junkie, okay? This guy, we had videotapes for days. When Mama Film Junkie would leave, it's like, what do you want to watch? Alien, Predator, Terminator? What are we watching? So I remember we watched that movie. We did watch that movie. And it's not bad. I mean, looking back on it, especially watching the Apes movies now, it's not that great. But, you could respect what Tim Burton was trying to do. It was, he tried. He definitely tried. It's not terrible, but yeah. I mean, watching the Apes movies now, it's like, and I know my dad's actually I know you're a fan of like the originals. The originals are classic, especially the first one. Obviously, it gets a little crazy. I haven't watched. I know I watched the originals with him too. So, Good stuff, though. Yeah, with Charlton Heston. You damn dirty apes. You damn dirty apes. I'll have to rewatch those too. Maybe I'll watch the first one. That's what I should do. I should have a Planet of the Apes. Watch the Burton, watch the original, and then watch the modern day trilogy, I guess you could say, even though it started over like a decade ago, which is crazy. So but there you go. I remember watching that, with my dad the first time during that summer. I remember we liked it, but yeah, when you watch it back again after watching these new ones, it's kind of like, I don't know about that. They're not as good. Cortez, howdy Dave. Did you hear the rumors that Sony is apparently eyeing James Wan for the director of Spider-Man? I wouldn't take that at face value. I don't think James Wan wants to even touch another superhero franchise right now. I wouldn't. After what he went through, with Aquaman and being part of that, I think James Wan just wants to like go back to make the movies he wants. Again, as much as I, wouldn't hate that, but I'm going, James Wan for Spider-Man, I like him when he's, I want another horror movie from him, and I don't think he wants to get wrapped up into another superhero franchise, to be honest. I don't think he wants to do that, so I wouldn't take that. Watching Alien Jupiter, that's pretty good. Stephanie T. Howdy, it's my birthday. I have my drink. Well, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Stephanie T. Happy birthday to you. Cheers. What are you drinking too, by the way? But yeah, happy birthday. Hope you have a good one. Have a good weekend with all that. So, Chris, Superman gonna be fantastic, but people are still gonna hate just because it's different. Well, that's what happened when it came to Snyder. I mean, it's deja vu. It really is. The whole thing with this new Superman and the reveal and stuff like that, it's kind of a deja vu for me because I try to be as unbiased as possible. And, I love Zach. I like James Gunn. So I don't love James Gunn, but and I'm just curious to see what he has to do with it. And I'm always curious, like, what's the new filmmaker, what's the new creator got in store when it comes to this? I'm all about that. Let's see. We got Dan the Man on Instagram said, what would you put as your favorite movie of this year so far? Dune Part 2 or Fall Guy? Dune Part 2. It's just, I saw it twice. Can't wait to watch it again. I like it better than the first one. Can't wait to watch them both in a row. And it's just, I mean, Denis Villeneuve. I always say his name wrong. He's just such a talented filmmaker. And it's just so beautiful what he creates. And I don't know, again, it's just scenes in Dune, both of them, but especially Dune Part 2, especially that sandworm scene when he rides the sandworm for the first time, when Paul does. I'm like, how did you film this? Just like, how did you film that? It's so freaking good. So, yeah. Hey, we got RJ right here. What is happening? We got Travman Entertainment from Vegas saying hi from Vegas. Lucky. I think I go every day going, damn, I wish I moved to Vegas. Man, sometimes I just wish I pulled that trigger. A little bit ago, but hey, could still happen, but we'll see. We'll see if that does. Let's see. We got J1 DR. That's odd. Wouldn't Rick Flag Sr. be 80 fighting Peacemaker, who's like 30? No, he's like going to be like 60. See, I know that's another thing. People are always like concerned about the age. I mean, first off, Frank Grillo is 58 years old, and he's in better shape than everyone who is part of the Super Chat and me. If you guys look at Frank Grillo, he's 58 years old. The dude is ripped, in shape, and I'm guessing that Rick Flag Sr. is going to be like in his early 60s, because Rick Flag Jr. was late 30s. I mean, Joe Kinnaman's I think he's like 40 in his early 40s, but he could pass off for late 30s. He's not like, he's not like he's aging like he looks his age either. why is everybody concerned about the age? But when it came to Ben Affleck, I mean, Ben Affleck, everybody's like, and Hugh Jackman, they're like, hey, go for it. But yeah, he's not going to be 80 years old. He's going to be like 60. And again, just go take a gander at what Frank Grillo looks like. The dude's like is like in crazy shape. It's like in crazy shape. So I don't know why that's even a concern for anything. So my question is, why the fuck is Peacemaker season 2 even happening? Yeah, I mean, I that was always my concern too. But now that we know that Rick Flag Sr. is going to be in it and he's going to have some avenging that he's going to do for his son, now I'm intrigued. I'll say that. I'll say that now. So, yeah, the Doctor Strange, yeah, his costume's pretty good. Yeah. Andrew Garfield's Amazing Spider-Man 2. There's Mama Film Junkie. Speaking of Happy Mother's Day to the best mom out there, Mama Film Junkie. We're going to have a good Mother's Day weekend. See you Sunday, of course. Mama Film Junkie. Always sportive. Of course, she showed up to Full Circle. She's showing up to other stuff too. Always awesome. See that. So happy Mother's Day weekend. Mama, ooh, do I still have that drop? I do. Mama, there we go. I forgot I still had that drop. Anyways. Let's see. I hated Gal's heels for Wonder Woman. Makes zero sense. Yeah, it is kind of weird because even like Black Widow had heels. I think it's just always like the, you have a female superhero, let's put heels on it. And it doesn't seem practical when they have to run and do all that stuff. Maybe it's just, it makes them a little taller. I don't know. I think there's a little bit of that. But yeah, they should really get rid of the whole like lifted heels thing when it comes to female superhero costumes. We don't need that anymore. But like Gal is pretty tall, so it's like she didn't really need it. Scarlett Johansson's fairly short, so I can see why they kind of did it with her. But Azteca, are you watching A Violent Nature May 31st? Yeah, that's that one. Is that one where it's a slasher horror flick from the point of view of the killer? That intrigues me. I'm not like a big slasher fan. Not a big slasher fan, but hey, I'm not a big slasher fan, but I'll check that out. What's going on, Johnny Wales? Dave, who don't you want to see in Deadpool Wolverine movie as you think that hero villain would spoil it? Who don't I want to see? I don't know. I don't think there's anybody I don't want to see, to be honest. I don't want to see Jennifer Lawrence. It's like, yeah, her as Raven Mystique. I mean, it started off great with First Class and Days of Future Past, and then it just got stupid. And apparently, from what I heard, it was like, yeah, she didn't want to do the makeup thing anymore, so they half-assed her makeup, or they wrote scenes where she didn't have to be in the makeup because she's a little princess. It's like this fucking, it's like this character helped put you on the map. I mean, I get it. It's a pain in the ass, and it's like, it's like a lot to do, but I mean, Jesus Christ, Rebecca Romaine Stamos, she fucking stuck it out. Of course, she didn't have as big as a role, but I came to her, so. But anyways, let's see. We got Dan right here that says, an interest in watching The Crow in theaters for the 30th anniversary at the end of the month, and what are your thoughts about the reboot? So, I mean, I would gladly, I want to catch one of these re-releases in the movie theaters, and maybe I'll catch The Crow because I didn't catch the Alien re-release, the Phantom Menace re-release. I sadly didn't do that. And speaking of Alien, I have my Twitter feed up right now, and apparently The Mandalorian and Grogu, the movie that's going to be coming out with those two, just added Sigourney Weaver to the cast. So that was kind of funny. We're talking about Alien right here, because even my dad right here, Papa Film Junkie, asked what's up with the Aliens Expanded. I've been hearing that on Instagram. Aliens Expanded. Well, it's Alien Romulus. Look up the trailer. That's a new one that's coming out soon. We should probably go see it because, you know, my love for the Alien franchise comes from, of course, my dad. But you know, it's supposed to go back to the basics of, you know, practical gore and effects when it comes to aliens. So, but yeah, it's gonna be there's a new Alien movie coming out. But when it comes to The Crow, yeah, maybe I'll try to catch that, the 30th anniversary. I wouldn't mind seeing that on the big screen. So maybe I'll try to catch that because I didn't catch some of the other stuff that was re-released. Damn it. So I should try to catch something that's re-released. And when it comes to the reboot, I'll still watch it. I'm not too excited about it. No, Aliens 2 Expanded? Oh, Aliens 2 Expanded. I don't know about that. I know there's like the there's the director's cut, which I know you had a copy of that. I remember watching that, which is cool. I think it was, I don't know if it was Aliens, I don't know. I know they re-released the first Alien back in theaters remastered, so maybe they're going to plan on doing that with Aliens. That could be it. I haven't really heard anything about that, to be honest. RJ, how you feeling about Fantastic Four is shaping up for casting as of Malkovich, John Malkovich? I'm going to say it right now. I'm going to be like, he's voicing Herbie the robot. He's voicing their robot. Herbie is going to be voiced by John Malkovich. Sorry, that's my terrible John Malkovich impression. And then, of course, Innocent, whatever his name is. What's his full name? Who's going to be Galactus? Perfect, because that voice of his, he was like a voice. He's been in a lot of things. Been in Robert Eggers stuff too. He's been in a lot of things. That voice, perfect for Galactus. My theory is that Galactus destroys the Fantastic Four's world, and they end up in the MCU. You could be correct about that. I wear my sunglasses at night. Why are you wearing sunglasses indoor? It's called a vibe, Mr. Green Arrow. It's a vibe. Okay, we're all chilling right now. I'm answering questions. I'm drinking vodka. You know, it's a lounge, so I'll take them off soon. Don't worry. I mean, you know, if it's really that bad for you. I saw James Cameron talking about that on Instagram. Okay, so I haven't seen anything about Aliens. I wouldn't be surprised. They're probably going to do a remaster thing when it comes to Aliens because they did a remaster of The Abyss. And if they did a re-release of The Abyss, the director's cut. So that's supposed to be coming out on video as well, like a 4K remastered cut of The Abyss, the director's cut. So you're going to get those scenes where, you know, the underwater aliens like threaten the world with like tidal waves and all that shit. So yeah, I wish I caught that when it was out in theaters again. But yeah, that could be what's being talked about is maybe James Cameron's going, yeah, we're going to do a remaster, and it'll probably be the director's cut too of that. So when it comes to Aliens, you'll get to see those scenes of Newt before you see Newt originally. Like you see like the families on that planet when the face huggers, when somebody finds a face hugger, and you see Newt with her family before you see Newt when she's all by herself. And there's a couple other like scenes that are peppered through there too. But the main thing was always like, if you watched Aliens numerous times, the director's cut, you actually see Newt with her family on that planet before shit goes awry. And then you see the first person who ends up showing up with a face hugger on their face. Bennett, if I have time this weekend, I'd love to watch the Apes trilogy again. Love Rise, adore Dawn, and have a decent amount of respect for War. Yeah, they're all good. We got Andy here. What's going on? Good to see you. Exempt Henry's suit was awesome. Yes. Yeah, that's the best Superman suit right now. I've never seen a Gunn movie I didn't like. Snyder has made more meh or bad than good. Yeah, that's fine. That's your opinion. That's perfectly fine. You know, I've always, like, every one of Zach's movies I've liked, and I've liked Gunn's movies too, all the way back. Not just the Guardians movies. I'm talking about Talking about Super. I'm talking about Slither. I'm talking about like those movies. It's just a different style. Dave, why do you think DC does these costume reveals where they keep the costume in shadows and then set photos show it in good lighting the next day? Which other ones are you talking about? I'm trying to think of like, because I mean, Zach did a pretty good job of like showing the costumes, but more of like an action shot. I mean, and then I'm even thinking like, what's like when it comes to some of the other suit reveals. I don't even remember the Blue Beetle one. What was the Blue Beetle suit reveal? I don't even remember that. When it comes to the Flash, okay, the Flash, I get what you're saying when it comes to Flash, because when you first saw it, he's like kind of in the distance in the Bat Cave. I don't know. They're trying to be as mysterious. They're trying to be more mysterious, I guess you could say. Oh, you got a watermelon White Claw. Nice. We got Nerd Kosa right here. What's going on? Good to see you. We got a Happy Yama right here. I got Joe Biden glasses. That's right. I'm wearing my Joe Biden aviators. Hey, man, what's going on? What? Everything's okay, man. What are you talking about? What? Am I supposed to read the teleprompter? What's the teleprompter say, huh? Yeah, man. The economy's good. What are you talking about? Well, everything's good, man. Yeah. It costs like $5 for a Snicker, but whatever. It costs more for a Milky Way, man. Sorry. My dad made a Joe Biden aviators comment. I forget that. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Ben was an older Batman, right? Yeah. Mid 40s, almost 50-year-old Batman. Everything's going good. Fuck Frank Grillo. Red Hulk is in his 80s. That's right. We got Harrison Ford. Carlos, is it because of the people I follow? I really don't see a lot of people excited about Gunverse. I see people that are excited for it, but a lot of people just weren't thrilled about the suit reveal. That's for damn sure. So, Dave, do you think Ben Affleck is going to cameo in Deadpool 3? Since Jennifer Garner is confirmed, it makes sense. No, yeah, I think he is. I think he will. I do definitely think he will. Yeah, I think he is going to. Omri, do you really want to sit through the Phantom Menace, though? You know, just see it on the big... Well, that's the thing. I saw it on the big screen. A lot of people that I saw didn't see that on my timeline. Didn't see it on the big screen. I saw it. I waited in line for 5 hours to go see it on the big screen when it first came out as a young lad. That was before, you know, you could buy your tickets and buy your seats. That was when it was like first come, first serve, and you had to go early. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, I was just, when it came to the Phantom Menace, I was like, yeah, I'm going to pass that one up too. I was like, all right, yeah, it'd be cool to see on the big screen. And I don't think the Phantom Menace is terrible. It has probably one of the best lightsaber sequences ever. I still think the Darth Maul and Obi-Wan Kenobi lightsaber sequence is fucking one of the best. So, but yeah, that's why I wasn't excited, but I really did. I wish I would have saw The Abyss in Alien, because I didn't see those in the movie theater, of course. I just think it's funny how the people who hate this suit and hate James Gunn are talking about this more than yeah, that's the way it always is. And it almost makes you wonder, is that what they were planning on it? They wanted the haters to just go off on it so much that, I don't know. It's weird. Man, I wish that Sigourney news wasn't broken by an absolute dumpster fire. Oh, is that what happened? Who's a dumpster fire? I just saw the link for Deadline. I saw it for Deadline, so I didn't see if it was like a scooper. Was it? It wasn't what's his name, was it? I hope it wasn't what's his name that I hate, Mr. Call the FBI. Lord Acorn, so I've recently become a fan of the channel. Are you against James Gunn or just a Snyderverse fan? I am not. I am both. No, I am not both. I am not against James Gunn, and I am a Snyderverse fan, but I'm not one of those that can't let go of the DC Snyderverse. I'm about the new Snyderverse. I'm all about what Snyder has to give us in the future, but I'm not against James Gunn either. So yeah, just watch my videos. I am very much looking forward to seeing what James Gunn has when it comes to his verse. And yes, I'm very much a champion of Zack Snyder and what he did with his Snyderverse. But after the Snyder Cut came out, that's all. As much as I wanted to see the complete story in live action, I'm okay that we've moved on from that. Maybe we'll get his conclusion in animation or comic book. I'd be okay with that. Live action is definitely not happening. It's basically impossible now. So, yeah. Cheers. Those lines for the Phantom Menace back in the day were insane. You definitely had to be there. Oh, yeah, you did, Dan. You definitely had to be there. What's going on, Jose? Watching the games right now. Dodgers are losing to the Padres. What? The Giants are tied. I got MLB Big Inning on right now, so I can see all the scores, all the games playing right now. The Giants are sucking butt right now. I have no shit to talk, to be honest. I can't, I got my dad over here in the chat of IG. It's not like I could talk shit to Dodger fans. The Giants are second to last place. The Rockies suck, and, at least the Rockies suck. So then the Giants, are not in last place, at least. So, J Fizz, Dave, fight choreography for Soups, Dragon Ball Z, Zack Ninja Snyder style. Ninja Snyder style? I like the fight choreography of Man of Steel. I liked that, and I thought his fight choreography was good when it came to that. I don't know about Dragon Ball Z. I'm not into Dragon Ball stuff, so yeah. Shazam 2 had the shadow. Yeah. You gotta make it not so. Why make it bright? Why make it bright? Oh yeah, Dave. I got to meet some of the X-Men '97 voice cast last week at my local Comic-Con. Nice. I also volunteered and won the banner that was hanging above the voice actress for Storm sign. Nice. Congratulations to that. Pretty cool. Hey, we got a $2 super chat right here, helping out the pirate ship. Thank you there, Chris. What are you predicting? It's going to be good, or what are you predicting? It's going to be good or bad? What are you talking about? Superman? I think it's going to be good. I have faith in Gunn. There's a lot riding on him. Do I think it's going to blow the world away? Not right now. I think it could just be a decent Superman movie. It needs to be more than a decent Superman movie. That's the sad fact. I'm not gonna sugarcoat that the fact that it needs. Oh, hey, look at the Giants took the lead. 2-1 Giants. All right. At least we got that. It needs to be. This is the job he took on, and I've been saying this. I'm like, he took on almost an impossible task. That's why I don't blame him for just rebooting the Superman and not going with Cavill, not trying to help out, not trying to do anything when it comes to continuing anything that Zack was trying to continue. That's why I totally understand. Yeah, just start fresh. And, having heroes already in the universe and having an established Superman already, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. It makes sense that he's doing that. But there's a lot riding on it. And it needs to do like what Guardians did last year, and he's the man to do it, to be honest. There's just a lot riding on it. And, we'll see what happens. But yeah, the Northern Lights thing is happening. We're getting blasted with radiation right now, guys. The northern part of the world is being blasted. There's a crazy. I love it too, because everybody always freaks out. Yeah, I get it. Solar flares can fuck up some of our technology on this little blue ball that we're on. But there are people that are freaking out, be prepared. We're gonna have a massive solar flares here, and Sure enough, it's okay, you guys are just going too crazy. We're fine. All right, now everything's good right now. But apparently, yeah, there's like a nice aura that's happening in like the northern part of the world. So a lot of people are like seeing some pretty cool sky things happening right now. So that's pretty cool. All the positive comments on Gunn's IG are only his friends. It's so sad. What a major blunder. They're all just his friends? All right. I mean, that's cool. Hey, as long as he's got that supportiveness, right? He's got that supportive stuff. It's just 1-0. Plenty of game left. Yeah, it's fine. Plenty of season left too. You know. There is. Let's see, what else? Do we have any more questions here? We got Dan right here that's saying, what would be your least favorite suits, costumes of the DC movies? And let's see, my least favorite DC? DC is always, they've had some good suits, man. Trying to think, what would be my least favorite DC costume? I mean, I would probably say the full-on CGI Green Lantern Ryan Reynolds costume if I'm going entirely DC. Catwoman, I can't say the Catwoman Halle Berry one is bad because she looked hot as fuck in it. The movie was just terrible. Yeah. But if you're talking about recent DC, I don't know. They've all been pretty decent. I'm trying to think, can't really like pick out a bad one right now. Yeah, can't really think of a bad one. When it comes to the MCU, I didn't like Thor and Love and Thunder. I thought that didn't look great. That's for sure. That's probably like my least favorite, I would say. Let's see, Super Omnicron. I mean, I'm not too cool with Gunn, but Superman is the superhero. He has to get it right for the... Yeah, exactly. Like I said, we're just in the time where, just like people hate Snyder so much, now we have that same thing. It's deja vu, to be honest. It's like a deja vu thing where I'm like, geez, you got me here defending Gunn like I defended Snyder at one point. But a little different, though, of course. Boop, boop, boop. Now, send that anyways. Why not? Who else do I got here? Sorry, I'm starting to wrap up the Q&A portion. This we've already gone like an hour. I'm like, whoa, lost track of time when it came to this. Losing track of time. It just happens to start rambling, I'm a rambling man. What can I say? Just making sure I got everybody. All right. And let's see. One more. All right. Sorry. Okay, Birds of Prey costumes, maybe. Even the Birds of Prey costumes didn't bother me. I actually didn't mind those. I think DC has been... They've been better when it comes to a lot of that. So let's see. Any more questions out there? You didn't like the Flash movie suit? I actually liked the Flash. I actually did like his costume. Not gonna lie, I did. I liked it. I did like it. Cassandra Cain's suit in Harley Quinn. Well, but she didn't really have a suit. Did she even have a suit? I thought she was just in her just normal attire. Thank you for the $2 super chat, Asher. Cheers. Do you think channels like Nerderotic are toxic? They have their own style, and what I hate about those type of channels is they think everything is woke, and that's their niche, and it gets kind of annoying, So in a way, yeah, because it's just like but at the same time, I'm not saying like I'm not gonna like start calling them out about all that kind of stuff. I know a lot of people like to do that, and I'm just kind of like, I'm like, they do their thing, they got their niche, but yeah, it's just, I don't know, just the way that everything is when that's just they know they know exactly what their audience wants, so they're like, okay, if they just have any kind of hint of something, they just go up, it's woke, and I get tired of hearing that. Get tired of hearing the W word. The W word. It's so freaking. Costume wasn't bad. The guy acting. I liked Ezra as the Flash. I'm not gonna lie. I did. You know. Oh yeah, Tyrone Magnus. Yeah, he says everything's woke too. It's kind of interesting. That guy just, it's a niche, but it's paid to promote. Yeah, therefore there is battling them and has been on Pierce Morgan, so he is monetizing himself. Yeah, I mean, you know what? There's like a whole niche when it comes to that niche. You know, and you know, when there's certain things that do go really heavily into the woke sphere, I could see why you'd complain about that when it's so obviously, like, I hate when things are like right in your face, but those guys take it to the next level and will just comment on everything being like that, and I'm like, it's not. No. Finally, thank you for the $2 super chat there, Asher. This will be the last question. Do you think Ezra is done in showbiz? I don't think he's done in showbiz. I don't think he is. Or they is. Sorry. Did I mispronoun, whatever the hell? I don't think I actually heard that he actually doesn't care if you mispronoun. Just from people who've actually talked to him. It's like he understands that it's not that crazy. He just prefers. But I don't think so. I don't think Ezra is. Might be Ezrazance. Try to do a word right there. And talented actor, so maybe, I don't know, musician too. We'll see what happens, but you know, it's all about the mental health though. First, make sure the mental health is great. Nerderotic lost me when he called Rebel Moon Part 1 woke. Of course, he called Rebel Moon Part 1 woke. Everything's woke. Everything is woke to those guys. Because why? Because Sophia Boutella was the lead. Oh, god damn. God forbid that a badass, sexy as hell female was a, kicking ass and the star of a movie. No, wait. Zach never puts females as the, stars of his movies. Oh, wait. Sucker Punch. Yeah, that's just nothing but... I don't know. Just dumb. Anyways, all right. I'm going to go ahead and say goodbye to Instagram. Thank you, guys. You guys are awesome. Appreciate the support. So if you want to continue seeing, we're going to get people on the panel and having some discussions. Go to the YouTube channel. Thank you, Dan, for spending some time here and asking the questions. All right, guys. See you later. Oh, end video. Boop. All right. And then share. Let's see. Vodka. There we go. Got that. So that was cool. I had one parent right here and one parent right there. I love that. That was cool. Mama Film Junkie right there. And then, of course, Papa Film Junkie in the Instagram. All right. But, all right. So we got that. All right. Let's go ahead and turn that music off. Got my regular glasses on. Could turn that off right there. Let's bring some people in. Here. Background. Oof. Let's see. And we got that. All right. We got Andy. He's got his glasses on. We got Dawson. And we got Phil.
Howdy.
What is going on, gentlemen?
I feel like I was just talking to one of you like an hour ago.
This is what I was looking like the entire time.
Yeah, I bet.
I can explain. If this is the result of three things: One, I'm channeling my inner Andrew Garfield from Angels in whatever musical he did a couple years ago. Like I've been seeing
Boom.
No, not that one. Not on Netflix.
No,
Angels in America, because I've been seeing clips
Ah.
of that clips of that on TikTok. So, and he's chaotic and gay, and I will take all of that. The second thing that is running this is a bunch of clips of drag queens, and the third is I'm exhausted. This was the longest week.
We're gonna get into that in a little bit, but let's say hi to everybody first, there, Andy, because I do want to discuss, because Andy, he did have some exclusive breaking news that happened this week, and I definitely want to talk more about that. But let's say hi to everybody. Phil, how you doing?
It's been a week. I'm good.
You too, huh?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Definitely.
That's good. That's good. And Dawson, how you doing, man?
Pretty good. We recovering from a long trip. We went down to South Carolina for some in-law stuff, so still recovering from that. But it's been a good week so far.
I'm glad your internet's working this time.
I know, it was ridiculous. Like I had to get it fixed for like 2 days, and they're like, "Oh, it should be available like Wednesday at like 3 a.m. or something." And then it wasn't available till like Wednesday at like midnight. Which is like, okay, well that screwed me over. But you mentioned the Northern Lights situation. We actually saw a bit of that out here in Virginia. We had a bunch of red sky splotches. So that was actually
cool. It's all like I was seeing like the globe and where it was actually going to be showing up, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. My wife yanked me outside. I was like, let's get some pictures of it. It's like, okay, fine.
She needs you because you're tall.
Fine.
Yeah. No, she was taking the pictures. I was just dragged along.
Oh. Well, you're still taller than her. You can take pictures.
Yeah. True. Could have, but I didn't.
Lazy ass.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Hey man, I gotta riz you. I didn't see you on Wednesday, so I just gotta get it in now, right?
Oh yeah, that's absolutely right. Absolutely right.
Just fuck each other already.
But not here. Not here. We're keeping it PG-13, hard PG-13. Sorry, I spilled wine.
I'm okay. No offense, Phil.
None taken.
He's happily married.
Yes. I know he's happily married. I know I'm man ugly. Don't worry about it.
Not what I meant, but okay.
This is a great start to the panel. I love it.
Oh man.
Oh man.
You know, we try.
We try. Yeah.
This is what happens when you get half of the 4 nerds.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just pray you don't have the other 2.
Yeah. Those chuckleheads. Oh my god. Now. They'll show up. They'll show up one of the. I know, like they get busy, or they have busy weekends or working and stuff like that. But we'll get all you guys on here one of these times.
Just don't invite me when you do that.
Oh,
please.
really? No, I'm gonna invite you first. I'm
the head guy.
I'm gonna surprise you.
Huh? The head guy is like, nope, don't invite me. That's fucking funny. It's okay. We'll just get Sean to fill in for you. No big deal. He's like, I don't care.
Sean does a good job filling in. So
he came in clutch on Wednesday. It was just me and him, so that was cool. It was a fun show. Yeah.
Hey, sometimes you got to do that, right?
Yeah. We had a lot to discuss, like X-Men.
I'm sure.
Superman.
What happened with Superman? What are you talking
about? You'd have to be living under a rock.
I know, right? Jeez. But thank you guys for joining. Sure appreciate it.
Man, always.
Well, Dawson, first off, what are you drawing? Because I always love it that you're drawing when we're doing this.
I'm doing an Aquaman piece. I tried to do one. I tried to do one traditionally yesterday, but I did not like how it looked, so I'm doing it digitally today. So
I liked your Batman that you posted today. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, thanks. That was after a couple hours of trying to do something. I was like, this sucks, and so I was just like, let's just draw Batman and just have fun with it. So
I saw your caption where you're like, you kind of struggled with it, but I was like, I looked at it, I'm like, what, really? You struggled with that? I'm like,
oh, no, that wasn't what I struggled with. That wasn't what I struggled with. It was the entire day finding inspiration for anything. And so,
That's exactly what I thought. I was like, he struggled with this? What? With Batman? Come on.
No. I must have not expressed myself.
See, you don't understand. What happened was he and Batman were on the Titanic, and he asked him to, hey, can I draw you nude? And Batman was like, I don't know about that. And then there was a lot of conversations. He's like, okay, I'll make you a deal. I'll keep the cowl and the underpants on, and then you can draw me, and then the rest is history.
He just has to do like cowl Batman, open chest, trousers down, everything else, but like with the sword. You have to do it like that episode of Batman the Animated Series.
Or basically like these swimsuit editions of DC Comics.
Yeah. Go even go 66 with it. Pull a Cesar Romero and Adam West. Just add some trunks, right?
There it is right there. That's pretty good. I like it.
Very sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, experimenting with background stuff. So
yeah, the background looks pretty cool, but yeah.
That Batman looks like he would go down.
That looks like had you have done the bat emblem on the belt, it would have been very close to Dick Grayson's Batman from Batman and Robin Reborn.
Yeah, that would have been.
Yeah.
Too bad I wasn't going for that.
Yeah.
No, you weren't. I know. I know.
No, I'm just giving you crap.
I know. It's okay.
Man.
Yeah, that's pretty good though. I like that. And you know what I like too is like the little detail of like the ears, like in the cowl. I know like sometimes you don't see that with some of the cowls when they're drawn, but when you see those little indentations of like hey, there's ears right here, and maybe there's like devices in there that helps them, because there's always talk about like with live action suits about how like Michael Keaton could not hear shit in his cowl.
Yeah.
So it's just, I don't know. There's just something about just having that little detail in the cowl where it's
also just like hints at anatomy, just showing that it's actually a person underneath there. I love that too. Like Jim Lee does it, Gary Frank does it. Most great Batman artists do it. And so, yeah, I appreciate that too.
Yeah, because it wasn't like a thing like at first. And then all of a sudden there was like, okay, he does have ears in this thing, so let's like kind of put some kind of like something in there, and it's just I don't know, there's something, just a little detail when it comes to that. But speaking of Batman, Andy, what was your exclusive thing that happened this week with you?
Yeah, what happened with me with this
what
week?
Happened?
Oh no, he's taking. Why are you taking notes? I don't want like this feels like a therapy session. I'm not doing.
So tell me how you felt during this interview when it came to the Gotham Knights.
Well, it was 5 months ago. And no joke. This was 5 months ago.
Yeah, I know. You told me.
So I chatted with the showrunners of Gotham Knights, Chad and James, who are known for a couple of years. They're awesome people. They've worked on a lot of easy shows like Krypton and Gotham and Batwoman, and now onto Gotham Knights. And they're huge. They're huge nerds, just like us. So, we were doing. I think they were actually my second guest for the Showrunner Whisperer, and what was supposed to be an hour conversation ended up being 2 hours. That's why we're splitting up into 2 episodes. But not even 20 minutes in, and James decides to because they're reflecting on things that they were trying to do with the show and so on. Like they were talking about I don't know if we've talked about this, but we were gonna do something from The Dark Knight Returns because Carrie Kelly was a huge part of the show.
Yeah,
and she was awesome. I love that actress. And they had been given permission by DC to use Batman for a episode, with the full suit and everything, and they were gonna try and get Kevin Conroy.
That's the thing. Is like to get the green light first off, because when it comes to these shows and them utilizing Batman, I mean, sometimes, look what happened with Titans. I mean, it's just like it's like yeah, you could use Batman, but they didn't. It was mainly just you could use Bruce Wayne more than I don't know. It was such an interesting way that they utilized Batman and Titans where it didn't quite work, especially at the end of season 1 when we're all like going, oh, this is leading towards something else, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh yeah, the season finale it's Robin and Batman fighting. Is it really? No, it's not. And then they didn't really do a good job with that.
No.
But when it came to Gotham Knights, and yeah, obviously when it comes to Gotham Knights, yeah, we all just kind of went, what is this fucking show? But I think anybody would have been like, whoa, Kevin Conroy in the full Batman costume? They were going to try to get him in a full fat Batman costume? What the hell?
That'd have been sweet.
Yeah.
And in a context of The Dark Knight Returns, that version of Batman meeting that Robin. So if I'm imagining the panel or piece they had in mind, it would have been reminiscent of when when Batman went to town on the mutants and Robin promptly saves his ass. If that's the audition they are referring to, I couldn't imagine any other piece in that book that they might have been. I don't know, Andy. Did they clarify?
No,
exactly?
all they said was that when the scene they had in mind was something they had used for actresses who were auditioning for Carrie Kelly. They were audition side. Like apparently whatever they did in the audition was with Batman. And,
okay. That makes sense.
Again, I never heard. I never. I'm sure there's been some actor here or there who like has publicly posted their audition tape or something, but I don't know if that's like, again, I'm sure some of it would have gone through some rewrites before they actually would have done that scene. But yeah, and like if you all had just seen my reaction, because again, like we were all on camera, but like when they first like just named the Dark Knight Returns, and I'm like, where is this going? Because again, this was information I didn't even know about. So
nobody knew about, yeah.
Because it was funny because like last year when I spoke to Misha Collins, who played Harvey Dent, Two-Face on Gotham Knights, he just because I asked him like hey any chance we might see some of your supernatural buddies on Gotham Knights, and he like you can watch in the video on DC podcast where like he's like contemplating like should I tell him or should I not tell him? He's like yeah we were I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but we were trying to get Jensen as Batman.
Yeah.
And then I broke the internet with it, and like a year later now the whole thing with Kevin Conroy. So which it would have been so awesome. Like again, like because again, one of the big influence they had for Gotham Knights was Batman animated series. Like they wanted to do the like kind of the look of Gotham, the air, the whatever you call it, the balloon jets or whatever that they have. The blimps, yeah. Like Channing, they're huge nerds. So like I think it's sad that people didn't give Gotham Knights a chance. I love the show personally, so I know he had to be able to bring on Kevin. I know they would have done a good job, but
I liked it.
I'm curious to see what I'm like wondering what the costume would have looked like. And yeah, I mean that would have been like just the ultimate, and it sucks. Fucking yeah, it just sucks that we didn't. I mean, because even though he didn't physically embody the character, he is Batman. Anytime I read a comic book of Batman, I hear Kevin Conroy's voice. Mm-hmm. It's hard not to, no matter what. And it just sucks because, especially when you look at old images of him back, in the 90s, 80s, and you go, Jesus Christ, he looked the part. Like he looked like Bruce Wayne in a suit. He has like the chiseled jawline. He could have easily been like a Batman in some kind of live action sense, like back then. It's not just a voice. So and obviously the closest we got to him doing that was, of course, the Crisis stuff. But it was not quite. Wasn't quite the full on costume, but man, just the fact that they had that idea and they were gonna like want to put him in the full costume, and DC and everybody was okay with it. It was like, geez, damn it, that would have been pretty iconic. For sure.
I wonder if it would have been something along those lines. Like, what if it was like a mishmash of like that Crisis on Infinite Earths Kingdom Come suit, along with something a little more traditional over it? Because that was kind of like an exoskeleton.
Yeah.
Figure like Kevin Conroy's current frame at that time.
Kind of like a Kingdom Come Batman kind of thing.
Yep. Yeah. I think what we would have had is we would have seen him like in like a really well designed like full there's a lot of comic shots where like he's like the entire cape is covering him. I think that's something we would have gotten like and then maybe like one action scene or something because they preface by saying like these are flashbacks, Batman is dead in this universe, and it was really important for them that they wanted to because again I know there's a lot of anger with how they when the first trailer came out and they kind of showed us how they were dealing with Bruce Wayne's death. I think at that point, because like they, because they said that they wanted to get someone memorable, but like by the time they had to make the show, they couldn't get either Kevin or Jensen. So, and also I think they kind of also knew that like this is probably only going to be a one season show. They talk a lot about like how they were like, I don't recommend doing a show when the networks are shifting, power dynamics behind the scenes. And we talk a little about
the bad part about all this is like, I mean, from everything that we were seeing when it came to Gotham Knights, and I you know, I had my criticisms too. I'm like, what is this show? But it could have ended up being something if they had a little bit more time to let it just kind of breathe a little bit, where you know, but the whole thing behind the scenes, it's just like you're just going, oh fuck, like there's I don't know.
They got fucked over by the CWs. Like, CW is not like, here's the thing. People always think that the people who make the show and the people who make the marketing for the CW shows are the same. They're not. They're not the same people. So the CW like are known to fuck over some of these people. So you know, because when you watch the show, like there's actually some really cool shit that goes down, and you know, I think it's like honestly, Misha Collins like the most complex live action Two-Face we've ever had, because we really get to spend time with him before he makes that turn, you know, and
he's a good actor too. I like him.
He's a great actor. And we had cool stuff with the Court of Owls finally. So it's like, you know, and the thing was like this show would have been so much better if it had been like on HBO Max from the beginning. Like, you know, because I thought it was dope, but not just because I spoke to them, because I covered the entire show while it was airing. I'm like, this is good. It just sucks that one trailer ruins so much.
See, that's the thing, is like, man, it's just again, it's the CW stuff, and if it was just put on Max, and because watching what, you know, with you talking to those guys, and like I said, it's just, you could tell like these guys really had a vision, and they're big nerds like all of us, and they knew like what they wanted to do, and you could tell like they probably struggled trying to get, you know, probably like just get what they wanted to get like out there, you know. And it's just like they were just really they were given the opportunity, they made the best of it, but at the same time it's like, well, CW, you know, is dying and all this kind of stuff. It's like, geez,
you know, you mentioned those guys having a vision and being fans of it, and at first when they initially created and showed off the character of Turner Hayes, everyone was like, who the shit is this character, right? Like, he's a brand new character. The season finale ties him to Batman's mythos, and I would argue like one of the coolest ways ever done in a long fucking time. Like, there's some really cool shit they do with his origin that well,
tell them. I mean, it's been over a year. Like, I don't.
Yeah, you could.
So basically, you know, the show opens up with like, oh, I was adopted by Bruce Wayne. My parents died. Well, turns out his parents were, you know, they came to Gotham City. Their cover was like they were cleaners or something. Turns out they were actually assassins from Henry Ducard, and they were sent there to kill Batman.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
that's pretty. That's shit like that.
Yeah,
sounds awesome. Yeah,
it was dope.
And the fact that was revealed at the season finale, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so that's kind of cool. It's like, so it sounds like they understood the assignment, but sadly, with everything that was going on, it just fucked
the thing
them over
was like, it not only gets revealed in the season finale, it's Henry Ducard who reveals this to Turner Hayes himself. The season ends.
We meet him.
Yeah, you meet Henry Ducard at the end of the season. And basically takes Turner under his wing to be like, yeah, I'm going to train you. It's like, oh, well, all right, there it is. And then that show ended.
Man, I know. It's just, it's crazy how it, I mean, for instance, there was a whole other Batman show that went into production that never saw the light of day. We saw images. Chris Baldos, who's been on the show, went at Full Circle last year. He was part of that crew. He's part of the crew of that, and he talked about it. We kind of briefly talked about it when he was on there. But yeah, I mean, there was like even a time where it was strictly like there's a Batman show. They had full on everybody. They I forgot who. It was a bunch of unknowns, but they had a dude. He looked the part as Bruce Wayne and Batman. I saw, you know, images.
What are you talking about?
There was an actual show that they were a Batman show that was in production that pretty much like
around what year?
This was probably, I don't know, this was probably about 3 years ago, maybe 2-3 years ago. It just never came to be, but I saw full on images. Yeah.
But they were trying to pitch it, or they had actually been like greenlit to make it happen?
I think they shot a pilot.
Jeez. Wow. Yeah, I'd never heard of this.
Yeah. This sounds a little weird because again, given how like Batman television is like such a big.
They had something. They had something. Like I saw images. Like I would have to ask Chris about like the full on details about this. But yeah, like at full circle, like after we got done watching Zack Snyder's Justice League, because we went to like this
NBC sports bar, something like that.
There it is, something like that. So we were all over the place. He was right there, and then he was talking and stuff like that, and then we were talking about like production stuff, and then he mentioned, oh yeah, I was like part of the crew, and then he's like, oh, I got some, and then he just started showing images from this Batman pilot, whatever the hell it was. I'm not sure. I don't remember.
To me, it sounds like something they were trying to pitch to.
Maybe it was something they were trying to pitch. I don't know, but I saw full on images, like literally an image of Batman and Alfred standing together, but he didn't have the cowl on or the cape. It was just the costume. Without that, and he was just standing with Alfred, and it was like, and the actor they chose looked the part. Like I don't even know who it was. Yeah, he actually
likely would have been like HBO Max or CW, one of the two.
Maybe, I don't know, but it was I can't remember the details, but yeah, it was something. And then there was like images of Robin. There was images of I think there was images of Red Hood, maybe too. I don't know. It was already a well-established Batman.
Wow.
And I forgot what it was called, but yeah.
See, people have been asking for something like that for years. Just an established Batman, hit the ground running. He's got a Robin. Red Hood's a thing.
Wait a minute. I think I remember what this is. There was supposed to be like a Batman like family show.
Yeah.
Live action.
Yeah. That probably was this because it was everybody was part of it. There was he was already well established. There was a Red Hood, so there was a Jason Todd, there was a Dicker, there was a Nightwing. There was like the whole family was basically there. And yeah, they shot some kind of I mean, I guess
it sounds like a presentation or something, kind of like a presentation.
It was something. I saw images and I'm like, God damn. That would have been cool to see. I saw a Joker image. I think I saw a Two-Face image. I don't know. Yeah, he had some shit because he was part of the
well, I don't know how much you guys know about this, but like back in 1999. So this was like actually kind of a cool story about how.
Hey, before you go on this, we got to invite some other people in right now because we have people waiting in the backstage. We got William, we got Chris, and we got Rhea right here. Hey,
what's up, everybody?
Howdy, y'all.
Howdy.
My ears are burning, Dave. They're hurting right now.
Why?
All this CW stuff just really drills into my brain like
like an earwig.
Every time I hear somebody say this, if they could only get this on a different network, it might have been this or that. If it was on a different network, A, it probably wouldn't happen, or B, it would have been canceled because other networks have one thing that CW didn't have: consequences for people not watching your shit. So, the pipe dream.
William, you and I both know that it was a money laundering scheme anyway.
I hate to
totally
throw that out there, but when you have a network that hasn't drawn a profit since 2006 and the ratings that they have, and it still gets propped up, that's where you dump your cash to go to the IRS and say, look, we took a loss. We took a hit. Nobody's watching this stuff, and we took a hit. There you go. That pads our billing. Can I get back on my golf cart? That's
my camera froze. I had to restart it.
Oh, okay. I thought you were doing that.
No. My camera. I don't know. For some reason, like after like 10, 15 minutes, it will freeze. And sometimes either I will, still be moving, or I will stand still for 30 minutes and not realize that I've been frozen this entire time.
Oh, okay. I thought you were doing that because he was talking about CW. But you.
No, listen. Not everyone understands what good quality is.
Apparently, the people who didn't watch CW understood exactly what it was. I mean, it's not me talking. It's
you know what's so funny is that we before you guys came on, we weren't even none of us were even talking about that. We were just talking about Batman and TV. So but
on what network were we talking about it being on?
On this.
I don't know.
The one that got canceled.
The network that needs to be canceled.
Well, it's the CW is dying
It's been dying since 2006. It was never alive. It was a fraud. It was never alive. It's been a fraud its entire time of existence. You
This
look
is a
at
fun
all the
Ponzi
good shows.
scheme.
Okay,
Look
and
at all the good shows that get canceled that have to fight for real viewers.
did you personally lose any money? Did you personally lose any money with the CW?
No, but I know Warner
So
Brothers.
why are you being so
why
you acting so
to make
pressed?
space for that money laundering grab? That ain't quality. Like I said, but how many good shows get canceled because they can't get viewers on real networks? And then you got this thing that draws what 14 people.
What are you pointing at me for?
I'm not pointing at it.
You just pointed at me.
Didn't you know?
I guess so. Shit.
Around. Whatever.
Okay.
This is like when your cousin and your uncle fight at Thanksgiving.
I know, and everybody's just like, "Geez, this stuffing is great."
This is the Bear. This is the Bear season 2 Christmas. This is exactly what.
Okay, I still haven't watched that yet.
Oh
but
my
I'm
God.
sure
You're in for a show.
Oh yeah, that's on my list of shows to watch. I'm finishing up Shogun, moving on to Fallout next, I think. And then I got like a 3-body, whatever the fuck that is. That's gonna be coming up later. I don't know.
Three-body is great. Three-body problem from Netflix.
Yeah, there it is.
My dad told me to watch that. I still need to watch that.
It's weird.
But the thing is, I'm trying to balance out my streaming services because everything's just so fucking, everything's just expensive, and you try to balance out
But
like
Dave,
you
you can bundle Disney, Hulu, and
Oh, yeah, we'll get into that.
It's a novel idea.
We can get into it now.
It's a novel idea. It's almost like cable.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, that's what's happening. That's
You
what's
can
happening.
cancel it though at any time. So
yeah, you can.
Well,
pause
dude,
it.
we've been
Here's my
talking about
gripe
today.
with this. Here's my gripe with this is that,
Okay.
like, yes, back in the day, cable was a little bit more expensive. But you had everything there. You had sports, you had movies, you had TV shows, you had cartoons for kids.
you had
all
the
in
CW.
Yeah, CW, if you're into that, right? You had the CW if you're into that. But it was all in one
That was
lump
good.
sum package. And then they started to split everything. And then they started to realize, maybe people don't like paying for all sorts of these different subscriptions at the same time. No, just combine them all back together. It's like we're going full circle. It's ridiculous.
People also don't like paying money for 10,000 channels then when they only watch 20 at most.
Then let it be a personalized plan.
I was
watch
just
maybe
about
like
to say that,
not-
Phil.
Maybe like less than 10 I watch.
Yeah, I was just about to say that because I was a cable guy for 7 years. Okay. And this was when HD was actually like becoming a big thing. But, digital was already a thing. Analog was going away finally, and which was a good thing because if you know anything about the cable industry and don't watch the cable guy, they get it wrong. And totally. And when I watched the beginning when he installs the cable, I'm like, that doesn't even make sense. But a lot of things don't make sense when it comes to that. Oh, but there are things that do make sense where I'm like, okay, when he talks about, yeah, you could play Mortal Kombat with a friend in Vietnam. It's like, yeah, they predicted what you can actually do now. But when it comes to like the cable packages, yeah, it's like you get so many channels and you watch like 6 of them. Then that's basically it. You're not watching like all, and then you get like 5, 7 HBOs, it's Cinemax, even it's still a thing. You get 6 of those. You get Showtime, Showtime Plus, Showtime Plus, Showtime Signature. So, it's just like there's so many things. And it's like, who's like watching all this stuff? And then I always thought like, oh, it's going to come to a point where everything, and I even was like thinking this because I'm like, everything's going to be like just your modem. You just need a modem and then everything's going to be linked to it. You're going to be able to pick whatever you want. And to a point we were to that, but now you're like, but now ads are coming back. They're even trying to put ads in video games. Did you see that EA Sports fucking news?
Oh my God.
That they might be putting ads in. It's gotten so bad because the entertainment bubble is just about ready to burst because the pandemic really just fucked the whole thing up, like totally added to it. But it's just getting to a point where like they're laying off all these people and then they're like, oh, yeah, and then we're going to, jack up the prices again. Oh, yeah, but then you might have ads on things. And it's like, what are we doing here? Is it all just because these CEOs just want to keep making their big nut that they get? Because we always hear about how much they make a year. And it's like, do you really need all that? Do you guys need all that?
Don't you remember they were pleading poverty last year? They were pleading poverty like, oh my God, this is really inconvenient for us who makes like 55 million a year as CEOs. Meanwhile, yeah, like it's like poor them. Like I'm like I almost cried like a little bit when they were like, yeah, like my bonus was only 30 million this year. I'm like, Only 30 million.
Boo freaking who.
39 for Zaslav.
You know,
about that 9.
I'm glad Dave brought up the whole video game ad thing because of course who did it first? EA. The big thing while working at GameStop
in the game.
for a little bit, yeah, exactly, Chris. When I worked at GameStop for a little over 2 years, almost every one of us, anyone who worked at a GameStop, we always deliberately hated working with EA because they are so fucking terrible. And that shit right there is part of the reason why they are always the first to make the most piss poor decisions when it comes to
what
anything.
games are they going to add ads on to EA? Have they said?
You'd have
Like
to imagine
probably
their sporting stuff like NCAA.
I mean, they're big on
The
sports.
easiest
So,
thing, it's the sports.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine like you're playing a game and then you all of a sudden you get a fucking. I mean, it's like okay, so. Me, I'm like, okay, ads. I mean, obviously, I have a YouTube channel, so I make ad
do?
What? Yeah,
What?
I don't know if you knew this, but
I don't know. I thought it disappeared a few weeks ago.
It did. That's the thing.
Is that too soon? Is that too soon?
Okay, no, it's not too soon. No, it's not a
Never for
too
you,
soon.
Andy.
Never,
I don't think there's a
never.
definition for you being actually too soon. Come on, man.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
No, but at the same time, it's like, okay, so I mean, I get the whole thing, and it's like, okay, so that's why I'm always like, hey guys, I got the Patreon. If you want to just like send $1, it's support the channel. You get all the videos, and some extra, at least get the videos early or whatever the hell. You get some stuff, and and I appreciate, there's people here that have supported the Patreon, which I very much appreciate. And it's like, you get that all ad free, and it's like, okay, cool. But then of course my main thing is also YouTube. So I get that, the ad stuff, but then it's just like with everything, it's just like, okay, fuck. So when I watch Hulu, when I watch Shogun, I get the ads because I don't pay for the extra, because I'm like, no, I'm not going to pay for the extra. I could sit through it. Because to be honest, I actually like the fact where it's like, oh, I can refill my coffee. I can go to the bathroom, or, I can, hey, what's going on Twitter real quick? It's like I could just do a little quick scroll or something like that because I'm addicted to the fucking thing. Addicted to my phone. We all are. So I can look at it like that. But when I read the whole thing about, really, you're going to put that in video games? You're going to really do all that stuff? You're going to really... when people are paying for this stuff, I mean, it's just, is it really that bad right now?
My thing with this is that if they're bringing that into the new college football video game, that's the first one since 2014. If they're really going to do that, that's just going to piss off so many of the fans who've been waiting for so long for a new college football video game. Is now you have to sit through ads. Here you go. Congratulations. You paid $90 for this game, which probably isn't going to be complete, by the way, with some DLC stuff. And then you'll end up having, a bunch of ads. And anyway, it's just like, man, come on, just
and it shows exactly like the problem is people, and also being a gamer, we are always complaining like the price of the games are going up. Well, one, development costs are going up for the with that too, but they're not making money on these games. I mean, they haven't made money on these games for ever. It's the hardware and all the accessory things like that. So they have to find some way, just like they've done with the streaming, putting the ads back in and putting ad tiers in. So this is another way for them to squeeze that other extra dollar in by, hey, you want this ad space? Kind of like that old Robin Williams joke at that point. You want to see a politician's, put all them like NASCAR, have all the sponsorships on their jacket at that point. But this is just another way. What do they need that extra $30 million as their bonus? No, they don't need it. But it's another feather in the cap to say they're better than you, and that's what all they care about.
I'm glad
honestly,
you brought that up, Chris.
Stuff like this is the reason why I only play PlayStation 2 and Nintendo Switch now. I don't even.
No,
care.
I'm really glad Chris brought that up, because the development of Spider-Man 2, the video game, what was it, like $320 million, something like that, and they barely broke even on that with all the sales they made on the game.
Yep.
Wow,
it's
really
insane.
Selling games of last year, and they still couldn't do it.
See, that's what's crazy. It's like when these products do so very well and they barely break even. It's like, what the fuck? It's just crazy. I mean, like, for instance, right now I have the Giants game on in the background. And if you watch like just the straight shot of, pitcher batter, I see two ads behind them. And then they have advertisements on their jerseys too. They have fucking sponsor stuff. And then, he just caught a fly, State Farm right on the back of the wall right there. It's all over the place. Like you watch like all this stuff, you just see advertisements all over the place. Like it's crazy just how much. And I remember, I think it was Major League 2 that actually started making fun of this. And this was like 20 years ago, over 20 years ago, probably 25, maybe almost 30 years ago. Major League 2 came out. And there was a thing where like, what's up?
I was going to say, have you ever gone to see a Giants game there was Candlestick Park and now it's AT&T Park, I think.
Yeah. On the water. Yeah. I've been there once. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Was it at
beautiful.
Candlestick?
No, it wasn't Candlestick. It was the newer one. Candlestick, like got demolished like 20 something years ago, and then the new one.
I'm sorry. What was it?
Water.
What was it called? What was it called?
It was called Candlestick Park.
Okay.
Yeah, but now every ballpark and every arena has got like a fucking corporation involved with it. That's what kind of sucks. Candlestick Park was I don't even know why it was called that, but it was just called that. Now it's AT&T Park, or it's probably even something different. But you look at basketball. If you go back and watch basketball, they even called this shit out before it happened. Where they call out like these they because the whole thing was not to make basketball like a corporation thing, and then it ends up being that. So they start like doing all this kind of stuff. I mean, that's what's happening with sports. It's crazy. Because baseball is struggling right now, and I'm seeing it. And now, literally, like when it comes to watching these games, like every baseball player now has one sponsor on their fucking sleeve. You see it, and there is, like I said, there is something in the background. There's something even above the background that's even behind people in the seats. There's an ad, and then they digitally put an ad on the pitcher's mound.
NASCAR has been doing this for years. They're completely decorated with ads for years.
If you don't have these advertisements, especially in the modern era, and especially for baseball, you don't have modern baseball.
Exactly.
The reason why it's so important is because you have the revenue sharing and you have the luxury tax. So all this money that these teams collect, much of that goes into luxury taxes. So places like Kansas City Royals, smaller market teams that get a draw of that pie and their own advertising can even exist. Otherwise, you wouldn't have it, because in sports, obviously, you need an opponent to play, but not every opponent plays any large market that can draw equal revenue to somebody else. So the advertisements are the equalizer across the board. And even still, what's going to, when it comes to the streamers, once the dinosaurs die off and retire that actually run all these companies, I think what you're going to see happen is the ad revenue will consolidate. I think that'll be the dominant one. I wouldn't be surprised if the ad-free tiers just disappeared, because it's not beneficial for the company. They get more off the ad revenue, and it makes up for the volume of the customer. So if you don't have the volume of the customer, if you capped out of your subscribers, you'll never cap out on ad revenue. As long as you stabilize that clientele base, the ad revenue will be there for you, and you can possibly bring these things down, especially if they start losing. But I don't think whenever I hear people say that the streaming bubbles burst, I want people to hold their breath until that happens, and you're all going to be dead. It's not burst. If you listen to these guys and they say they're suffering,
I mean,
a little morbid.
Yeah, and they're like, "Oh, we're suffering. We're lost." They're lying, dude. Listen, every one of these guys gets in front of, especially Zazoff. Zazoff probably can teach a college course in lying. And so when his $39 million bonus that he got in a company that has $29 billion in debt, these guys are doing just fine. Streaming is not going anywhere. They'll make adjustments, but they're not going anywhere. And it's going to increase. And the only thing that's going to stop it is when the customer stops it. And we're not going to stop it, because theater, $125 for a family of 4 or 5. What's easier, watching it on a small screen or doing that? The customer dictates where these goes, not the fat cats. The fat cats are just going to follow the money. That's all they're going to do.
I feel like William just told us to die.
I know. I was like, what? What happened there?
I'm just saying. The last stream, everyone. Congratulations.
Yeah,
the streaming. But I hear that so many times. I'm like, I mean, are these people still believing Santa Claus?
But William, where are they saying that? Like, what's their? I know their rationale is wrong, but
I hear it on shows. Not you guys.
No. I'm curious, just because I agree with you. I don't see that happen. What are they saying?
They'll say, "Oh, there's layoffs. The streaming bubble is bubbling, or they're cutting back. The streaming bubble is popping." I'm like, that's bullshit. They're making adjustments. They're making make adjustments.
I'm saying that the entertainment bubble is going to burst, because that's what I'm seeing, is just the fact that it's like, everything. I mean, Jesus Christ, we just heard like what the new Brad Pitt movie, the racing movie it's like $300 million plus, and it's like they're having trouble distribute. It's like these budgets are like getting too fat. There's just a lot, and even like even with everything that happened last year with the strikes. Yeah, there were some resolutions, but not fully. I mean, when it comes to like the crews, that was like the next all the crew members, part of the production. That was going to be the next strike thing that was going to happen, but they wiped that out pretty quickly. But apparently, it wasn't great. And I've talked to some people. I mean, I was just mentioning Chris Ballas. He's even expressed on Twitter that it's like, yeah, it's still not good. There's still things that are not good, and the productions are not. I mean, they're cutting back on productions, which to a point, that's a good thing, but it's just kind of crazy because they created this bubble where it's like, oh, we were like, we want as much content as possible, and then didn't quite work out, and blah blah blah. Now it's like cutting back, and then you got all these people that are out of work, and he was telling me that, oh yeah, I have friends that are moving out of state. They're finding new jobs because it's just so terrible here. I mean, to live in California and to be trying to just try to grab any job you can, it's bad because California's economy is shit. First off, because it's just everything's so inflated here because we just have the best leadership and best everything and everything that's going on, but then, of course, you have Hollywood here, and you would think like, okay, so if they're just going to be like, hey, they're going to be pumping out. No, they're cutting back now. They're cutting back. So now people are just can't find jobs. I mean, I've seen videos when I'm scrolling through either TikTok or even YouTube, and I've seen videos where people are like, I haven't worked in almost 2 years. I can't find work and blah, blah, blah. And I've seen those videos too. And I'm like, God damn, it's just, there hasn't been a recovery since the whole, the pandemic essentially. And who knows if there's ever going to be like a full on recovery. I mean, what's great though, I think what hopefully can benefit, because we have a new Planet of the Apes movie that just came out, $165 million budget reported. Who knows? It might be more, probably is, because anytime they report a budget, it's usually more. You could tack on 20 or 30 more million maybe. So it might be a 200, but at the same time, they're trying to keep these budgets low. And if you give it to somebody who's a talented filmmaker, and I wasn't sure about West Ball, but you look at that movie and a lot of people are even saying that it's like, oh, wow, this looks like it's a $250 million movie, but it costs 165. Good for you, because you didn't hire top, names. You didn't hire names first off, and you already had these techniques that were evolved from previous, technology, and where they can actually make it where it's like, okay, yeah, I'm watching this and going, Jesus Christ, how did they get this ape to act like this? It's like the technology is there. So I'm like, okay, cool. So that's what I'm kind of wondering, like, what's the Superman budget going to be? Obviously the Joker budget got inflated. But then you get something like this Brad Pitt movie that's going to be coming out, and you're like, oh wow, but there's a chance that it could be, and I kind of hope it is, because I know they're using real race cars. They're trying to go for the whole like realism Maverick kind of aspect to it, and maybe it's going to be something special where it's going to be, they know they have to like capture the dad movie, because Maverick was such a dad movie where like
that's
like,
a brand name though.
Huh?
You brought up things that are brand names.
Yeah,
like
true.
Batman. These are brand names, and for every brand name movie, there's 6 or 7 that are not brand name. Now, where the adjustment is going to be made, though, is like right now. Listen, I really don't think these guys are really crying in their wine over their box office quote numbers, because they know where they're going to make it on the back end. The same people who promoted, like I was telling you guys today, promoted Annabelle, didn't give 2 shits how much it made in the box office. They raced to get this movie. This, like I said, the t-shirt smell is still new on this, and Annabelle's on streaming. See, the people who are not running the studios are looking at things and say, oh, that's a bomb. That's this. Somebody's going to cut their, whatever. No, they're looking, they don't stop counting the money until the money stops being made. So these budgets for them, eventually they are going to have to invest big money into their streaming services or things that go to their streaming services, or I'm going to leave. If you cut too much stuff out of there and you go cheap, you go pick and save, I go somewhere else. And what's more important, growth or retention? If I can retain $1.5 billion a month throughout the year, there's no box office amount that I'm putting out. No studio is putting out that amount of money that gives you that sustainable income. So
well, that's what I tell people about Rebel Moon. I mean, like essentially, Zach is giving Netflix 4 Rebel Moon movies for under $200 million. That's actually a pretty good bargain. Yeah, that's a good bargain right there, and that's what I'm trying to tell people. And I mean, I get that people are like, PG-13 movies, what the fuck? And I'm like, all right, if you're a Zack Snyder fan, you need to put those behind you. We're getting the real ones now. That's why I tell like my followers who like still give shit to that. I'm like, guys, okay, you didn't enjoy the PG-13. Maybe that's what Zach wanted you. He was like, yeah, I don't want you to enjoy these. These are me pulling my punches. This is not my movie. I'm just was like, I'm going to make you a generic sci-fi movie. That's what Netflix wanted. But now I'm going to give you my crazy movie that you're going to like, that I'm known for. And that's why I like stop talking about that. Even though I still appreciate those movies, but at the same time, I'm like, guys, look forward to what we're going to get. Don't let's stop talking about this if you don't like it, okay? And think about the financial aspect. Think about the business aspect. Is like Zach is giving Netflix 4 Zack Snyder movies for the price of under $200 million. That is somebody who knows how to work a budget. And we know Zach knows how to work a budget because people always, Joe Rogan, for God's sakes, it blew his mind how much 300 costs because Joe Rogan loves that movie. And I think Joe Rogan probably thought it was like $150 to $million budget movie, but it was like a $50 million, 60 or something like that.
But even to kind of William's point, like look at Rebel Moon and the cast.
Yeah.
In the sense of how much of those actors cost. I mean, probably, Sir Anthony Hopkins, he's only doing voice work at that point. I mean, he's probably your most expensive person for what exactly, for what it is, but it's also not, what we've seen. There wasn't a lot. Obviously, there's going to be a lot more in the director's cut, but he's probably your most expensive actor in the group.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
And it keeps us talking about it from November to August of this year.
Yeah.
That's, how many hundreds of millions people pay to keep the conversation about their product in the mouth. And we've been talking about Rebel Moon for good or bad from November all the way up until August.
See, that's the thing. Even if it's bad word of mouth, yeah.
Well, here's the one thing it does. One coolest thing I think about streaming is it bypasses bullshit. The critics and the knuckleheads and the naysayers. Why? Because you're putting that product out right to the consumer. There's no risk. Like I always say on our show, I'm going to listen to some knucklehead critic because he's guiding me to where I should be spending my hard-earned money. But if I'm already paying for the subscription and I'm getting all the stuff anyway, if I don't like it in the first 5 minutes, this invention I created, I always show it off. The remote control, I don't want anybody stealing an idea. I can use it and it makes that thing disappear. And I go on to something else. So my risk is mitigated.
William, you have choice?
Yeah.
Wow.
What? Like I said, I'm announcing this here. If I see this anywhere else, I'm going to sue. All right.
Yeah.
I think like William, to your point, I don't think anyone's arguing against what you're saying. I think the point is that we're, pointing out the lack of ethics in, the loss of the labor force, as well as, the plight of the consumer to have to, go into this, investment and make those decisions on whether or not to subscribe to this content or not, like because of costs. Not only that, we're also thinking of like the sustainability of being able to continue to invest in these high budget productions on streaming while also demanding on the customer to pay a higher premium for that. Although they're offering different tiers to create the illusion of value and consumer.
I think those tiers are going to go away, though. I think the higher tier will go away with the dinosaurs because volume is going to. The next guy, the Gen Xer, not the Zaslav and the Igers, who's like literally
That's what I thought. What's his name was going to be, and I think he was that, but they didn't like it.
Jason Keelar. Jason Keelar.
Keelar.
Well,
Keelar.
like,
Yeah.
I just
So-
I just wanted to finish my point.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, no, you're
Damn,
you're,
I
you're
missed
not,
you.
you're not going to steamroll, this conversation. So basically, what I'm trying to, get at is that, yeah, your points are very, much obvious, like, but we're trying to kind of dig into how is it that we're seeing like this exponential growth in the amount of content being available on different premium streaming services, and how is that going to continue to be justified as far as like the perception of return on value, whether it be through subscriptions, recurring revenue, or just like the studio burning money with the anticipation of lifetime value coming in. So I think that's more or less like the underneath the surface of just being pissed about the lack of ethics, and why are films costing so much?
Can I take a stab at that?
Sure.
Oh, well, the efficacy, like I said, is because you have the old way of doing Hollywood and the old way of equating profitability and sustainability. As these dinosaurs go away, the generation that has to basically been under that boot is going to see a lot more value because they know where the value. If you ask guys like Zazoff and Iger where the value of spending money in the content goes, they're still using antiquated justifications. Whereas somebody coming up in this environment, people who are of the age of people on the screen are in that minimum range, we have existed in this. So we know where the value, like if I'm watching Game of Thrones, I love Game of Thrones, and it goes off the air and you don't have anything in its place, high value, I go away. See, the new thinker is going to think that way. The old thinker is thinking, I spend this much amount of money, I should get this back. But it's like any small business. You can't look at it that way because you're not Netflix. All these other streamers that are not Netflix will have to bite the bullet and invest in that content. And that's what's going to help with their job creation and everything else. The dinosaur, I don't have a good answer for the way the dinosaur logic is handling now. Those guys have to retire and go away. But that is the ultimate. There's no way around making a massive investment in your streaming product or your studio product going out in the theaters, because that's getting recycled in. Like I said last night, there is no cutting back. You can cut back, but these guys are going to look like clowns because the consumer is going to be like, you're not making good shit anymore? Well, I'll just go ahead and click you off and no more rebill for you.
Well, there was a point made earlier about the, quality doesn't have to necessarily correlate with budget. That is something that a lot of films, even recent films, have disproven. And the reason I bring that up is that you can still have quantity of content and quality. Like those things can correlate more than just the budget that's put into that quantity of content coming out. And there can still be value in the recurring revenue coming from the premium that people are paying for these streaming services. And it doesn't have to go up if the production costs for all of this content being produced is sustainable. Like to Dave's point with Rebel Moon having, and I don't want to say they're being thrifty necessarily, but it was produced in like an economical way that is sustainable to be able to continue to grow that universe and continue to finance it. So I think there is possibility for that to be replicated in other projects.
Yeah.
I can agree with
for
that.
Netflix, yeah. For HBO Max, no, because they don't have enough volume of content to fall back on. They don't have enough to keep me there already. See, that's what I mean by having to make the inflated investment, because they're playing catch up to the king. Netflix with Rebel Moon has a bunch of other stuff that's already there that even without Rebel Moon, after I'm done with Rebel Moon, I got tons of stuff to go to. That's not the case with these other ones that are literally light years behind them.
Well, to your point, though, a lot of these other streaming platforms have either acquired or partnered with other studios that have a large library of legacy content that is not accessible on Netflix. And the reason I bring that up is because that in itself is producing lifetime value over the Netflix films that have this huge burst of, an audience, and then they completely, phase out, whether it be like, it being a movie or a show that may drop all at once. So I think that's where other streaming platforms have the edge, because they're not, putting all that, investment into these larger films and projects like Netflix is, but because they have that content that people are paying to go see that already exists, so they kind of have more of a threshold and maybe like a bigger profit margin to be able to take risk on a higher quantity of content being produced at a more sustainable price.
I agree, but they're not doing it. And when we read that article last night, I don't know if you're watching that. When we read that the Warner Brothers article, and the last 3 Warner Brothers article, everything leads back into their unwillingness to create content. Even if it's high end, low end volume of content, and that is hurting what could be their main revenue generator. Anything, I would either, you're right on both cases, but they're not doing that. They're not producing content. They're not going forward even 10 things that cost a nominal budget, or 2 big things that cost, and if they're not doing any of that, and for not as much as they should be doing for as long as they've been around, and for what their goals are. Remember, their goal is also important. That's what's dropping their damn and my stock down to $7.40-something.
I think that's why, we're seeing more partnerships with streaming platforms and bundles with other service providers that we already pay for. So we're indirectly paying for a lot of these streaming platforms on other services. I think, Chris, you mentioned that, or someone on the platform or on the panel might have mentioned that earlier. But the reason I bring that up is because there's strength in numbers. They're stronger as a group, and they are separate. And I think they're acknowledging that. And I think one of the black horses in the race is Apple Plus. I think that's what it's called. And they, have ample, resources to be able to produce high quality content.
So
and,
does Amazon.
Yeah, Amazon too.
Right. Exactly. So it's just that we don't really talk too much about that content, for whatever reason. But it is quality, like for all the folks who are in that ecosystem already who are consuming it. And then I think that's an opportunity for those larger services that are kind of left in the background but are still profitable to kind of elevate these other streaming platforms that are partnering together. And then then they could take on Netflix.
What's interesting about Netflix was just the first. I mean, it's funny because Netflix killed, they killed Blockbuster, they killed whatever, they killed everybody, when it came to their whole I mean, I remember the days of like, I don't think I ever really actually did that, because it was such a weird thing. It's like, what, you just go in and they mail you out to your rental, and that's, it was like a weird thing, and it was like, I don't think that. I never really did that. Like, I just was like, I like going to the, go into a Blockbuster or a Hollywood Video or the local video store just to be like, just go pick it out like that, as opposed to waiting for snail mail or whatever the hell. But I mean, it was smart. And then all of a sudden it just turned into a streaming thing. And then it just became the first one to do that. And now you have multiple. And so when you have somebody like Apple, of course, has Apple to back up some of the stuff. So when they put out stuff, they're all about like, oh, Jesus Christ, we're going to put out quality stuff. That's why people rave about their series and their and even their movies. It's like, and they could fund some of that because they could back it up. Amazon took the approach of like, we're going to be kind of like the Blockbuster Video of the streaming service, because when you can't find a movie or a series, you could find it on Amazon, but you have to pay for it, kind of thing. It's like, no matter what it is, it's like, if you want a certain movie or even a series, you could find it mostly. If you can't find it really anywhere that's, you already have a streaming service, you could find it on Amazon, but you're going to have to pay for it. So they were smart to do that, where you can just pay for the movie, you can rent it and have it for 48 hours, just like a digital video store, but of course they also have their own content, and then of course they just have Amazon to back it up. It's just like it's like a whole different beast. So when it comes to like Max, when it comes to Disney Plus, and Hulu and all this, but Hulu is also, now they're backed up by Disney, but it's like they're trying to play catch up when it comes to all this. And I love what I like about Max is that Turner Classic Movies fucking library. They have a great library where you could just go and find old movies that are like, holy shit, I haven't seen this since I was fucking 6 years old. And you could find stuff like that like on there. And I wish that they would actually push that a little bit more. It's like, we have a great library. We're Warner Brothers. We have Warner Brothers library like right here, guys. Look at this. I don't know if they'll ever do that, but I mean, I'll sometimes when I'm like, I don't know what I want to watch right now. I'm sitting here, I'm like, I don't want to watch it. I'll go in that Turner Classic Movies section. And I'll be like, oh shit, I haven't seen this movie since, forever. And I'll put it on and it's great. And that's the edge that Max would have on the competition is their library, but they don't promote that, of course.
Now the next owners will be better though. Better
That's
PR.
the hope.
When Sassy Pants gets out of there, huh?
Yeah, you mean the same guy who tried to gut Turner Classic Movies? Yeah.
Oh, fuck that shit.
Like
dude.
I
I
said,
still
a Gen
can't
Xer-
believe, like, this might be old news, but I still can't believe they changed the name of the app to Max in the first place.
Oh,
Yeah,
Who's
HBO.
whose
Yeah,
freaking
that
idea
was-
was
You know
That
what's
was
so
the
funny?
dumbest branding decision they could have
You know
ever
what's so
made.
funny? Because later this month, Europe is about to get Max because it's own countries in Europe. HBO Max is still a thing, so they're getting Max. And some friends of mine, like who are across Europe, and they're like, "Why the fuck are they dropping HBO? HBO is way cooler than Max."
Home
Yeah, it's just
box
like-
office. Literally, it's in
50
the
years.
acronym of home box office. That was the whole acronym was. And I remember, I mean, Jesus Christ, I grew up. We always had HBO. We always had HBO. And I remember, oh man, Saturday night
Yep.
at 8:00.
That opening,
I'm
remember that
home.
opening with the whole
Oh,
city?
yeah.
Yes. I'm home. I'm like, oh, dude, a movie I didn't get to see in the movie theaters. It's now premiering on HBO at 8:00. I am here. I'm seeing the whole. I'm like, fucking. I remember watching so many movies I didn't get to catch in the movie
Fuck,
theater.
my parents did me dirty in that because we didn't get to have HBO when we grew up. So I'm
Oh,
like, fuck.
it was so great, man. It was so great till just like 8:00. Like if I was, it was appointment viewing because it was like, okay, I didn't get to see even if I saw a movie if I saw a movie I liked, I'm like, oh, it's premiering on HBO. It was always 8:00 on HBO that's premiering. And I was like,
Was Sundays always for TV?
Well, as far as their big shows,
This
are going
was
all
Saturday.
Yeah,
over
they're
Sopranos.
they're
Yeah. Like the big shows. Yeah, like
Yeah.
They're big shows.
Sunday
And
night
that's
was
another
always-
standard. That's another standard that they made. They created with 6 Feet Under, Sopranos, Game
yeah.
of Thrones.
The
Sunday
Wire.
night.
HBO is synonymous with that. And you know what? The new owners, if you're watching Film Junkie right now, please put HBO back into there. That's first day. First day in the job. When you change your name on
home
the
box office. It's
HBO.
I mean,
right there.
again, that's the first rule of like any kind of business is that by brand recognition at that point. You
Yes.
go anywhere, everyone knows you say HBO. Oh, you know what you're getting. You know exactly what you're getting.
It's like, I guarantee you, I can tell you what happened there, though. It's like somebody came in, it's like, HBO Max. It's a little too long of a name. We need to cut it down. Someone's like, we can keep HBO. No, that's stupid. Max. Yes. No, it's like,
No, what
get
they
this man a
actually
Mercedes.
that same
Maximum
guy
effort.
Dawson, the guy who proposed that or woman, you never know, and watched The Social Network and saw that scene
Oh.
with
Oh,
Sean
no.
Phillips.
Drop the
and
the.
just-
Drop
Drop
the.
drop the HBO and just say Max.
It's
Got
all
it. Give him a raise. Give that person a raise.
It's all Justin Timberlake's fault.
It is.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
I had high hopes. Like I said, he's still infinitely better than the previous. Like I would rather eat dog shit than go back to the previous regime before this ass-off regime. But man, I can't. I have in my lifetime, I've never seen a CEO just make as many missteps as he's made. And then when I realized what the goal was, now I understand because this is not
Selling it for parts.
No, he's
selling
trying
it
to
for
flip
parts.
the. He's trying to flip the house,
Mhm.
and
You know,
and for the
it's
most
like-
part, he might be doing some things good when it comes to certain things and deals he made. For instance, this whole bundling thing that we've been talking about. I'm sure that's part of it, but at the same time, it's like, the debt that was caused by the previous regime is so freaking. It's so much in the hole. It's like, it's almost like he's just. Yeah, he's trying everything possible, and he essentially created himself as a villain now with all the decisions that he's made. But at the same time, it's like I could sit there and go, I can understand it, but at the same time, it's like there's also in the age of social media and instant information, you have to take into account of that too. And this is where what William says, the whole dinosaur aspect comes into play, because they don't know this aspect of it. So now, remember when Zaslav took over, we're like, hey, he might, be like, save this whole thing. And
nobody thought that.
Zaslav the magician. He made a bunch of shit
did.
disappear.
Oh, some people did. Yeah.
It's true.
I mean, it turned into when we're seeing like business decisions just like being written off and stuff like that, it's like, whoa, they can actually do that. But at the same time, like, how many times has this been done before, but we just didn't know about it, Right.
Yeah.
When they just like canceled movies and they wrote it off as a tax write-off, we just did not hear about it.
Or they just told fans all the time that, it's still happening, so they can let them down slowly.
Well, it's a code word. When people get excited, it's in development, that means it's happening. No, that's not what in development means. That just means like they've talked about it, and like you said, it can just
It's like the dog
never happen.
Grandma type of lie.
Yeah, being in development and then there's being in active development. There's a big difference between the two.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have that.
And then there's a big difference to it. We're actually really happening.
True.
Yeah.
Very true.
Well, I have a quick question, I guess, like for the panel, and it's like in regards to, like, let's say a good example is the new Batman animated series that's premiering on Amazon. Looks great.
Crusader, hell yeah.
Yeah, the reason I bring up that example is because, and there's other examples, but this one is like, the most obvious. But what is the intention of licensing out all these different projects if it's basically throwing just like a penny into a wishing well, basically, and hoping that it helps, if that makes sense? Like, what's the point if it's not going to move the needle?
It takes it off their liability sheet.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those things where it's like, okay, we're not going to fund this portion of it, where we have to like put it on our service. Now we have somebody else that's paying us for the product, and they put it on theirs. So then they're looking at it when it comes to like I don't know like the details, but I to me it's just like, all right, we already paid to produce this thing. We don't want to pay to put it out there. Somebody else is going to pay us to put it out on their thing. That saves us money. We start getting some of that money back. So I think that's what's the case. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Because some of those people get paid, as it sits on their streaming service.
I'm just
it's just,
I'm just so happy that it's actually happening, because there was a little worry because this thing's been in development for like over 2 years, probably longer. Has it been longer?
It got announced
2019.
2019? I thought it was the pandemic. I thought it was announced in 2020.
Oh my god!
It was somewhere close to there.
Yeah, because I thought they announced it and My Adventures with Superman like the same day. I think DC Fandom 2020.
Is that
yeah?
So, a lot of us were kind of worried that are like, oh geez, is this thing gonna happen? And then thankfully today we saw images and they're like August 1st, and it was like
every episode.
Every episode.
Yeah.
Every episode, and I'm gonna be there day fucking one.
Oh, me too. Can't wait. More Batman. Sign me up.
Yeah, I mean anything Batman, especially animated, and especially how these guys who did the animated series are talking about it. It's more animated series.
They announced
more noir.
May 19th.
It looks like Detective Comics. That's what it looks like.
Oh yeah.
They announced it on May 19th, 2021.
Damn. So it's been
3 years.
8 days from now. It's been free. Yeah, 8 days from now.
Wow. I know, and a lot of people were worried. I kept on. I would get questions like during my streams and stuff. They're like, I think it's or is it going to be canceled? And I'm like, nope.
It's like, is this another Green Lantern project, basically?
I have hopes, but now we have an actual fucking date. We actually had J.J. Abrams tweeted out too. It was like, whoa.
I think the reason
that's cute that you think that J.J. Abrams himself did it, not his personal assistant.
I think it's.
Well, whatever. As long as it was J.J. Abrams, when Joe Biden tweets, it's not him. He doesn't know how to work a phone. Anyway.
He doesn't know how to work live.
Yeah. What were you gonna say, Rhea?
Sorry, I think I cut off Phil. What were you about to say?
I was just going to say, I think the reason why it took so long to develop is probably because they developed the first 2 seasons back to back, and they're finally releasing the first
There's
season.
a lot of episodes. Yeah. Could be right.
That's my guess.
We're gonna get a lot of fucking
because that's kind of how they did it with Harley Quinn. You know, they developed season 1 and season 2, and they came out relatively quickly, and then it took a while for season 3 and season 4 to come out. So that's kind of my guess why it took this long.
It's a good point.
And look at the pedigree of the writing team led by Brubaker, and you got Rucka coming on there. So I mean, you've got the quality people who have had experience writing this in the comics as well with success.
Yeah, and even to William's point, like it is straight up Detective Comics Golden Age. Yeah. It's Golden Age Clayface, Golden Age Catwoman, Golden Age Batman. I love what they did with Harley Quinn. She looks fucking sinister, and I can't wait to see what she does. And apparently she's Bruce Wayne's therapist in this.
Yeah.
My God.
They also said it's going to be like a reverse of what Harley has been.
Yep.
Which is going to be fascinating to see.
You have to enjoy those little subtle changes. You have to change. You have to tweak things. And I know some of the purists out there are like, "Oh, you can't do that. How dare you?" But it's like,
watch Batman.
Okay, I'm sorry. What do I have behind me? How many different iterations of Batman, Catwoman over the years have we had?
They're not real, Christopher. They're not real.
Just wait. It's like if you don't evolve the characters,
you're right. Amazon took it away from me because I downloaded it.
If this is tried and true 1940s Batman, he very well could kill. I'm gonna laugh if that happens.
Oh man, I hope he does.
I'm gonna laugh my ass off.
Not just kill, wielding a gun and killing.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, there we go. We're going Grim Knight on him.
He's gonna throw some pearls at them and be like, "Now you see how you like it."
I hope it's like one of the early Detective Comics where he like the criminal falls into a vat of acid or something and dies.
Number one, this one right here.
Hey,
this one.
Yeah,
this one.
Now, can he also do like a David Caruso kind of line
wait,
you know, and like go CSI Miami?
He had it coming to him.
Wait. Oh my God! He doesn't take off his glasses. He puts them on, right?
He rips off the acid.
He's always like the first issue. He's always like, this body has been cold since December. Yeah.
wonderful read, William. You have issue 1.
This is not real. This is not
a simile.
It's a facsimile. It would not be.
I was about to say. I was like, that's gotta be a reprint.
He would not be holding it with the oils in his hands.
Who has the original? I'm just curious.
Not too many people.
Just like this is in the first appearance of Green Lantern, but it looks like it.
Yeah, it's a reprint.
It's a reprint.
You reprint. Yeah. I have a reprint of Action Comics.
Same thing up there.
Yeah, I've got
like multiple comments too. Are people saying like, "Oh, is that a real one?" It's like if it were a real one, I'd have a much bigger studio than this.
Dude,
I'd have this whole building as my store.
Yeah, exactly.
I would. Oh, man.
I guess going back to my point about bringing up the new Batman animated series, Cape Crusader. Sorry. So it's a big event. Like it sounds like it's a big event project for a lot of legacy fans like y'all, and like maybe even like casual fans like me who are still learning about the IPs. So my point is, William, I think you mentioned this in the past or like recent past, where there's nothing drawing folks to stay on the app like these event projects. So I guess I'm still a little confused about second point. Why are you taking traffic away from your app by licensing it and helping another app when it's not even going to make a difference and move the needle in the debt that you have?
Here's going to be the answer, and I know I'm going to get piled on by everybody in your chat and everybody.
You're good.
It doesn't draw. Animation hasn't been a draw for Warner Brothers since 1991. It has not been. Now, what animation for Warner Brothers is an obligation. It has been part of their standard. It is like if the Big Mac didn't make you any money, but you're known for the Big Mac, you kind of have to keep it type of thing. But when it comes to what draws for them versus liability versus production costs, it hasn't been worth it for over a quarter of a century. If you notice in the cartoon shows and things that have gone away, the ad revenue wasn't there. And that's what determined the circulation for a lot of these things. Now you have a streaming dynamic where there's many more levels of people that got to get paid. It's just not worth it. And the one thing I did agree with when he did come off, and Zazoff said the quiet part out loud. he said something that a lot of CEOs and things didn't want to, but he just looked at the math of Warner Brothers Animation, and it just hasn't been there. They should have always been licensing their stuff out. None of their stuff has the viewership that a lot of people. And if you look at the ratings, when we were buying ad space for back in the day when Warner Brothers had cartoons on TV, the cheapest, dirt cheap, nearly free ad space you could buy was always going to be those because the viewership was low. And it just hasn't been the draw that a lot of people think that it has been for them, and it's finally caught up with them. That's why licensing stuff out, like I'm glad the Caped Crusader, because it looks awesome. But anything Warner Brothers animated, the liability should go to another company. Get paid to have that stuff on your ledger. Don't lose money on it like they've been losing for like a generation now. So it's sad, but that's literally why. And they even admitted that. They've even admitted that years ago when they used to do their little television show, when the stock was worth something, even in AOL days, they would say, "Hey, we don't our slimmest profit margin is going to be on animation. We actually lose money on animation, but we have to keep it because it's the expectation of Warner Brothers, Bugs Bunny, all this stuff." But once again, expectation versus liability and money in 2024, it just ain't there with them, and it hasn't been for a long time.
You know? So weird how that is too. I don't. It doesn't make sense to me. But we have to talk about a certain thing. Obviously,
what certain thing is that?
Oh, I don't know. Certain thing that happened this week.
Could it be the thing that might be on Chris's T-shirt? Something super.
And Andy's head.
What is that?
Oh, yeah.
I have opinions.
Ooh, all right. Curious to get everybody's response to this. I mean, obviously, we all have our responses. You guys have heard my response where I was like, okay, so and I'll say it again. I don't hate it, but it's very underwhelming, and I'm kind of wondering the choice because it just. The background, obviously the background is a topic of conversation, which I'm like, yeah, that's cool. That's a topic, but it just looks ridiculous, to be honest. The suit now, this to reveal the suit like this, I was like, okay, I can respect that they did it like this because it's like it's not your traditional suit reveal, and I'm like, okay. I can respect that, but then at the same time, I'm going like, all right. I like certain aspects of it, but at the same time, I'm like, oh man, I don't know if I like this full design right here. I do like the fact that it's like the suit is been through some battle damage. Cool. I do respect the fact that when everybody was hoping for like bright optimism, hope, and all this stuff. And we have a somber Superman that is just like, oh, fuck, I got to do this again. And I'm like, okay, because everybody was thinking like James Gunn was going to be like, oh, it's going to be bright. It's going to be like Donner Superman. No,
it's going to be
he's kind of showing us.
And in what way did he ever say that?
He never did.
Insane.
You have a good point. Good point.
He hasn't said anything like that. Everyone keeps on making their own story.
People were making their own story that he was going to make this, bright, like Donner Superman. And then here he goes with this. So I can respect that. And the fact that he took new 52 elements with the collar. Mm-hmm. And I like the logo. But yeah, I will say I was like, wow, that's a choice to make it where it's like, oh yeah, I'm just going to show the suit where it's like it's not skin tight. We got, of course, the chonies, the Superman chonies that are in there. We could see them, and it was like that was a choice too because they knew. But then another thing, I was like, oh yeah, it looks like the cape is actually pretty long. It's not going to be a short cape. I don't know if anybody knows that. I do like the boots. I'm not gonna lie, even though they give me some Captain Marvel vibes.
What's wrong with that?
Those boots were made for walking, not flying.
I'm not saying her costume was totally bad. The movie was bad, but her costume was okay. But I'm just saying, like, I was like, when I thought about it more, I was like, yeah, Captain Marvel a little bit. Okay. But I do like the boots. But but yeah. So let's go around the horn here and how are we feeling here? Andy, let's go with you first.
No, you know what? I want to go last. I think Ray should start because he's always
all right. Ladies first. Ladies first. I was.
I got you.
I wanted to go last.
God damn the both of you. I wanted to go last.
So polite, everyone on this show. Who said this show's a bunch of mean-spirited Snyder
Well, I
fans?
went
Come on.
first, obviously, but you know, come on, guys, come on. Let's talk.
Yeah, I was thinking about this all week, and I know I am just very biased, and it is clouding my judgment on the suit. I've been making a lot of excuses for it.
Okay.
And finding ways to.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, I'm acknowledging that, like, yeah, I can see positives, but I'm also acknowledging that I'm making excuses for it underneath that. So as much as I'm, excited to see this movie, and I'm like, interested to understand the intention around why this first look was presented in this specific way. I can't say I was particularly impressed, although I do like the composition of what we're seeing. I don't know what the intention is, though, so it kind of left me a little confused and wanting to know more, but it is not really giving me enough to create a solid narrative in my head. But maybe that is the intention. Like,
you need more context, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I've expressed too. Is like, okay, yeah, I when it comes to everything that's happening here, I'm like, all right, there's a lot of meaning here, and there's meaning that James Gunn and crew wanted to express, and I'm like, yeah, okay, there is more here. Now, am I fully impressed by this? Because I was expecting something a little bit more. Yeah, I wish it wasn't this, but at the same time, I respect that it's not what I was expecting, if that makes any sense, So, all right, so we got Rhea. Who's going next? Chris, you go next.
So I will be honest. The first time I saw this, it wasn't on any of the the first tweets that came across my feed weren't the kind of official ones. So when I first saw it, I thought it was another fan made thing.
So did I.
It just because I'd seen so many. I'm always impressed with people's kind of expectations and stuff like that. So interpretation. So that's when I first saw it. Then it was put in our network feed. I was like, oh, this is real. Okay, well, wasn't expecting it to be like that. I was expecting some sort of action shot, and it was what we got here. So in regards to the costume itself, I'm not gonna knock it for oh, it's all wrinkled. That's he's sitting down. That's what clothes do. That's what it's.
That's what
and
clothes do.
yeah, that's what clothes do sometimes. Even costumes.
Yeah.
So I'm always looking for what they're trying to do differently, because I don't need to see everything be Christopher Reeve. I don't need to see everything be like that. So exactly. Do I like the little tips of the hat to what we are getting from either previous movie eras and comics era? Yes, I do. What I'm going to be saying what I say a lot of times, and I said, you have me intrigued. Show me it in action. Show me it in there, and I will give a final judgment there. Was it what I expecting? No. Am I excited for it? Saying, yes, this is what I was expecting? No, but that doesn't mean I'm disappointed in it. It just said, I need more information. I need more details. Show me it a little more action. I'm not talking about set photos, because that's not going to give me the full picture. Give me kind of you said, Dave, and others saying how we saw the first look of Henry Cavill, that kind of action shot, kind of seeing it, kind of him standing up. Now, do I understand what he may be trying to do with this, with him sitting down and just, I've enjoyed the memes, but it's just okay, he's sitting down, putting on his boots. He's getting ready to go. He's, it's not like he's, trying to send anything at that point. But why did James Gunn put this out? Well, he's with everything, trying to start a conversation. He's trying to do something in the sense of having people either express doubt and things like that. The people who are going to hate this, we're going to hate this to begin with. The people who are giving it a chance are giving it a chance. This isn't going to move the needle for anyone in the general audience, because we know the general audience really isn't paying attention to much of this right now,
Mhm.
So I need more information. I'm okay. I can't say I'm on one side or another. I just said I need more information.
No, that's good. That's nicely put. I mean, that's the thing. It's like one of the things that when I first saw the image, I went, "What the fuck is that real?" And then I was like, "Oh, post." And then I started looking at it. I'm like, "Huh, interesting." And I was like, and I went, But as I looked at it more, and even after like doing my show about it and even talking about it, and I'm like, yeah, it's underwhelming because I was expecting something different. I don't know what's going on in the background. The background. It's just like, okay. But at the same time, I'm like,
well,
I need context. I definitely need context. And the main thing that the takeaway is, I think Corn Sweat's going to be an excellent Superman. And what I can respect and what I kept on like when I had, obviously being somebody in the Snyder community and the fandom and kind of a voice, in the past few years, is when I get people like that push back, and I'm like, I would have thought you would appreciate it because, you were thinking that it was going to be something like bright and optimistic and oh my God. But we get this like
I already got that.
Superman that is not smiling. He's not smiling. He's not smiling. Remember that whole thing?
You know what that means? He's not smiling the entire movie. That's
exactly.
like there's one thing he's going to be. But one
so
thing like
I will get my face app and I will fix this right now.
But
I will fix this.
I've already seen people that put a smile on him.
Yeah. In one of my friends who was asking me like what was my opinion on it, I said I see the New 52 references. New 52 Superman is probably one of my least favorite costumes just because of it looks like armor, and my problem is Superman doesn't need armor.
Yeah.
so that's my biggest knock against New 52 armor at that point. But I did like kind of this color scheme of it, what it was trying to go for. But the armor aspect's like, nah, sorry, that's low on my list.
Yeah. So it's like, but at the same time, it's like we have a Superman that has been through a battle and has been through something. I mean, not even his hair is perfect. Nothing is like perfect here. He is like going, oh, fuck. And I'm just kind of going like, okay. When everybody was expecting James Gunn to bring this like bright and, like, oh yeah, Donner Superman, he brings out this and I go, oh, this was not what people were expecting. And then when I'm like, when I was talking to, people about this, I'm like, I would have thought that like people, because I respect.
There you go. I fixed that.
There it is. Yes.
That's like something out of my nightmare,
terrifying.
Andy.
No.
Oh man.
But
what you call nightmare, I call extreme.
But at the same time,
okay,
I'm like, I'm thinking that it was that there was going to be something like bright and just be like, oh, we're going to see him like standing like this, or he's going to be like flying or something like that. And we get this, and that's where I go, all right, respect. Even though I'm not liking everything that's happening in this image, I do have the level of respect of like, wow. So then I went like, oh, maybe like that's what they were like going for. But at the same time, maybe they were like shooting so far where they didn't want the superhero pose that they went a little too far. I don't know. It's such a
they're in a lose-lose situation right now.
Pretty much.
It's one of those again, and I've said it on the show, and I'll keep on saying again. Do not let your speculation become your expectation, because you will always be disappointed with this.
True
that's a good
that.
point.
And before you say that, we got somebody that's going to be joining right now.
Old Ben.
Hey, join in right now.
I'll be nice. I promise.
Don't be Ben. Don't be. Let it all out.
No, don't be nice, Ben. I like mean Ben.
Be nice and rough.
No, I'll be nice.
Well, we're just going around the horn right now. We'll get to you, Ben, but thank you for joining right now. We're just getting right. I mean, you joined right at the almost like you timed that perfectly. We're like,
actually, we were watching a movie. My wife went upstairs. I was like, okay, it's my time.
Dude, you joined at the right point because we just started like really just like 5-6 minutes ago talking about the Superman costume. So, but let's go around the horn a little bit. Thank you, Ben, for joining. But let's get so we got Chris. Andy, we haven't really fully got to.
No, I think William should go next.
Okay, William. Okay, so you're not ready yet. Okay, William. All right, we'll go next.
It covers one base. One of the most important bases whenever you're adapting an IP, unlike the Crow, your IP should be instantly recognizable as what it is. And even though I don't like the costume very much, I recognize that's Superman. That's easy.
Yeah.
So that's the most important thing. It incorporates my two least favorite designs. One of them is Injustice, and the other one is the New 52. With the exception of the New 52 got rid of the trunks, which I think are ridiculous. But none of that's a deal breaker for me. I don't like the way his collar, and I don't like the way the cape is because it narrows his shoulders instead of what a big guy should immaculate, which is broadening his shoulders. I don't like the armor symbol because that Superman, like you were saying before, is the armor. The sculptured physique of Superman, even if you have something like a composite suit, should be form-fitting to what the person is. I was never on board with the S. That S is for personal reasons. It's one of the most epic stories ever told, and I only want to see that S on that story. But that's a personal thing. But none of this breaks the mold for me as far as whether I would see it or not, because I kind of, without save for the trunks, I like Brandon Routh's uniform, but the movie sucked. And I connected with Polka Dot Man, which is a ridiculous, right up to the point where he died. I connected with that character, and that's probably one of the most ridiculous characters ever already been put on the screen. So I'm going to have to be able to connect on it on a whole bunch of different ways before the costume means anything to me. But the biggest problem they have, and they continue to have with the DCU, is presentation. They just don't seem connected to how that awe factor. If this has been presented properly, you probably wouldn't even be having but 25 of these negative comments about it would probably go away just from the off factor of it. But they don't have that down yet.
Branding.
So yeah, they don't have the branding down, and they don't have the communication.
So question: if James Gunn did a version like what Matt Reeves did to reveal the Batman costume, do you think like a video where he just kind of steps in the frame in like and then you hear like a score version? Do you think that would have won over people a little bit more?
Absolutely.
On the Knicks game. On the Knicks game, why millions and millions of people are watching on the largest market in the world or in America.
Oh wow. So you're saying they should have revealed it during the playoffs?
Social media is the largest market.
Yeah, everywhere, all at once. Not just one place over the other.
But we got to realize, we got to realize that Warner Brothers does not have the money they once had.
They own the networks. They don't need to pay anything. It's free.
True.
That's why social media makes more sense than putting it on the Knicks game.
Oh no, everywhere.
But I mean, like, I don't get when you say everywhere. Social media is everywhere. Who the fuck doesn't have the internet?
Listen, you don't go one over the other. You do them all.
No, I get that, but who doesn't have the internet? Who doesn't have YouTube? Who doesn't have Instagram? Do you know
a lot of people
doesn't have those things?
A lot of people are not listening and living on there like we are.
Now, I'm not saying that they're living on. I'm saying who doesn't have that.
That is undisputed. Sports is king.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying who doesn't have the internet.
I'm not saying don't put it on the internet.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the internet is everywhere. So that's what. That doesn't make any difference.
But even no matter what, it does. It doesn't make sense to you, but it makes sense. But even no matter where you put it, that presentation wasn't good no matter what platform.
No, it was. And I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I'm saying that the internet thing is
if you own weird. Companies like they own and you have the leverage that they've had, the way they communicate is just like they're using candles instead of flipping on the light switch sometimes. But
you know what? I mean, like something where you actually had like him actually doing this, like putting on his costume, you see the boots, you see like close-ups, and then all of a sudden it's, I don't know, it's something.
Stand up.
And then he stands up. Yeah, he stands up, and then it's just like, and then all of a sudden he just like fucking, they could have done something like that. Yeah. It is interesting because like I said, this is just, it almost feels like they just went like a very cheap route when it came to this. And I'm curious to see what the next image is going to be, because I think the next image, they're especially after a response to this one, they're going to be like, oh shit, we got to make this one look good for sure. But at the same time, it's like maybe they're laughing like, and they thought this is, I don't know, who knows, but we're still going around the horn. Dawson, your initial thoughts when you saw this?
So I'm going to have to completely disagree on the opinions of the New 52 suit for Superman.
Thank you.
That's actually one of my favorite Superman suits of all time.
I like it. I respect it.
I'll just say this about it. I hear a complaint always of Superman doesn't need armor. You're right. He doesn't. It's Kryptonian armor. It's
Thank
Kryptonian
you.
like military garb. And that's how I see it.
get
Anyway,
Dawson.
I just wanted to put that out there.
No,
Make
you're
sure I
not
can
wrong.
vent.
I respect it.
Anyway, so with this, so I actually really do appreciate, and I think it was very ballsy for them to go with the New 52 sort of design with this. I've always loved the Kingdom Come symbol. I think it works okay together with this suit. I mean, I actually saw a little clip that you put out, Dave, where you suggested, or someone had suggested, that maybe there's going to be multiple suits in this movie, which I think would be very possible. I mean, considering the fact that it was originally called Superman Legacy, we might get multiple different iterations of the suit, kind of paying homage to different eras. That's definitely possible. I will agree with pretty much everyone that the presentation of this image is piss poor. I mean, it's like, for me, again, we've looked at all these different first looks at Superman suits. This one looks like the photograph was taken on a soundstage, and that's not a good thing. It's like you can have photos taken on a soundstage and edit it really well, and to where you don't really see the soundstage elements of it. But this one, it looks like it was taken on a soundstage with a little edited background, and that's just not good. Also, you really just kind of hide a lot of the suit, which is really unfortunate because, again, it's a first look, and you're going to get a lot of negative reactions because, nerds on either sides are going to get pissed off about something. But again, I think the way they approached this photo was very, very dumb, because first impressions are very important. Like Dave, you expressed how vital this movie is to the success of DC movies moving forward, especially in the financial situation that Warner Brothers is right now, or Warner Bros. Discovery, rather. And so first impressions are very important. And this one did not get a very good first impression. So kind of like what everyone's saying, the next thing they put out about this suit needs to be a banger, and needs to be something that's like, okay, well, you guys kind of misjudged this first photo. Here's what it's actually going to look like. Here's the look of it. Because another criticism that I've seen a lot, which I don't necessarily agree with, but one that I've been seeing thrown around, is they MCUified the suit, adding a lot of lines to it, which some of those who are saying that don't really understand. There's, the New 52 suit, the Rebirth suit, they have lines on it. It's like, that's a thing for Superman in certain comics. But again, I think presentation wise, I'd give it like a D- at best. Suit wise, I have no real problems with it right now. I just need to see more of it, kind of like what you guys said, in action. How does it look when he moves? Because like, I can't remember who said it first, but like it folding under his arms, I have no problem with that. Like you guys said, that's how clothes work. It folds. That's what's going to happen. Would I like to see it be more snug to his body and his physique? Absolutely. I mean, like you guys said, it's Superman. You want to see the muscles that he's put on, especially since he's a bigger guy. Everybody's made a whole big deal that he's the tallest actor to play Superman, standing at 6'6". So you want to show off that physique, show off that impressive physical growth that this actor's gone through to play this role. And they just didn't do that with this first image. So again, you got to try again next time.
Understandable. Yeah, for sure. Like, and that was another thing that was like, talked about. And I always like fucking with people in my mentions, dudes in my mentions that like when I was like asking, I was like, hey, what improves this? And of course you get the people like, what improves this? Henry Cavill. I'm like, that's not what I asked. I get it. Like, I love Henry Cavill too, but can you fucking get over it? Like this is not it. And then we even like, when it came to, when they showed the physique of Corn Sweat, it's like, whoa, look at that. Yeah, he, and then his
put on some muscle.
He gained like 40 pounds, and then he's gonna lean down. And we got to remember too, like that shot of him like flexing, that's him in a pump also.
Yeah,
he's not gonna look like that in normally. I mean, he was like, he probably just went through like an hour-long session where he was blowing up his biceps. That's why it was like full on pump that was happening. But he's a big dude. Yeah, but he's a big dude, and and I was, I love that when I pushed back, because I had the same reaction when it came to Pattinson, when people were like, oh yeah, he looks scrawny and blah blah blah, it's all about Batfleck. I'm like, well, that was a different kind of Batman. I'm like, what's wrong with the Batman that's more lean and I'm like, why and I made fun of, like, why are we like making, why are we judging another dude's physique? I mean, like, what are we doing? I mean, I work out, I get it, like, and I get like what they have to put themselves through, and I get what, like, okay, so when it came to Pattinson, Matt Reeves didn't want this big, huge, brooding Batman. He wanted a more lean kind of Batman. That's what he got. And Pattinson, you know, he already had like this kind of physique, and he probably didn't have to do like, yeah, of course he worked out incredibly and got into a good amount of shape to take on the role, but it wasn't like to the point where he needed to just, you know, just totally just lift weights like crazy. He was just a more lean, but when it came to Corn Sweat, yeah, he had to pack on the fucking pounds for sure. And then when people were like saying like, oh yeah, it's like Cavill, I'm like, yeah, but Corn Sweat's bigger. And
the funny thing is that when they cast Corn Sweat, he was slim, and the argument was, oh well, he's mini. You know, he's too skinny. He's mini Henry Cavill.
Always like that. Yeah.
Now he's bigger. Oh, he's too big. Like, what the fuck do you want?
Too big?
Well, here's the thing too. You mentioned
people are arguing that. I was like, what
never
the fuck
anything wrong with being too big. That's all I'm gonna say.
No, that's
exactly.
You mentioned the Pattinson suit.
I heard
one thing that really benefited Pattinson's suit reveal was people went into understanding it was going to be a younger Batman. I think that really gave you a lot more leeway. Like the suit's a little more pieced together. It's a younger Batman. Makes sense. He's a little bit smaller. Younger Batman. Makes sense. It would really help the audience if people really understood where the Superman was. I can't remember if these like even stated how far along the Superman is.
Not long at all. It's supposed to be like a 2 or 3 year fucking Superman as well. Yeah.
That's not something they've really like harped on in their promotion of this. So that would be something that I think if they were to lean on that, say this is a younger Superman, maybe people would give it more leeway. But then again, people won't pay attention. They'll come to their own conclusions anyways. But I don't know.
I think I agree with everybody that James Gunn missed the mark as far as the reveal. I thought it was piss poor, and they could have done something better. And like you said, it could have been something similar to Matt Reeves, even the Joker when they did the camera test. But I noticed that and I did a video about this, so you're probably going to see it later on. Sometime there was this week. It is different, and it needed to be different from its predecessor, right? Yeah. So one of the things that we've seen Christopher Reeve being and Brandon Routh also being hopeful and optimistic Superman. And we've seen Henry Cavill being the powerful Superman. So he needed to be different. He needed to be the human, or emphasize that the human side of Clark Kent, not just Superman. So that showed him sitting down just like a human being, putting his boots on and getting ready to go to work.
I think that would have worked better if it weren't for the beam in the background, probably.
Yeah. I agree, because that's to this point
that I saw where he was like in front of the Ken.
The Ken farm. That was like
a
perfect.
Perfect setting for just kind of going. All right, I got to put on my costume. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. That was done by my buddy Julian Bell, by the way.
Yeah, Julian Bell, excellent job. Yeah, and I wanted to bring up this art right here because, you know, I love when people, you know, put out art and they're like, okay, let's show this. This is from Job Hutz right there. So he kind of like did that. I am not excited about this.
The chonies, no.
because you know, I mean, if we're gonna do chonies, I'm like, well, make them more like you know, Speedo like, I guess.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's not so much that, so I'm like, you know, they're more like booty shorts. But I like the upper half a lot. Like this right here, all this works for me. The lines, the cape, the collar, I'm all about it. The logo looks great. Looks absolutely great. Yeah. You know. But yeah, the chonies, I'm like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, I don't like those.
It's hard to pull off.
Yeah.
It's really hard to pull off. And I get what he was trying to do. He's like, okay,
All-star,
maybe it'll do it like, you know, like that, where it's more boxer brief type. And I'm like, I don't like it. I just don't like that. I mean, I get it. There's like the belt and the loops and stuff like that. Cool. But I'm like, I'm not feeling that part, but I'm totally feeling all this other part. I'm like, yeah, that looks good. That looks good to me.
I think just like the suit, the chonies are gonna look way different from what we think.
Hopefully,
yeah. And the thing is, like, this is cyclical. Like, we always are, not us. Well, everybody does. They argue about, you know, the first reveal. We did it with Shazam, with the first Shazam, the second Shazam, when the Flash, when they revealed the Shazam suit, the Flash. Also, even when Henry Cavill came out, remember? Oh, it's not saturated. It's not saturated enough. What the
Oh yeah,
hell
there
is-
was pushback on that too.
Yes,
Way
so-
back then. Even
so
way
this
back
is
then. Before
this is not new. This is not just intrinsically designed just for James Gunn. It's just something that we do on every fucking reveal.
Yeah,
It's just that now I think fandom is just bigger or more in tune in social media as far as that.
But
This
Phil,
CBM
you've been
shit.
kind of quiet about this. I want to know your thoughts fully about this.
It's funny.
Unleash.
It's funny. When I saw this suit, I've been kind of asking myself a question, and that question is, how big of a Superman fan am I really? And I think that really does stem to, when I was first introduced to the character, it goes back to the Fleischer cartoons and the animated series, right? I love both of those very equally and very, very much. And, the first Superman film I saw in theaters was Superman Returns. And I'm like, okay, that wasn't a great experience. I've never really been ideal on the 78 movies. So, when Man of Steel rolled around, I'm not even sure I even remember seeing that image when it was dropped, but I remember seeing it in passing, and I was just very kind of entranced by it. When it comes to this one, I don't know. I mean, I kind of echo what everyone else has said. The presentation on it is absolutely poor. I mean, I'm not even going to compare it to the Man of Steel picture, because that's just like comparing Good Eddie Ma to a cheap bottle of wine. But like if you look at the other first glimpses that James Gunn has done for Guardians 1 and Guardians 2, leaps and bounds a much better first look, first photo, and presentation of what to expect from those movies respectively. I think for me, if I really wanted to nitpick it, I could. I don't care much for the spit curl. The chonies, not a fan, never have been a fan of the trunks on the outside. That's pretty outdated for a number of different reasons. I was actually quite surprised to see the cape be as long as it was, because I think Dave and I talked about it possibly being shorter, and I was actually kind of surprised to see it long. I understand Williams' personal admiration and love for the Kingdom Come suit. I do, but I also kind of understand the idea of wanting to step away from something that has been done, similarly over the last 40 years, and do something a little bit different, leave your own stamp on it. I do also think that the giant beam in the sky is just poor. It looks distractingly so bad. RJ mentioned in the chat and on your Monday show, somewhere else too, that apparently like ILM and Weta contributed to this possibly. This is like the poorest work I've seen from them in a long time. I've seen way better presentation from them and other stuff. But, I've seen David Cornsweet in like one or two things. I need to see this in action before I make any kind of hard judgmental calls, because I'm not impressed, but I'm also not over the moon. Like I don't love it. I don't hate it. I don't really care. Like I'm past the point of like getting hyped. I'm not even really all that intrigued. I just don't really care. I'm more excited to see the other people in this movie, like Rachel Brosnahan, Eddie Gathegi, Isabella Merced, Wendell Pierce. Like the supporting cast has more of my interest than the title character. And I think to some level that might be a problem, because I know a few people who do feel a little similarly in that respect. So ultimately, I guess what I'm kind of getting at is like, it's like a, okay, you did what you did, good job, but it's just like, I've seen you do better. You should do better.
I don't see that as a problem though, but because I think like when it comes to this movie as a whole, it's like people are going to get drawn to this movie for different reasons. And I think like if you're drawn to it because of supporting cast, that's a good thing as well. Like they're also, I mean, that's one of the things like when you're creating something is like, supporting cast, especially with something as important as Superman, people are going to be like looking at every little thing. And the fact that you're more excited about the supporting cast, that's actually a good thing, to be honest. Like you might not like the initial stuff over here, but if you like certain things over here, that's actually a good thing. I mean, and I actually appreciate that you said that, because you're taking it at a different approach, but again, it's also a good thing where it's like, okay, they got you with supporting cast as opposed to the initial stuff right over here. So I think it's actually a pretty good thing, to be
Well,
honest.
it kind of goes back to that same thing I posed at the beginning. Like, what kind of Superman fan am I? I mean, Chris just
Yeah.
pointed to his bookcase full of Batman stuff. I've got the same exact deal right over here with my bookcase. It's got a fuck ton of Batman books. Not so much Superman, because I've got like a handful of Superman books. I've got Earth 1, I've got The Death of Superman, and I've got quite a bit of Justice League. But then again, is it even really fair to lump Justice League in there, because it's Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Aquaman, Flash, like it's the whole gang, right? Mm-hmm. So is it really fair to lump Superman to that? Maybe, probably, I don't know. But I guess the question really, like, ever since that suit reveal, I've just been really thinking about, how deep does my love for the character of Superman really go? Like, yes, in the DC pantheon, it's always been for me, Batman and Superman right there at number 2. But just how much do I love Batman more than Superman? And really thinking about it now, it's like, a couple people on the panel brought up the fact that Robert Pattinson's reveal was a Vimeo teaser with the, early day score from Michael Giacchino. And, you got motion. There was it was also to a black and red filter, and it's like, oh, okay, and if you go back to that and then you watch the movie, it's like, yes, that completely captures what that movie ultimately became. Ask yourself, does this picture, when we see the movie, will you ask yourself, does this picture equate to what the final product is? I don't know that answer might be the same, but we don't know yet, because we haven't seen the movie. But it really just kind of, for me, I'm just like, how deep does my Superman fandom really go? And I really do feel like maybe I am a little spoiled in that I really do love what Zach was doing with the character, what he did with the character in Man of Steel and BVS respectively. And then of course the Snyder cut. And it's like, I guess for me, that's my bar. That's, I'm not saying James Gunn has to like meet
Speaking
or
of Man of Steel,
that.
I mean, this was like that first reveal. And I remember seeing this back in like 2012 or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
And just kind of going like, oh my God. And just being just like, holy shit. I mean, it's an action shot. I mean, action shot from the movie. It's not straight out of the movie. It's obviously but at the same time, it was just like, oh shit. It was like, I remember just seeing that and going, oh my God, we're finally getting the Superman. Look at this fucking modern day Superman right here. And it was like, what is happening right here in this shot? But it was a beautiful fucking shot right here.
Yeah. Still is.
And it
still is, yeah.
That scene in particular, it in some level it made it into the movie. But I also think it's important to remember, like, Zack Snyder initially worked on commercials and presentation. So when he was probably getting ready, he knew exactly what he was doing when he put out that first image.
Yep.
I don't know that I get that same feeling from James Gunn, even though I've seen him do better things with previous movies. And it's like, this really does kind of feel like a cheap rush job. And I'm like, dude, I know you can do better than this.
Sometimes artists fall in love with their own fucking product, because it could have been a situation where he saw this image and in his mind, he saw an idea and he said, oh, this is amazing. Let's put it out there. And
I suppose, yeah.
And that doesn't translate well to everybody else. Like,
not at all. No.
Yeah.
Now, at what point does Warner Brothers and their PR department, or do they take that and let him be the director and say, okay, this is what'll work with the general public, because there's people there that make 6-7 figures whose job is literally to present things to the public.
Yeah, but when you're running the show, are you gonna really tell the CEO, no, fuck that, we're gonna do something different?
No, I'm talking about the CEO, the people who, not James Gunn. James Gunn is an employee of the CEO. I mean, this is a lot of
the CEO of DC Studios.
Yeah, because you're making a film for my company. It's very important that this first part gets stick right.
Depends how the contract is
written. But the marketing department is responds to him.
That's what I mean. The marketing department.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying. Like, do you think that the marketing department is gonna say, no, we're not posting that image? We do
that's what they get paid to do. They can't be opinionated in that. They get paid. They're experiencing in this. They get paid to say, okay, we're going to take what you gave us, and we're going to figure out whether this works for what we need it to be. And that's literally their job. I mean, that's why they're there.
Right. But what I'm saying is, he's the CEO of DC Studio, right? And I understand. I totally agree with what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with you. But who the fuck is going to say no to him? What if he says, no, I want this image out there?
See, that's going to be a problem then, because
I agree.
Hold on.
I agree.
Hold
I
on.
agree.
If-
I agree.
Can I interject something really quick? In the
Sure.
past, I think William would have had a point, but the problem that I don't want to say the problem. The difference now is James Gunn is the head of DC Studios.
Yeah.
DC Studios is its own autonomous thing. So
yeah.
to Ben's point, no one is going to tell him no.
No,
I
yeah.
wouldn't even think
But-
David. I wouldn't even hold on. I wouldn't even think David Zaslav is going to tell him no because he doesn't give a fuck. He's trying to see.
I withdraw my complaint. You just turned me.
Because he doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah,
he hired him to fucking head the studio, and he's gonna fucking probably turn around and sell WB anyway. What the fuck does he care? Whatever James Gunn does with Superman,
He either doesn't give a fuck or he just trusts them fully.
both. It's probably a mixture of both.
Probably
if I had
a
to be
little
a
bit of
betting
both.
man,
Both.
it probably is a little bit of both.
He's like, I wash my hands of this. You take care of it. I trust you, but I'm probably going to sell anyway.
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. It's like,
Mhm.
you do your thing because I just bought, I got you because of your name.
Yep.
It's like, but at the same time, it's like, look at just watch The Boys. I mean, we've seen that shit, and we that's loosely based on reality. When it comes to like things that happen there, and I'm sure like when they released the image, there was probably like a lot of freak out, and I just kind of wonder like if like Gunn was going, yeah, good. They're like, yeah, this is what and when maybe some people were freaking out, maybe Zaslav was like, what the fuck? That's the first image. I'm like, and then they go like, well, sir, it's been trending for fucking
3 days.
3 days.
Yep.
Everybody's talking about it. And everybody's like, yeah, they're like shitting on it because of like this image that we put, but you've seen the overall product, you've seen some of the things, and you're pleased by it, right?
And two things happen. People that didn't know that there was a Superman movie coming out, now they know. People that didn't know there's a new Superman, now they know. So even though it's negative, a lot of it is, most of it is, but it's still news for 3 fucking straight days.
Yeah, so that's the thing. It's like one of those things where I'm like, yeah, I have my reservations about it, but at the same time, I'm going like, yeah, but I mean, look what the shit I appreciate the fact that it's like it is not what people's expectations and my expectations, where I'm kind of going like, oh wow, like it's been I mean, like I said, the people that hate it the most are like talking about it more and more and more, and I'm like, holy shit. And that's why I was like, you know what, I'm gonna dedicate my Wednesday show, because I was like, yeah, with all the memes and all this stuff, there's so many memes, so many memes.
Okay, real quick before you pass it off to Andy, can I just say the best thing about this picture have been the memes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
the one with Godzilla.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that one cracked me up.
No,
one was great.
Married with Children is the best fucking one.
I don't
The
know.
Married with
I don't know.
Children one was one of my favorites.
The Payless, him and the Payless one was pretty good too. That one was funny.
Oh, yeah.
And then
I like
Dave
the one
Avery
where like the girl's like, hey, it happens to everybody, and
yes, that I saw that one on
Oh.
Vero from Ohio Dave. That made me laugh my fucking
There was
ass
one-
off.
There's similar one with Wanda from WandaVision.
yes, where Wanda's like in her costume, her Halloween costume, and she's
Yeah.
like laying in bed, and he's like, it's like that was.
Or
that
the one
came,
with
that came
Cavill,
after. Yeah,
the one where Cal was just like looking down, like, oh.
yeah.
That's too funny.
I mean, there's been funny ones. I mean, that's the thing, and that's why I wanted to represent that, because I'm like, you know what, fucking, this is where the internet shines, and some of them, got a little disturbing, when it came to certain things, of course, when it came to it, and I was like, okay, somebody sent me one where like they literally had the whole Zach, remember when he was like in Man of Steel, where he was representing like breaking the neck of Zod.
Oh yeah,
And it had him like do that
saw that one.
to him, and I was like, that's not it, because that's gonna put people in a bad light.
Yep.
I was like, I'm not even gonna like show that or retweet that, because it's showing that Zach is just coming in and like, what, he's gonna break the neck of the new Superman. I'm like, I already saw that image, and it was being dogpiled on, and it was putting Snyder fans in a bad light. And I'm like, stop it, guys. Like, you can't, you went a little too far when it came to that. Like, I get, it's just
It would be that would be the cutest thing ever, to see Zack Snyder trying to like reach David Cornsman's neck, because the height difference.
Yeah.
He's a short guy like I am.
Yeah. Like that would be so cute.
Yeah. he'd have to jump. Yeah, but at the same, well, he is sitting down, but yeah, when I saw, but when I saw that, I was like, that's not it. Well, whoever took the time to fucking craft that one, I'm like, that's not it, because that just looks like it's in poor taste. Like I appreciate like you took the time to do that, but it's in poor taste. It's like it's just making Snyder fans look like disgruntled fucking, and I mean, there's a lot of them that are
There's
like
a lot of that
Man,
going
shut
on.
there's a
like,
lot of
wow.
that going on, and it's like, I'm experiencing deja vu, because when I was defending Snyder, it was like I saw a lot of this virtual shit, and then now like we're getting this now, and from Snyder fans, and I'm like, God damn it, guys, stop being like this. This is not what it's about. Look, I mean, it's only like the loud minority. It's always a loud minority.
Yeah,
But then we all get roped into it.
We all get
in the
roped
sense
into
of, like, they
it.
lump us
I get
all
roped
but it's
into it.
fun though.
And no, I mean it's
can
funny,
be.
but then
It
they
can
just
be.
like
It can be fun.
It's
Yeah.
so easy to just nitpick and shit the fuck on it, and then
Yeah.
at that point you have to look at yourself and ask yourself, do I really want to be like the people I battled against 7-8 years ago? Absolutely fucking not. There's a difference between criticism and being an outright asshole. So
Thank you, Phil.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. That's
Yeah.
exactly what it is, because it's like we spent so much time defending Snyder, and then all of a sudden now you guys are going to be like this
Like-
type. I mean, no matter how you feel about Gunn, you can hate him,
Yep.
fine. But if you're like going to be just like constantly just like, just
Relentless.
like anything he does at that point is just like,
Yeah,
you're a liar,
like,
he's this, that, and the other. It's like, dude,
dude,
you don't
I don't
like
know
it.
how
We
many-
get it. We get it. We get it. You don't like it. That's okay.
I pushed back
have
on
an
somebody
opinion.
today. I was like, what? I was like, okay, you say because the whole Peacemaker Rick Flag Senior thing is like, he was like, what didn't Gunn say that things aren't connected, or did he lie again? And I was like, no, he didn't mention that. He did mention that things
Some
in
things will be canon, some things will not be canon.
yeah, things are going to be canon. I'm all, what did he lie about? And then the guy went, I might have been, okay, I might have over exaggerated. I'm like, thank you. You admitted that you over exaggerated because you're in this camp where you were like emotional because you don't like what he's doing. And I called you out on it. And that's what I like to do, is like push back on Twitter when I'm like, all right, what exactly are you upset about? Like, tell me specifically. And sometimes I can't even get an answer. It's like, you just have this hate.
Yep.
Got to rage, man.
This rage. And I'm like, okay, you might want to just sit back and just kind of like, internalize that a little bit. Like, I get you don't like Gunn. Perfectly okay. Perfectly okay. But if you're just going to rage on about it all the time,
About everything.
yeah, about every little thing, what are we doing here? Like,
Well,
what
you know
are we-
what?
just like
James
we're-
Gunn,
just
I'm
like
glad
when people
James
were,
Gunn
like,
actually
pushing
kicked their
back
puppy,
against-
so
Yeah,
I'm so glad Dave brought that up, because on the other side of the coin, if all you're gonna do is bitch about the Snyder cult, you are
That
no better.
too.
You're no better than the people who fucking hate Zack Snyder, because those fans live rent free in your fucking head.
Oh, dude, like when
Well,
I
the
post-
thing is, like, well, hold on one second, because I feel attacked now. Hold on one second.
Did
Well,
I
the-
say
the-
you directly? Did I name you? I
You
did
know
not.
You fucking
sir.
did indirectly.
Oh, whatever.
Anyway, so
How would you even know? You're not. I'm not
Be-
even on Twitter.
because
I don't even know what you say anymore.
Fuck you, Phil. You got a burner account. Shut the fuck up.
What the fuck? ever.
Listen,
Bullshit.
I blocked everybody, muted every fucking hashtag, and still they find a way to fucking to come into my mentions, right?
At that
And
point,
they
it's
do it
the
all the fucking
algorithm.
time. And I try not to fucking engage, but it gets to the fucking point where, like, what the fuck, you know what I mean? So,
Sure.
it gets to the point where you had enough. Like, what? Go and fuck yourself, bro.
That's
you
what
want-
I was pushing back against when it came to people like shitting on, David Cornsweat, because like I said, when it came to Pattinson and when it came to these super diehard Snyder fans who are like, bad fleck, man.
I
look
feel
at
like,
him,
yes,
he's
you
a
know how
beast.
great he was.
So they had that edge of like, he's bigger, he's much more buff, and blah blah blah.
Mhm.
Now we have a Superman that is actually bigger than the Superman they like. So now they're threatening and going like, And I'm like, all right, now it's reversed where it's like, oh, we have a Superman that's actually bigger than the Superman you like, even though I like him too. I mean, I fucking have him right here on my desk. I love Cowboy Superman.
See, you're talking somewhat positive things about the new suit. So no, you're not a true fan.
I know, right? I'm not a true fan.
Banned.
I would just like to clarify.
You have been consequently canceled.
I would just like to clarify my comments were not aimed at anyone on this panel, just for the record.
Oh, no. Phil, you know you were.
Yeah.
I'm joking. I'm fucking with you.
No. Ben's just fucking with you. I get it.
I know. I know his humor. I'm keen to it.
But at the same time, I'm just like going like, what are we doing here? It's like just, that's why I just joke about it. I'm like, I mean, I try to keep in shape. I work out, and I'm like, do you even like keep in shape? Like I'm just arguing with these people.
We get it, Dave. You're gorgeous.
But to Phil's point, it's talking about like there's a difference between criticism and toxicity.
Exactly.
God forbid that you like even a little bit of something, and they say, "Oh, you're not part of this. You're not like."
You're not a real.
When is it not okay to have an opinion on something that's positive or negative? Like, I don't hate people who have like a different opinion from me. Like, I respect Dawson for saying he likes the new 52 suit. No. I don't think of him less of a fan. It's called a difference of opinion.
Oh, I don't know. I'm like, get rid of this guy. You're
How dare you? After that, you're going on Tumblr and you're starting to hashtag cancel Dawson Party.
I feel personally attacked, man. The hell?
But see, that's what's so great because I want to hear opinions from Dawson, who is an artist who I respect, and I see his content and I see when he draws these characters, and I'm like, I want to know what he has to say. That's what I was like, dude. I'm like, I have to have Dawson on this fucking panel tonight because I want to know what he has to.
No other reason.
No other reason. I don't care. Like other than that, I'm like, I don't care what you have to say about anything else, Dawson. No. But I mean, but at the same time, I'm just like saying, like, I want to know because from an artist standpoint, and I love the fact that you were like, I love the fucking new 52 representation, and I love that you said that. I do love that you said that because I like aspects of that costume too. I do actually like the collar. I like a lot of that. Same. When it comes to all that, and so I really like what you had to say about that. So it's just,
I'm glad you brought up the collar. I don't like the collar.
Yeah. I
don't mind the collar.
He said to get a rise out of me.
I think like you did that. Dawson and I are the only one who like the new 52.
Yeah. See, I don't know. I'm like after
really
the Batman, they added the collar on that. I'm like, yeah, I could fuck with the collar. So I'm like, if they put that on Superman, fine.
Remember when there was that rumor going around where they were going the other route of New 52, where he's going to wear jeans and t-shirt?
Oh yeah,
that was funny.
Well, he did.
I'm glad that didn't pan out. I'm glad
they did that on Superman the Authority.
Probably one of the lowest points of New 52.
Superman and the Authority was a little bit different. He had a Kingdom Come logo.
Yeah, and jeans.
And jeans, you're right. Yeah.
Now that was approach I would not have been happy with. I am not a fan of that.
I like that book. Either. I actually really like that story, but I'm a Grant Morrison fan.
The books are good, but the book is not.
Yeah. Awful.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah.
Go ahead, Andy.
Can I go? Because
your time.
He's been marinating on this. He's ready to come out of
the. We've been
waiting.
He's had to listen to all of us, bitch.
I'll be back. I'm joking. Go ahead, dude.
Damn, all you Snyder holders are all the same. So
facts.
Yes, absolutely facts. So I look at this, as someone who is a journalist who's covered so many of these movies and TV shows for the last 13 years and having seen various different marketing tools, I would say that this is, at best, a mixed teaser. It's a mixed teaser image. Yeah, it's not like what Zach did 11, 13 years ago. I don't think, again, because the funniest thing I've seen about this is the idea that, while this is going on behind him, he's literally going to stop and just slowly put on the clothes. No, this is not a fucking scene from the movie. There's no way he's going to be like, yeah, alien invasion. Yeah, I can fuck with that. I'm just going to slip on my boots one at a time. Not use any super speed whatsoever. I want to echo what Dave said a lot. Is that it wasn't what everyone was expecting. You know, classic Superman.
No, that's an
Go again. I
inside
want to
joke
hear that
between me and
impression.
Andy.
Like, how does it go?
That is an inside joke between me and Andy, and it is fucking funny, is what it is.
Yeah, like we talk about how people wanted to be classic Superman. But I like that it is a mixture of very different eras, but also something unexpected. Again, I can respect what William says about using the Kingdom Come logo. It has a very significant meaning, but at the same time, like I'm ready for new things. I'm ready for experimentation. You know, it's like watching this Superman suit. It's like seeing someone explore sexuality, like in college, and it's the best thing ever. You can either go, left. You can either go right. I'm avoiding all the dirty words just so that Dave doesn't get demonetized. So all I'm saying is that I like that. You know what? The idea that maybe he has had different suits. Again, if this is the Clark who is, I'm expecting this to be year 2 Superman, like year 2 Superman, kind of similar to the Batman, where like maybe he's had other suits. And yeah, I like the fact that, you know what, he gets beaten up, the suit gets dirty, like Chris said, clothes fold. You said clothes like wrinkle and shit.
You need to say it louder and enunciate for the people in the back.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Clothes fold. You moron.
I'm kind of wondering what
this Superman.
What would a Cavill costume look like if he was sitting down like that too? Like
because it's
watch Man of Steel.
Not
He's
as
sitting
much.
down talking to Lois.
You can see
Yeah,
that he wrinkles around the shoulders.
I mean, not as much, but because it's a little bit more.
No. What they didn't you didn't see in that director's cut of Man of Steel was actually Lois didn't ask what does the S mean. What does that fold mean?
Yeah.
There's another cut.
Dude, I think Chris just came up with a meme that somebody needs to make. What does that fold mean? What do the fold means?
That's going to lead to a whole lot of things I don't want answers to.
I know, right? Yeah.
What I will say
is going to blow up. You're going to be like, I got to turn off notifications.
I will say that. I do think that everyone, like the massive negativity towards the image is exaggerated. I think it's a good image. It's not, again, you know what I want to say I'm happy for? I am so happy that we did not have to see this costume through a fucking paparazzi lens. I'm glad.
Yeah,
I agree. I agree.
You know, like I'm happy that
is a plus.
This does not look like AI. I think that's a big insult to the people who actually work on these images, because it's not easy. It is not easy.
I thought it was AI at first when I first saw it.
But see, that's the thing. It's like we are now programmed to think things are AI, like right off the bat. Sadly,
true.
Yeah.
Either way, I think it's a solid costume. Again, I'm dying to see what it's going to look like when he's flying, running in it, when he's jumping in it. You know, I don't know, like when he's boning someone in. I'm excited for all the physical activity.
Well, this is being made by the guy who did Trauma, so Superman boning Lois Lane is entirely not out of the realm of possibility.
The only thing I was missing from this picture was
there's going to be sexual tension in this.
There better be, because if you cast 2 sexy people like those two as Clark and Lois,
but there was sexual tension in Snyder's movie. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Okay, Dave. I'm not talking about Snyder stuff right now. I'm focusing on the future. I'm not denying what was in the past. I'm focusing on the future.
I'm talking to Ben.
No.
Well, Benji, behave.
There was sexual tension between them. There was a little bit, and then of course we got the sex scene, kind of. But I'm just saying, there's going to be sexual tension in this one. I think Gunn's going to try to,
And all I want to know was that is that big dick energy or not? No, but he's sitting down, so how am I supposed to know?
Have you seen him in real life, Shoney's? That dude is packing.
That was really smart, because everyone is not focusing on the fucking Shoney's.
Yeah.
That was so smart.
I mean, those Shoney's would look better on my floor anyway. So all what I will listen. I sat patiently and listened to all you guys giving your opinions. You knew I was going to bring the gay perspective.
Of course you were. Yeah. That's what I like, and I like that. That's why I want the gay perspective.
Because I have taste. Like,
what, bitch?
I didn't even talk about you. Can you me?
Okay.
Taking everything personally.
Ben, Lip and I are not.
Ben went there. Ben went there.
I went there.
Lip and I are not after you. I
That's
don't
just
know
like, what'd you call me?
exactly. What I will say is that it's a good suit. I like the fact that it's not, it is beaten up a little bit. It's dirty. It means that because I hate something. You know what? Get ready for Eddie to actually say something negative about the CW with a lot of those suits. Oh, y'all better clip this shit right now because this will be one of the few times.
I'm taking a note right now.
Go get ready. And Swiper, yes, I do go to the parades. I absolutely do. So what I will say is that on the CW, those suits, because they can't keep reproducing those suits over and over again, they never get beaten up. They never get any holes. Nothing happens. I'll challenge you in the final 3 seasons of The Flash to see Grant Gustin's Flash would ever get torn up. Even though when he gets stabbed, no blood, no holes, nothing.
I mean, in
I
fairness,
never noticed
Tyler Hoechlin took like 4 shots of kryptonite bullet to the suit within the first couple episodes of Superman.
In season 1, now we're on season 4. Budget
So
is
they have 2
gone.
suits. Whoop de doo.
Exactly. So I like the fact that again, I don't know who on this panel said it, but the fact that this suit reveal was giving a little more of the humanity side of it. That means that costumes get beaten up, they get dirty, they get whatever happens when you're in a showdown with aliens or Lex Luthor or internet trolls. I don't know. So I hope we see more of it. Like, because again, I was really expecting. Okay, it's Monday. He posted an image. That means they're going to shoot outside today. Nothing. So I'm like,
well, I think the shooting outside is going to be coming soon for
yeah.
sure. Like there was a rumor that it was going to be today, and I was like,
exactly.
I was talking to
I
people,
got
and
like
everybody
20
was like,
fucking DMs. It's happening today. It's like, shut the fuck up, bro.
dude, I was like, okay, I was like, maybe it's happening today, and I was like, I was like, okay, maybe, but who knows? I don't know. It's just like maybe it'll happen this weekend. We might get some images this weekend. Who knows? But I mean, obviously, you want to put out the official. I mean, the thing is, just like what I respect. Wait.
Can I rewind about that? Can I rewind that for a second? Because there was a point I was going to make.
First, let me say this.
Okay.
The only thing, the thing that I like most about this image is the fact that his suit is damaged and it's dirty because he's put in the work, and I'm like, I like that.
Yep.
That's the
why did he
not smile
for more? Why did he not smile? Why
remember that time where
I don't care that he smiled. I'm glad that he didn't smile.
yeah.
I'm like, fuck yeah, man.
That's a plus.
Yep.
Ooh,
I'm like, fuck everybody who was like fucking like talking about Cavill not smiling. Here, you got your first image of this new Superman not smiling. He's somber. Fuck you guys.
That motherfucker's depressed. Like he just came up for a session and it's still
dude,
not
he
fucking
looks
resolved.
like it's a job for Superman. He's like, God
Oh,
damn it.
fuck. Again?
Yeah.
Damn,
and that is different. That is different from what we've seen. So I can respect that. But I love the fact my favorite part about this image is that the suit is damaged. And I'm going, why? And I'm like he's been through some shit. This is a Superman that's been through some shit, and everybody was hoping for this. Oh, I want a hopeful and
no.
There's a lot of people that wanted him to be holding a cat, you know,
or
sitting
hugging
like,
him.
hey, look at this! I rescued a cat, and they wanted that, and they didn't get that, and they got this like somber, like
real
Superman who has like been through some shit because his uniform is damaged, and I'm like. That is my favorite aspect of this image is the fact that he's already been through some shit and his suit is damaged. That is my favorite part.
Well, what's funny about it too is that I've seen a lot of people like I haven't interacted with all these like arguments with people, but a lot of people who are like defending the images in these arguments. What's funny is I've seen a lot of them have like edited versions of this picture on profile pictures. No, like they have edited versions of this as their profile picture, and they're like, "This is a great image." And it's like, but you're using the edits of this. I don't know.
That's
I just think it's kind
hilarious.
of funny.
Is that on Twitter? I wouldn't know. I'm not there.
Yeah, I think it was on.
you got a burner account. Shut up, Phil.
No, like
you can't stay away.
No, but there has been some like there has been some people that have like made it brighter and got rid of the damage. And I'm like, no.
You mean they
I'm
did
like,
to
no,
David
I don't.
Cornsweet what they did to Henry Cavill? Color me surprised.
Yeah, there was an insufferable asshole who did that. I'm not gonna say his name because everybody knows who he is. And he just like
Wait, is it a joke that it was you who did it?
I'm sorry.
Wait, because I'm missing the joke. Is the joke that you were the one who did that? And you don't
No,
want
I didn't do any edits.
Oh,
no.
okay.
I think
No, no,
I
no.
know who he's talking
It's a
about.
photographer. That's all I'm gonna say.
I know who he's talking about.
that
we have a
asshole-
private chat. We have a private chat. How about you tell me who it was so I can know? Because now I'm curious.
I'll tell you in the chat in a minute.
Like, I need the tea now.
But he just went and
I think I know what he's
saturated the
talking
fuck out of the image. Like, look at this. It looks better. Shut the fuck up, bro. Like,
I
really?
think I know
That's
what
the
you're
thing.
talking
That's the
about.
thing. But that's what's so funny about it is like the fact that they didn't bring out this like whole like big time optimism, hope, and like image of Superman.
Like,
They gave a fucking Superman that's like oh fuck, I gotta go. I'm like I have to go to work. I don't like the image in the background, but at the same time, like when I started, like when I really look at him, I go, I can appreciate this because there's just something about it where I'm like, damaged suit, and he's just kind of going like, all right, I got to do this, but I don't like the setting. I wish the setting was, again, like that image, that poster that somebody posted where he's on the Kent farm doing it. I'm like, that would have been a better setting.
Julian Bell, right there.
Yeah,
it could have been better, but let's not pretend that there's a shot of where this thing everybody would love, all across
Honestly,
the board.
I feel like even just the sun in the background of Metropolis probably would have just fared a bit better. Just something a little bit more natural. But I understand the point of it. That doesn't mean it doesn't look great.
Okay, when it comes to the background, what villain are we thinking?
Grace Randolph.
the Snyder fans.
Well. My mind went to two different places. I think Ben might have even talked about it and theorized. Maybe Solaris.
I think it's Solaris. 100%.
Solaris. But the color scheme is very evocative of Brainiac. Solaris is the antagonist in All-Star Superman.
Yeah, correct. And the Brainiac, you're right too, because it's the purple and blue,
green, blue, and green,
purple and green. Yeah. So, but I think it's Solaris though. I think it's because the thing is that he mentioned that the main villain is gonna be Lex Luthor, and Lex Luthor works with Solaris to set up Superman.
Right.
So I'm like, okay, that's who he is in the background. And the background is like this. The sky is cloudy. I made a video about that, and I think in movies review.
Yep.
Yeah, he did a video about that. But the thing is, because Superman is weakened by when his strength comes from the yellow sun, and Solaris, in the comics he turns it red.
I think so.
Yeah, and that weakens him. So I think here it just covers the sun and that weakens Superman. That's my theory.
See, when I saw purple, I was like, Parasite. I was like,
that'd be nice.
Yeah.
But
that'd be nice.
But Parasite doesn't do stuff like that.
He doesn't get a ship. He just like
he doesn't do like cause spacey stuff like that. I'm like, I just saw purple and I'm like, because I just like Parasite as a villain because there's just something about that.
I think Parasite has never been done as good as it's on Superman
animated series.
My Adventure of Superman. I was like,
but animated series too.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah,
I forgot
animated
about
series.
Wait, especially when I mean, like, the couple episodes he's been in, it's like I don't know. I just
Man of Tomorrow. Parasite plays a pretty large part in that movie.
In the Man of Tomorrow.
Man of Tomorrow. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he does. He did.
That's true. That's true.
Fire.
I take all that shit back. Damn.
They might have turned it into like a giant kaiju thing, but even still, like it was
very kaiju-like.
Oh yeah, they did kind of turn it into that.
Yeah, they did.
I don't see that happening here, but like
well, James Gunn loves kaijus. He loves.
Yeah, he
does.
Yeah.
Look, if you look at the first season of
that was one of the
Peacemaker,
few good things in the Suicide Squad.
Yeah, Peacemaker, then a Peacemaker, and the Suicide Squad. He loves big things.
Peacemaker.
He likes big things.
Yeah. So does Andy.
So is his wife.
I do like big things.
I'm not.
And that man on that couch better have a big thing between those legs.
Oh man, you're getting into the elements.
I should have fucking said.
No, I'm glad you did. Why not?
You're a fucking prude. Like we all,
No, we don't need to be brutes. I mean, we don't.
Oh, no,
hey,
you're singing my spirit, Andy.
What's the point? What's the
We
point?
even have
Bitch, what's the point of calling it the vodka stream if it can't be a little dirty?
That's what I'm talking about. Shit.
That's true. It's
I'm
a different
fucking,
day.
drinking a half a bottle of wine and some vodka. I'm all about, hey, yeah.
Fuck it.
Let your freak fly.
Mhm.
What is that? Anyways, I don't know. Anyways.
Oh, by the way, those
drinking.
boots, I do love those. I do love those boots. It's
The boots look good.
Yeah, they look good.
They
They look
don't.
good.
I do not think about Captain Marvel though. Like when I see them,
I just like a little part of me was like, a little Captain Marvel.
kind of-
That
but-
doesn't register with me at all.
it kind of reminds me a little bit about like Tyler's very first Superman suit when he was on Superman. That kind of reminds me of those boots. If you guys like look them up.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. You're right.
And
you're
the
right.
final thing I will say, I would let those boots step on me. So there we go.
Damn.
Wow.
Step on your wearer.
Don't ask that question.
Everywhere,
that's a trap.
everywhere.
That's
and I
where
would-
we
Okay.
draw
And
the
then
line.
I would say, does tomorrow work for you too?
I'm sorry?
I would let him do all over my body to step on me, and then I would say, does tomorrow work for you too?
With
could
your
do
luck,
it-
he'd step on you at least once a day.
But you asking that question to David, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
No, David, do you want to step on me? You can go ahead.
Okay. You gotta be specific, man.
I said David. He's Dave. He
Oh,
doesn't like
okay.
to call David.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's true.
There you go.
Yeah. Imagine
Common
listening to him, Ben.
What? Let's
I
keep
said,
going.
Oh man, I might have to clip
We're
this.
going left real bad.
hey, speaking of purple shit, Galactus is coming.
Oh,
Yeah,
Ooh.
he is. That he is.
You are
Ooh.
fucking well.
all
you are
right. We're
fucking
changing the subject. Yeah, before it
Thank
got really awkward.
We go
But yeah,
back
we
to
do have a
different
Galactus, and I mean, okay, so first we got the John Malkovich. And then,
Before that, Paul Walter Hauser.
Yeah, but we got the John Malkovich casting. Okay, come on, he's playing Herbie, the robot, right?
No, I think it's the
I think he's
guy.
voicing him.
I think it's Stingray. I think Stingray from Cobra Kai is voicing
Probably
Herbie.
the father. Probably their father. Or the
Dave, think about it.
Thank you,
Stingray.
William. That's who
Can
I
you
would
imagine John Malkovich doing Herbie? Yeah,
No.
I mean,
You know
I don't
why
know.
Herbie exists, right? You know why Herbie exists.
They could
The
get
same
the
reason
Human Torch.
Firestar exists. It's
Okay.
because they could not use that image because they were afraid of little kids setting themselves on fire
Yep.
to emulate the Human Torch. That's why you got Firestar.
Oh.
It was supposed
Oh,
to be
wow.
Human Torch and Spider-Man and his amazing friends. Instead, it was
Wow.
Firestar, who did not look like the Human Torch, and you had
Damn,
Herbie because that
look
was
at
marketing
William
purposes.
dropping them facts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's,
they did
he's
not.
right.
They did not
He's
want
right.
us kids at the time.
I'm actually with William in that I think Malkovich is absolutely playing Sue and Johnny's dad.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
That's
Yeah.
who I think. Yeah.
But Dave, just think about Stingray from Cobra Kai as Herbie. Come on.
No, I
Like, there's like-
I'm
there's like
still- I'm
chillax.
still leaning on Malkovich doing Herbie. Yeah, I get the
I
dad
understand it.
part.
I
I
get
get the dad part, but I just think like if you're gonna get somebody like Malkovich who has a distinct I can't even do a good
Oh my
Malkovich,
god, you can
but,
do it
like,
now though.
because just the way that he talks,
He's
I'm
gonna
like,
there's someone at the door.
yeah, it's like
Oh, get it right.
Read.
Herbie
like,
may be there, but I don't
man.
think he'd be a
Richards,
big name.
what are you doing? You know, it's just like he just
What's
he
this
has
negative
a
zone? What's
He has
this
a
negative
cadence.
zone?
Why are
he has
y'all
a
doing like
cadence
back
to his
to the
voice.
walking impressions? Like, good lord.
I know. I can't do a good Malkovich. I can do a good
Okay.
Walken.
This is
Wouldn't that be
Malkovich's
We
good?
need Bill
redemption.
Wouldn't that be
Hader.
good if you had a Christopher Walken Herbie? Like,
Dave,
come on,
Dave,
Reed
Dave,
Richards, what are you
Or
doing?
Christopher Walken
This is
Galactus.
doing?
this is Malkovich's redemption for not getting Vulture in the now debunked
that's true.
Spider-Man
He
4.
was-
He was supposed
Yeah,
to be
he was
Vulture.
supposed to
Yeah.
be
He would have
Okay,
been
but
perfect,
Dave,
though.
Dave, who do you think Stingray is playing in Fantastic Four?
I don't know. I
But,
don't
like,
know. I haven't
imagine
thought
that
about
voice.
that, but I'm
Imagine
just
that voice as the
I'm just totally going like there's. I mean, when they don't reveal what Malkovich is playing, I'm going. I just immediately go. He's.
You think they
voicing
would? You
fucking
think they
Herbie.
would tap? You think they would
Yes.
just tap a robot?
I totally think they would.
Wow.
Not Herbie. You don't know. Herbie
Yes.
will be there, but I don't think he's going to be anything important. It might be like a cameo, like a
Dude, come on, man. I think they're gonna. I think they're. Yeah, I totally do.
because Herbie was a laughing stock.
Look at what's the movie that's coming out? It's based on a video game that's coming out with everybody.
Borderlands?
Borderlands. You have Jack Black voicing that robot. I mean,
okay,
he's a known
but to that
person.
end, he's the only good thing in that fucking movie by the looks of it.
Well, Kate Blanchett, I've always had a crush on her.
Academy Award winner Kate Blanchett. Come on, man, it's got to be good.
That's
right?
look. I like Kate
Blanchett.
Blanchett as the next guy, but holy shit, the rest of that cast does not fit those characters.
Yeah.
Kevin Hart.
Kevin Hart.
Kevin Hart is fucking 110% miscast as Roland. That is fucking terrible casting. Holy shit. I've played all 3 Borderlands games. I love those games to death, but hot fuck, this cast looks
I will say
miserable.
this about Kevin Hart. I liked him when he was coming up, but when he blew up, I went, I don't know the big deal anymore.
Yep.
I just don't know. I don't get it. I just went, he's kind of funny. Okay. But when he was coming up and he was showing up in random comedy movies, I was like, that's the Kevin Hart I like. But when he blew up and then he was starring and then all of a sudden he was just like all that, I was like, I'm kind of over Kevin Hart. And when it comes to this Borderlands, I didn't play the game, so I don't know. But I was like, all right, I'll watch it, sure, because I like Jamie Lee Curtis. But Kate Blanchett, I'm like, I have always had this crush on her. I'm like, Jesus Christ, you were like a fine wine. You're not even Italian. She doesn't age. She doesn't age, and I'm like, God damn, you get better with age. If anything, I'm just saying, she's sexy. There's something about her that she's sexy. I'm just saying.
I think Ariana Greenblatt might make a decent Tiny Tina, but
she seems fun, yeah, and she's blowing up.
She's kind of playing it like Harley Quinn. I'm like, that's 50-50, not quite Tiny Tina, sure, I suppose. I think I love Jamie Lee Curtis. Jamie Lee Curtis is one of my favorite actresses of all time.
Oh yeah,
the GOAT Scream Queen, right? 110%.
Well, she has a sexiness to her too.
But dude, Tannis is not that. She's just not the way.
I've seen the gripes from people who play the games. I'm like, all right, I don't have a dog in the fight, but I'm like, oh, apparently they missed a mark on this.
I think it's in an age where video game movies are finally starting to hit the mark. Mm-hmm. They fucking just completely dropped the ball with Borderlands by the look of it. I'm just completely devastated because that could have been something that could have been cool. But after looking at that trailer, I'm like, yeah, no, I'll wait for Sonic. Sonic 3 is where it's at, but
that's definitely where it's at. But Rhea, I know you play a lot of video games. Do you? What is your chime in on this? Do you know any?
My first impression of the poster, I didn't even see the Borderlands logo on it. I looked at it and I'm like, oh, a new Jumanji sequel.
You probably weren't the only one, Ray. You probably weren't the only one.
Oh my gosh.
The only thing missing is Dwayne Johnson being cast as a psycho.
Actually, that's in the end credit scene, so hold that thought.
Oh man, you're right. You're totally
right. Yeah.
Yeah. Power in the Borderlands universe is about to change.
Yeah. Or no, maybe he'd make a better brick. You know what?
Lip. How long have you been sitting on that one?
Oh, there's a character named Brick in the game, so and he's big, kind of a lug, like Dwayne Johnson is. So
you mean Dwayne the Rock Johnson, Brick Rock Johnson?
Yes,
chills, man,
yes. Chills, so many chills.
Wow.
No, Chris is right. That's probably an end credits scene. I bet you. God,
someone will tell me because I'm definitely not seeing it.
I just wished it into existence. I wish I hadn't because I think it's gonna happen now, and I hope it does.
What's gonna be post-credit scene? I missed it.
Dwayne Johnson as a character in Borderlands.
And then I said, no, watch it. He's going to be in the end credits, and now I've put that into Inception.
Yep.
Nah.
Chris, I think Fallout.
Dwayne Johnson's Fallout. I mean, I hear Fallout's great. I have not watched it yet, so
Fallout is fucking phenomenal.
It's fucking amazing.
That's what I'm starting to watch this weekend. Now I finally caught up on what I needed to.
It's good shit. It's good shit. Yep. Jonathan Nolan knocked it out of the park with that series. It's fucking phenomenal.
Well, it's Jonathan Nolan. I mean, that's the thing. It's I mean, as much as we praise Christopher, but I mean, we have to also be like, hey, there is Jonathan over here who helped a lot of that. Christopher Nolan and a lot of his stories that came out, and then he went off and did his own thing. They kind of parted ways when it came to creativity. I mean, fucking hey, Westworld, Jesus Christ!
I mean,
I was obsessed. I haven't watched that yet. I have to watch that.
Which one?
Yeah,
Person of interest.
Person of Interest. Yeah, I've heard that's great
I haven't
too.
watched
But
that.
I got totally obsessed with Westworld, which he was like the head dude when it came to that writer and all that stuff. It was like
Whole
After
different
season
level,
4,
yeah.
season 4 was awful. I
Yeah,
love that.
yeah, you're right.
I didn't think it was. I thought it was a cool, unique step that they took. I was very intrigued, but I thought that they should bring it back around, and they did. But then now it's like, we're not getting. Oh,
We're
okay.
done.
Yeah, we're
Well,
done.
they told all
here?
the story that they needed to tell. It ended where it needed to end.
Yeah.
It ended where it needed to end. I love that show because it was. I used to spend months trying to explain people to that show because they just couldn't get the concept. And season 2 comes around. Season 2 is the best of the 4.
Yeah.
And then season 3 is okay. Season 4 is like we just ran out of gas. We just ran out of story.
Season
then,
4 felt like, we didn't know we were gonna get a fourth one.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
I
what
think
What do
like
we do?
season four went to the part where it's like, hey, we're gonna get to like Matrix style, kind of like, hey, remember this is like going like reality into fake world and all this kind of stuff. It was like, but I appreciated it. I'm not gonna lie, I did appreciate it. I was like, oh, okay, you're going that route, all right. But then of course they were trying to bring it back around, and I thought season 5 was going to be like, okay, we're going back to the world, to the initial
We gotta
world.
go back.
And they did,
They did.
and it was a good way to end if they were going to end it right there. But at the same time, I know, and this is like spoilers for anybody who hasn't seen it, but
Been off the air for a few years.
but at the
It was
same time, I was
satisfying.
like, we all thought there was going to be another, season where they really wrap it up, and it was like, they
Apparently,
didn't,
he's
but-
still trying to do that. He's still
yeah,
plotting to
he
get it
said
finished.
that, yeah.
Yeah.
But this was that season 5 was satisfying enough. But the dude, I mean, he arguably co-wrote the greatest CBM movie ever made,
Dark Knight.
The Dark Knight. Yes.
Yeah, and then and I like his quotes where he said recently where he was like, "Oh yeah, I would love to revisit that world again."
Ooh.
But it's so funny because like that, like I didn't really comment about it because I was like, Jesus Christ, because it's like you have a Nolan that is a Nolan, not the Nolan that everybody wants, but then a different Nolan that is commenting about going back to the to that world, and it's just like I'm like. He's a little, it's like them two coming together and writing something. You might get a masterpiece of something. Like
Look at Memento.
oh Jesus
Look at
Christ,
Memento.
that is still my favorite movie of theirs. Like no matter whatever they create, that is so fucking great. I always go back to Memento because just the way the story is structured.
Yep.
It's all about the way the story is structured. That's what
That's what gave him Batman, because that showed the studio that he was a great storyteller.
Well, I love that he was the one, that John Nolan was the one that pitched that to Chris in the car on the way to LA, and Chris was like, I'm gonna turn that into a fucking movie.
Yeah.
And look what happened. It garnered both of them an Oscar. That in and of itself is amazing. But yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with Ben. I mean, everyone has their own subjective opinion on what the best, greatest comic book film is. But if you told me it was The Dark Knight, I wouldn't fault you for it. Look at the impact that movie had on storytelling, character development, character portrayal.
It's the one movie we always mention after press screenings. It's the best movie since
That's movie since.
Yeah,
Right.
It's the best movie since the Dark Knight.
But the thing I really love that Jonathan Nolan does when he talks about that one, or even the third film, he's just so. He's like a kid in a candy shop. He's almost like Zach in a certain respect, because he loves talking about, how it came to adapting the characters, like specifically like the Dark Knight. He was like looking at the pages of Batman #1 and how to bring the Joker to life. He's like, I literally looked at that and looked at it from a modern context and said, we literally lifted the bank heist from that book and adapted it into a modern sense. And then when they were doing Dark Knight Rises, he was like, yeah, we toyed with the idea of doing Riddler, but then that started to look a little something too similar to the Joker. So we were like, no, let's do something a little bit more different. Let's do fucking Bane. Let's have someone who hasn't been on screen for a while. Let's do someone a little bit out of the box. Let's subvert some expectations here. I just love that Jonathan Nolan is like, what kind of different stories can we tell in a world that feels, familiar but grounded? And especially with a character like Batman. I love that.
William, did you not have it? I could tell you were like looking like.
I sold it this morning. I actually had it open because I had a facsimile, these facsimiles, they print them with the ads that were in them the day that they came out.
Mhm.
So all the ads, all that vitamins, all that stuff that was in those things in 1940 or 1939 is in those ads. I had it this morning, and I was gonna grab it and open it up, but I can't. I remember I sold it this morning.
I felt so bad. I was like, oh no, I actually hope he has.
Yeah, and I knew where I had it too because it was right next to the detective. But I moved it and sold it this morning. So as soon as I got in.
So I have to ask: anybody seen Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes? Anybody here? Probably nobody.
Not
Huh?
yet.
Not yet.
Ah,
Tomorrow.
So nobody. Okay.
I sent a bunch of people to see it, but I could not go myself. They've all said Brad went and saw it. We're going to review it tomorrow. I'm going to hope to see it before we hit the air tomorrow. But
Okay, good.
I've heard it's anywhere from it's the best of this entire one, or it's the second best behind
Dawn.
Rise.
Planet of the Apes.
Dawn. I have to go see it for myself though. So
You know what? It's it is interesting that people are saying it like that because it is like like when I walked out of it, I was like, God, that was good, but it was missing something. And I think it was just because I just felt like, oh yeah, it was missing the Andy Serkis, Matt Reeves vibe that I've got with the previous ones. But Wes Ball fucking, just wow, he's like, all right, we're gonna take it to this level. We're gonna like generations apart. We're gonna do this. And I think, especially with the news that they want to do like way more movies.
Nine. The plan is up to 9 total movies.
Nice.
I got to see this.
Were they counting the previous trilogy?
Yeah, they're counting those too.
Yeah,
They're counting
so that
those.
would
They reloaded James Cameron and were like, they reloaded James Cameron was like, you're going to do Avatar 5, 6, and 7. Hold my beer. I will do 9 of these. Like
which totally fine because when you watch this movie,
do we need 9 movies about
I
apes?
think they want to try and
be successful.
they want to. I think ultimately they want a story that is going to at least line up with the original Planet of the Apes. I think that's what their end goal is.
Yeah, that is.
And this movie starts with that.
Yep.
That's the thing. It's like this movie is generations after the apes
300
have
years.
taken
I
over.
think it's 300. Yeah.
300 years.
Yeah, so you already have and one of the things I was kind of going like, when I walked out, I'm like, what am I missing here? And then I just kind of thought about it. I'm like, oh, they look at Caesar, the stories of Caesar as like the Bible.
Like a religion, like a cult.
Like a religion.
Mhm.
So when you go watch it, just think about that. Because at first I was like, I didn't think about it like that. And I went, oh yeah. Because anybody can take like these stories of these, these iconic characters or these mythical characters, like Jesus-like characters, and then just kind of like fit to their narrative. Like, hey, I'm going to retrofit it to my narrative. So when you look at it like that, and you even see like, it's very much parallel to how humans are. It's like, oh, fucking Jesus, is that even real? Walking on water? What are you talking about? But there are some people who are like, well, what he did. It's like, so if you go in and look at it like that, it's like, it's like you have these apes kind of doing like that when it comes to Caesar. It's like, oh, okay. I when I went in, I didn't even think about it like that. I was like, I don't know. I think I went into it going, do we really need this? And I just didn't know like, oh, okay, you're going to take it on this approach. So when initially I went, oh, okay. And then when I thought about it, I went, oh, I see what they were doing here. I was like, okay, cool. So
I like everything you just said.
Do they have one question? Like, have they developed technology in this film? Like, do they have cars and shit like that?
They're on horses.
I'm not gonna tell you that.
They're still on horses.
They're on horses.
I'm not.
It's 300 fucking years since the first one.
I know, but you have
dirty apes.
Okay.
It's not
but Ben, you have to watch the movie because you're gonna see things where I'm telling you when the way that they talk about humans is actually funny and just kind of like, yeah. It's true. Like I almost want to say something right now, but I don't want to spoil it.
Okay, don't say it.
Of how like there's one character in this movie which I went, I wanted more of you because he's kind of like the centrist in the whole thing because you have like almost like this, this religion of stuff. And you got Noah, who's the main dude, which he's awesome. And I went after sitting on it for 24 hours. I went, awesome character, what they introduced right here because of what he's learning and how he has to fight in this. And then of course you have Proximus Caesar, who's like the villain. And you have this in-between character who is like
the mediator.
Dude, he's kind of like, I know of Caesar, and what this guy is saying is not all true. And you are in disbelief, and he's such a great character. And I'm like, God, it's like he's such a great character. He's like the champ. He's the all-star of the movie. And yeah, well, like when it comes to like what you're saying, when it comes to just learning things, like you see that throughout where like, because you have the human aspect to it and you're kind of going like, who's this girl? Like, is she like, is what it's, there's so much that they left out of the trailer. Thank God. Because I'm like, wait, like when I didn't watch every trailer, but I watched, the first trailer and I went, like, what is going on here? Is this going to work? Because I don't know. And I went into it going, I don't know if this is going to work. And it does, actually. And then sitting on it and going, what did I feel was missing? I just think I felt I was missing Andy Serkis and Matt Reeves in what they did with the previous. I didn't like go, hey, I have to like welcome this new aspect to it. And, I'm not saying like the VFX were always sharp. Sometimes the lighting was like, okay, it's a little too CGI. But at the same time, I'm like, you know what? It's not where it takes me out of the film. It's still a very good story to tell. And I think they really could take it to numerous more movies because of how it leaves off. So
I got to see it before they slap it on streaming in 3 weeks. Then I need to see it on the big screen. That's not a joke. I'm not joking. I'm not joking.
I'm sure they will. I'm sure
it'll be on streaming. I bet you $5 right now. Within the next 21 days, it'll be on streaming or it'll have.
William, have you
wasn't it 40 days?
William, have you not paid attention? This economy is horrible right now. None of us have $5.
Hey man, Ben, no, it's the these windows are going to get short. It's going to be 30 days, 25 to 30.
It already is short. I mean, like the Abigail movie, like you talked about, is already
Monkey Man. We were still giving away free passes to Monkey Man when they gave us a streaming day for Monkey Man before Monkey Man hit the theaters. So these guys are coming out with streaming dates and POV dates before the movie even hits the theaters.
Yeah, but to be fair, that movie was constructed as a streaming film before it got out.
Monkey Man, it was not a tempo.
Yeah.
What's the other one? Beekeeper. Beekeeper was out like almost that was
same.
Yeah, but Beekeeper made a good box office.
Yeah.
He
was number one like for 3 weeks straight.
I saw it for the first time today. That movie's fucking awesome.
It's so good. Yeah,
my favorite movie.
I mean, when you have like a
Better than Fury,
it's like what I always say. It's like. And I even said it with Beekeeper. I'm like, it didn't reinvent the wheel, but it shows you that the wheel still works, kind of thing. It's like you could take a concept and just like rearrange it, and if long as you have like a good lead actor and you have a good concept where you can like
that mission,
I could tweak some things, and and it really worked. What are you gonna say?
First 5 minutes, everybody.
Wait. Let me. Because I can tell this is going to go on a long discussion. I'm saving Chris because he wrote he has to go like 10 minutes ago.
I know, he said that 45 minutes ago.
Sorry. I didn't even see that.
You're welcome. I'm not the one saying, "Hey guys, shut up! I gotta go."
No.
That's why I'm here.
I appreciate you, Andy. I appreciate you.
He said that 20 minutes ago. Come on. Anyways, I know, Chris, you got to go. All right. Well, go.
Always good seeing you, as always, Dave.
Yeah.
Thank you. Y'all have a good weekend.
Later, Chris.
You too.
Later.
Thank you, Chris. Always
Bye,
great
Chris.
talking to you, man.
Take it
See
easy.
you later, buddy.
Take care, buddy. Much love.
Yeah, but soon as that first 5 minutes of Beekeeper where a certain thing happens, for those of you who haven't seen it yet, I wanted all those motherfuckers to die.
Yes.
I just wanted them to die, and I didn't care how.
So
and the way
violent tonight,
I was
William.
like,
Like Alicia Rashad, she reminds me of my mom. It's like every time I say like fuck.
Yeah. And what happens to her, I'm like, damn, kill them all.
Kill them all.
Great movie.
And by the way, it's like, damn, she still looks good. She looks good.
We don't crack, Dave. I told you.
Yep.
I know. I'm saying. I know. Black don't crack.
Look at
but
Ernie
I'm
Hudson.
just
We
saying.
need to dissect Ernie
I mean,
Hudson.
Yo, Ernie
Dave,
Hudson.
you can't say that.
Of course, I could
You
say that.
can.
Yeah, what are we
He's
talking
half
about?
Mexican.
It's a compliment. It's a
Yeah.
compliment.
Ernie
He's half
Hudson is older
Mexican.
than my
He gets a
dad.
pass.
It's a total pack. If it's complimenting, you can say that. And come on, who did not have kind of like a little crush on her throughout the years? Come on.
The Cosby Show. Yeah.
During the Cosby Show.
She's always been, dare I say, milfy. I
Yeah.
mean, come on.
Wow.
Your channel.
Hey, the MILF stream. The MILF stream. What
The
day is
MILF
that one?
Hey, come on.
Wait, who are we
I'm
talking
just gonna
about?
say it right here. I'm gonna say it right here after having some wine.
Alicia Rashad, you're too young for that.
Lisa Bonet's in her 50s. Look at how she's looking.
Ooh,
Nah,
I
she
share a
used to look
birthday.
good. Now she
Yeah.
look like Boney, and she looked like Skeletor.
Yeah, that's by choice. She could eat a little.
I share a birthday with Katie Sagal. Definite MILF energy.
Ooh, married with children. Now we're going with
Katie
going with the
Sagal.
Peggy
Oh,
one.
modern son of
my
anarchy.
God.
Dude, she has aged pretty well too.
Yeah, she has.
I agree.
I know we're talking about hot moms right now.
Hey,
So-
Rhea,
Rhea, who do you
Rhea,
have a crush on?
Oh boy.
Rhea, who's a good
Al
Joe?
Bundy.
Who's a good Joe?
Oh, I'm sorry. What?
Who's a good Joe?
That's
Oh,
a good
this is-
question.
Your
Oh,
celebrity
so
from
when we talk about dilfs, you get uncomfortable, but when you all go in unison about milfs, then it's like, oh, hallelujah.
Nobody got
Oh no,
uncomfortable
I'm talking
about
about
you.
hot dads.
Nobody got
Yeah.
uncomfortable about you liking
I'm
dick,
talking about
bro.
hot
Get
dads.
out of here.
I'm like, I have to think about that one. I
Hmm.
definitely have an answer, but yeah, I'm gonna need a moment.
Okay, there you go. Need a moment to do it. Yeah. I mean, who's some hot like dads?
Tom Welling.
Tom Welling is still, he can get it.
Yeah.
I mean, because let's face it,
Paul
when it
Rudd,
came to the dads of like of the dads we were talking about, I mean, they were always kind of a little overweight and kind of, but you know,
the
you have
magical
to.
thing is, none of us were talking about those type of dilfs. We're talking about the modern dilfs.
Okay,
Yeah.
I don't know the modern dilfs.
Oh, Henry Cavill, because he's gonna be a dad.
Yeah,
Well, he
No,
is.
he's not officially a dad.
He's
He's
gonna
not
be.
a dilf
so it's
yet.
he's
counts.
going to be.
Ben,
He,
did you not hear the part where Liv said he is gonna be a dad? He never said he is a dad right now. Imagine listening.
Andy, I'm gonna fuck you up. You know that?
I wish you would.
Oh, well, not in that way, dude.
Oh,
no,
wow.
no. I'm sorry. I'm flattered. No. What is it that Homer Simpson said? I'm flattered, maybe a little bit curious, but not. I don't go for those backdoors.
Did he
No.
really say that? That sounds too smart for him to say.
Who?
Did Homer Simpson really say
Homer Simpson had I remember one episode where he said, I'm flattered, maybe a little bit curious, but I don't go for those backdoor shenanigans.
that? That is the
Homer
smartest
Simpson
thing.
is arguably one of the smartest and coolest TV dads ever made.
Yeah, he had. Yes.
Still going after.
Yes.
Did he talk about Galactus? He talked about.
I tried, and then we
Oh.
somehow got into the Nolan brothers, and
Because we're not big Marvel fans.
Westworld
here.
came up.
Well, okay. When it comes, this is the phase I've been waiting to get to. This is why I'm going to actually do something I didn't no plans of doing, and that's paying to see a Deadpool movie in the theaters because of this next step with the TVA and everything else, and the coming of the Fantastic Four and X-Men proper. All this stuff. This is what I've been waiting for. Now, granted, it's a ways off, but this is the excitement I want to feel for everything like DC eventually. And I hope I get to the stage where
I
I'm
don't
like,
feel
wow.
that
2 months
excitement
away.
for Fantastic
2 months
Four.
away.
I do. I mean, for me, it's just because I'm a comic book nerd, I guess. But the coming event, that's the bucket list for me to see Galactus on a live action film and a good, fantastic after that cloud monster from
Ugh.
Rise of the
Yeah, I remember
I've
that.
been waiting to see
Okay.
Galactus,
William,
It's up.
okay.
do you want to see Galactus? How like these kind of like I don't know how you call them, but like look what happened in Eternals. Do you want to see
Celestial.
the Celestials? There you go.
Uh-huh.
Do you want to see him like that?
I wouldn't mind it.
Okay.
The way he looks, the way
Because
they
they look good, right? Because that's what worked when it came to
The
Eternals.
one good. The
a
one
lot of
good
things.
biggest-
No, a lot of things did work with Eternals, but I
Nah.
think when it came to story pacing, that's where it fell flat.
There was a
To me,
story.
Well, and
Yeah.
there's nothing to connect it
that's
to.
the thing, Andy, is the story pacing
there
really
was
fell flat.
No, that's the funny part. There was no story.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like the story really
Wasn't
fell
much
flat,
one.
but there were certain things that really worked. And when it came to the Celestials, I was like, whoa, that's cool. And I'm like, oh, they're gonna do
Except for Airship talking. When Airship talk, I'm like, oh no.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Please,
there were
why did they
some
do
things.
that? Celestials do not talk. We're ants to the Celestials. I know there's been certain instances where they have spoken, but it would be like us talking to your Pomeranian. It's just not. It just doesn't work. You know what I mean? So that's how high a being. But I think that when we get into this Fantastic Four phase, when we get in the cosmic phase, and the mutant phase, and the apocalypse phase, I think we're going to revere a little bit better. It may not be still be a perfect movie, but the reference to Eternals will be a lot.
I hope they make some reference to the Eternals, because we had like 20 shows and 30 movies, and none of them have made any reference.
I think Eternals
of
is
that giant
literally
fucking celestial in the middle
one
of the
that's
ocean.
Frozen. There's like one that's like frozen somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the middle of the ocean, and nobody has reference.
I
nobody
thought
says
that was
anything.
so cool. I thought that was so cool.
Yeah, it
But
was.
It's like Galactus. But here's the thing. I think that what's going to end up happening as you get to Secret Wars, that you're going to find out that a lot of these stories that you thought were all part of one plate were taking places on different realms, different places, and that the consolidation of the universe. That's how Fantastic Four I think is going to be brought in, because Fantastic Four will, in their own world, will have been in existence for years, but because they're in a different timeline, we would have never known about them. And I think that's what's going to happen is they're going to consolidate these timelines. into one timeline.
William, do you not? So you don't think they're going to be set in the 1960s?
No,
I think they're going to be set into a retro 1960s type of where if things had happened differently type of thing. Because if you look at that poster, you kind of see the background what they're at, and if you look at the Art Deco pictures of the late 50s, early 60s, it looks exactly like that. So I think that's what's going to happen, but it's not going to matter, because when they consolidate the time and create the sacred timeline, it's not going to matter where in time they are. They're going to end up where Kevin.
Yeah, they're going to end up in present day.
Yeah.
And also this kind of leads into the whole thing where like I love that Kevin Feige was just kind of like, yeah, we're the underdog now.
Yeah, we've been
okay, sure, buddy.
I mean, they are the underdog to a point, because obviously with things that have happened, and of course, you know, Bob Iger, every fucking 6 weeks, this guy goes like, yeah, we're scaling it back. And it's like, yeah, we heard that already, Bob Iger. We get it. But then when
you make Bob Iger sound so gay, I would love to see that version. We're scaling back.
Who knows what's happening, you know, in that fucking, you know, tower office.
He was fucking Mickey all along.
Maybe.
Oh, you don't know that.
Don't put it there. Anyway, jeez, this got
copyright strike. Here it comes
really fast.
Yeah, right.
No, but I do like the fact that it's like that Kevin Feige was like, yeah, I like being the underdog, you know, because people, you know, and that, you know, it's good. He had to get put in check, because he was leading so much when it came to the box office, and now it's like, oh yeah, you know, some of the movies have failed. You've had failure, Kevin Feige, and he's like,
Chapek had a lot of that failure, though. To be fair, most of that failure was Chapek.
I don't know about that.
A good portion of it was on
Chapek. Yeah, Chapek.
Iger picked Chapek, though. He's not free of all, but a lot of that saturation, a lot of that mediocre product, and especially on Disney Plus, a lot of that blame is on him. But that was the mandate.
When you have directors and producers, does it really goes up the chain that fucking far up?
When you have a bad micromanager, yeah. When it's done right, no, you're right. When it's done right, but Chapek was one of those guys, and that's how he ran the Parks division. He ran it from like a hammer down instead of the way Feige ran, you know, with him before. Whereas Feige pretty much had everything he needed to do, and all Iger was a support network. Where Chapek came in, Chapek literally put levels of bureaucracy above Kevin Feige that weren't there before. He was a micromanager. So yeah, when it's done right, no, you let your directors, you let Kevin Feige, who's made you $30 billion or whatever, you let him do what you let his resume do the talking. You don't micromanage that guy, but that's what happened. And I think a lot of the mediocrity came from that 2 to 3 year period where, you know, you had him running most
very well could have been spread way too thin to where he could not get a grip on every single project at any given point in time. I mean, look at Secret Invasion. They talked openly about how the lack of communication was there for everyone. And then they even had, you know, one writer leave midway through development, and then they had to completely overhaul everything, and that's probably how you ended up with that, you know, lackluster fucking finale.
Finale.
It was not good.
And it was so funny because Secret Invasion started off. I was like, okay,
pretty strong.
I get what you guys are going for. I'm like, fuck yeah, this is spy stuff and like subtle shit. And then it just kind of just went into like, hey, we have to lead to this. And then that finale, I was like, what the fuck did I just
finale? That fight was one of the worst. That's probably the worst comic book fight.
So bad. Yeah, when she like flexed her arm and it turned into Drax's arm, I went, okay.
All I fucking wanted from that stupid show was Daisy Johnson finally coming back. And they're like, no, we're not going to rely on external forces. And then he goes and creates these fucking like Super Scroll. I'm like,
yeah.
Nah.
You could have saved that for Fantastic Four.
Hate on She-Hulk all you want. At least it was consistent.
I like She-Hulk.
No sincerely bad.
Yeah, that was that Daredevil moment. Really, I need to
than
go to
fucking
therapy.
Daredevil doing the walk of shame.
Walk of shame. I need therapy to get that out of that brain.
Oh, well, you guys,
a little too harsh.
You guys don't think
I do like
Murdoch
chemistry.
fucks?
I like the chemistry between him and her.
Yeah,
but at the same time, the walk of shame thing was like, oh,
might have been
lawyers. They work together sometimes, but that whole man. I had such high hopes and Secret Invasion. Secret Invasion was what probably after the horror of the 90s as far as comic books. Secret Invasion was one of those stories that really spiked sales, and it was really remember the covers that we do. They would redo all the classic covers, but they would be scrolls.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
doing well. So I had such high hopes. Yep, I had such high hopes of that. And then when the first 2-3 episodes, it was really good. I mean, you had Olivia Colman in there doing her best. Samuel Jack. I mean, this was great. And then it just sort of it was like you're driving, down a neighborhood and all the lights are out and everything. You realize you're in the wrong neighborhood. It was too late. That finale was awful and it hurt the show. The show wasn't all bad. That finale just really makes it,
I think they lost everybody when they made Rhodey a Skrull. I was like, what in the fuck is
that?
This?
Was the biggest WTF right there.
Yeah, I was like, nah.
I stopped caring about Rhodey after Iron Man 2.
Oh,
damn.
I prefer Terrence Howard as Rhodey.
It cracks me up when I watch.
I said what I fucking said.
It always cracks me up when I watch
War Machine, man.
Next time, baby.
Next time.
Hey, he went and got his money though. By the way, the money he wanted that they didn't give him, he went somewhere else and got it. So I can't really. He bet on himself. So.
Yeah.
He got paid.
Have you seen that brother? He looked like.
Hey man,
have you seen him lately? He's like walking around with a perm.
Yeah. What is
that for a role? That has to be for a role.
No,
not for
no. He
he's
wasn't.
Owning it.
He wasn't. Yeah, he's owning it. He was in an interview looking like Farrah Fawcett. Yeah.
Holy shit!
Wow. I have to look.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
You guys do not want to see. It's that bad.
I do want to look. I'm going to eventually.
Good luck. Good luck getting some sleep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Boy, oh boy, Terrence.
No, but going back to the point of like, I love that Kevin Feige is like, you know what? I like being this. And it's like, now that people are like, I don't know about Marvel because they've had some misses finally. And it's like, okay, so.
Oh, wow, that is bad. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you seen it?
Whoa. That's his real hair? That can't be his real hair.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Oh, my God. Okay, am I going to have to look this and share? I mean.
No. Hey. We do not
traumatize
traumatize our viewers that much.
I have to.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Yeah. Send it. I have to see this now.
I think I did a TikTok on that.
Oh, my God.
I hope Terrence Howard shows up in Deadpool.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Not with his hair.
Like when he shows up, and he's just like, and then like, oh, you're still here?
Watch him go for the suit and then get vaporized by Emma Corrin's
or
fucking
something like that.
Cassandra Nova.
I just sent it to you, Dave. Oh, wow.
It would be hilarious if he showed up. And all right, somebody sharing it? No,
I just sent it to you. I sent it to you.
Oh, you sent it to me. Okay.
Yeah, via message. Yeah, I can't share it on your screen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not good. That's the right one. I hope.
Oh my God, no! Oh my God.
That's the right one, right?
Okay. Rick James, what is going on here? What?
No, that's not. That's Farrah. That's Charlie's Angels, dude. That's not. That ain't. Oof.
No.
getting paid for that.
No. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to pull up in it. What? No way.
Hello.
No.
that
What
has to be,
happened to him? Oh.
That's Photoshop, man. It's not. We've been had. Oh,
We've
Terrence.
been had.
I wasn't. Wow. Okay. What was that? So yeah, Galactus.
Wait a minute. That can't. That no.
I can't. I'm hoping I clicked on the wrong one.
No. But.
And he's proud of looking. Look at his face.
Okay, hold on. I gotta share this.
No, I don't.
Oh, no.
Are you gonna share it? Okay.
Yeah,
No.
I'm gonna share.
Oh no.
What?
I clicked on the wrong. I have to.
No way.
I think it looks good. His hair is like nice and healthy.
On point.
I know.
Where's his chain? I
Yeah,
need a bigger
no,
chain
like-
than that.
Rhea,
So,
Rhea, I
is
love
like-
you. I
Who is
love
that
you.
pastor?
No.
I wanna
Wait,
finish my
Rhea,
thought.
tell
Like,
us.
This is a flex for the
Yes.
community. Like, yeah, like growing up, like, folks would like talk about my hair and I would be like, no, I want something thick and healthy and luscious, like, what Terrence Howard has. And also a bunch of my favorite rappers are known for their perms, like Snoop Dogg and like Azteca dropped Sugar Free as well. So yeah, those are big names from my childhood. And
He
like
looks
this image
like a
evokes
They
that
have
for
the
me.
James Brown perm though.
Yeah, he looks
I
like
don't
a
know.
saying
fourth grade teacher.
This is a flex, William.
No,
It's a
you
flex.
know
If he
what
can
this
do it,
looks
hey,
like?
This
This
carries
looks
better than I could.
This
is all
look
I
like
can
he's
say, right?
trying.
This-
This look like he's trying to go on Oprah and redeem himself or something.
Some people
Oh
can
my
just do whatever
God.
the
He's
hell they want to
embracing
because
it.
of who they
I
are.
dig
I mean,
it.
he's Terrence
totally
Howard. I mean,
is.
who am I? I was like, so I can carry bald. You can do that well.
Oh my. Yeah. You do bald well. Wow.
Yeah, that's it.
I think that's a good way to end the stream tonight with that fucking hair right there. I think
we didn't
that's
even
the way-
have a proper conversation about Galactus. Like we were,
No,
we tried.
we did.
No
We
need.
did.
We
We have
did.
a-
I'm
yeah,
excited for it.
similar.
I'm excited for Galactus.
We didn't even
Dude,
mention-
I mean, the
my.
actor that's going to be playing him, it's got the great voice. It's going to be great. I mean, there's
Did you,
nothing more we could
did
say.
you know that? Did you know he was in a lawsuit with Disney last year?
Was
Really?
he?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's all business. That's personal.
Apparently he got hurt like during the production of I think something called Willow or whatever.
Something called Willow? that's like a
Oh, that
an
show,
existing-
the
that's
show
a pretty-
Willow.
yeah,
It-
that's
it was
good
a
IP.
remake.
It's a
Apparently it wasn't good for him because he sued them.
oh wow.
It wasn't
Oh
good for them
yeah,
because they
he was
kept
the
the
one that
shadow.
did that. Oh, okay. I
Also,
remember
he-
that
He was
lawsuit.
he was in the first Guardians movie too.
Yeah, he was.
He was a
in
Ravager.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was a
They're
Ravager.
running out of actors. They're like, listen, Blade,
I
you want
think-
Luke Cage? You're not going to be Blade.
No, I think they're just realizing like, oh wow, we already had Gold with us because if you listen to his voice,
Oh,
it's
it's
like,
so
oh my god,
Mm-hmm.
It
It's
was
like so
terrifying.
perfect. Yeah, Green
It'll
Knight.
work.
Yeah, Green Knight,
Yeah.
the Witch. I don't know what
Harry
else.
Potter. He was one of the Carroll
He was in
brothers.
Harry
Oh, he
Potter.
was
there
great.
you go.
The Green Knight. He was the fawn, right?
Yeah, he was. He was like the creature that like showed. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So he
What about
has
Dwayne?
that voice.
What about The Rock rumors playing Apocalypse?
Oh,
always-
fuck that
He always
shit.
gets rumor for some MCU character.
That's
Fuck
almost
that.
that's
Fuck
almost as
that.
that's just as plausible as Javier Bardem being Galactus, and it didn't pan out, so it's not going
Facts.
to pan out.
Fact.
No,
I just
it-
hope we get an Apocalypse though.
They
because
have
I
to.
think
They have
that's
to establish X-Men before they.
Yeah,
fucking-
we
No,
need
to-
no, they do not.
Yeah,
no,
they do.
You establish.
Wait. They don't
establish
need to. Say
They're
that-
already
say
going.
that
to,
again,
they're,
William.
they're already going to with Deadpool and Wolverine, so it doesn't really matter.
No, but that's
what it
they're
is?
throwing that away. That's going away. That's getting consolidated. That's,
I don't
this
know
is a
about
good
that.
body.
Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman said otherwise. At least they hinted
Listen,
at it.
But when you're talking about bringing your X-Men, your MCU X-Men, not the nostalgia X-Men, the actual one that you're going to create coming forward, you should start with the first. And you already have everything here because you have Celestials, right? We've already spoke about that. We have that. We have the Fantastic Four. What happened when Rama Tut got chased away from the past, or from the future? He came to the past, came around because he had a protege already there that he knew. That version of King already knew about Apocalypse. Apocalypse, he should be the end credit scene at the end of Fantastic Four should be him in that tomb when he discovers Apocalypse and then go from there. But the first mutant, the mutant should be the first one you see. And then as they consolidate, and it should be the first thing after they create the sacred timeline, because now that would all happen. That would all exists, and he's your first meeting, and then you have it going from there. I don't think you should. I think it should be about a good 3 years or so before we actually see a group X-Men. But you can have established mutants in other stories. You have them now, but because Scarlet Witch would probably survive the consolidation. A lot of them would, and some of them might come back to life. You might even have a Quicksilver because in that timeline he wouldn't have been killed. But going forward, Apocalypse needs to be a major part.
I agree with you, William, but I just don't think we need to see him that early. Like, I don't want him to be
I don't think so either.
villain. Like, let's build up to Apocalypse.
Oh, not active. You should see him. You should see him, but he shouldn't
What
be.
did I see today?
At the beginning arc, like right out of the bat. Yeah, I agree. You should see him.
I can agree. I can get on board. I don't want him to be like that. Like X-Men 1. And like he's the first villain. Then I'm like,
no. In credits of FF, when whoever their enemy is, it should be one of the either Ramatet or this one right, or at the end of this one right here, I had it. At the end of this one, in canonical timeline, he escapes them and goes back into time, and that's how. But he already knows because he's throughout time. He knows of Apocalypse, so he gets to Apocalypse in
that's too much of a deep cut, though, don't you think, William? I think it is.
Well, they've laid if they hadn't laid the pieces already there, if we didn't already have the Celestials there, I'd say yeah. But remember, Apocalypse is powered by Celestial technology, and the whole thumbs up and thumbs down when it comes to them and their judgment of Earth and their creation is whether we're an evolutionary dead end. So that's where you
again. I think that's why I feel like it's too deep cut, because like the thumbs up, thumbs down, like we know as a comic book reader, but that was never exposed in the films.
Well, no, we have time though. We have time.
No, I get that, but that's a film directed by Williams. I'm talking about in reality.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I have to steal that one.
How do you think they will bring in? I mean, with the pieces that they have in place,
they already put in X-Men 97. There is no way they're just not going to try to translate that success of that.
I don't
97 into
if anything, they're going to do Mr. Sinister before they jump right back to Apocalypse. It's been
Apocalypse is way
directly connected. That's fine, but you will eventually. The first person you should see, the first meet, you should see him, even if it's only for about a minute. But yeah, Mr. Sinister is direct line.
Okay, but here's the thing: if you do that, then you're going to run into the same complaint people have been having about the fucking giant thing that's in the middle of the ocean. This giant celestial. People are going to be like,
"There's no way around that.
Where the fuck is that? Where the fuck is Apocalypse?" People are just going to keep asking, "Where the fuck is Apocalypse?
Where the fuck is Apocalypse?" Yeah, that's true.
But these storytellers, we're talking about the best storytellers in the world.
No, they're not the best fucking storytellers. They have been telling good stories for the past 5 years.
Yeah, okay, the last 5 years, but I can't just erase the resume of what they have. They haven't had a bad spell. I mean, they're not Warner Brothers. No, they have a history.
Oh, they worse. Have you read the fucking book?
Recognize the low point of Marvel because they had a high.
They are fucking worse. They just got lucky a lot.
Dude, 30. That's a lot of luck.
Read the fucking book. It's not me being fucking just like a hater. Read the book.
Which book?
Like little aggressive though. So you're close to being a hater.
Which book?
No, I'm not a hater.
Which book are you referring to?
The one about Marvel and all that shit that happened.
Is that the one that Brandon Davis and a bunch of other people contributed to? I'm being serious.
I trust them overall.
I can sense venom when I hear it. But
all you fucking nerds.
Is that the book that like Brandon Davis and a bunch of other people contributed to, like the Rise and Fall of Marvel Studios or whatever? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have no desire to read that book. Joanna Robinson contributed, and I do not like her.
So you don't think the whole thing is real?
I don't think it's.
None of us.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, I don't have any desire to read anything from some biased journalist. That's my opinion on that.
No, that's fair.
As far as Williams concerned, I don't necessarily. I'm kind of with you in that they haven't been telling the best stories, but at the same time, like, their success is undeniable, save the last 5 years. But then again, that success has dwindled because of a couple different factors, not one single factor. It's a different tapestry. It's a different canvas. An X factor, more or less. And again, like, we're talking apples to oranges. The X-Men movie doesn't even have a fucking writer attached to it. Right. So people can jump to their conclusions, wish who they want in it, all they want. Bottom line is, Like, they're going to do whatever the fuck they want to do. And I think considering that they're taking their time and they took their time with Fantastic Four, it's going to be the same exact thing with X-Men. They're not.
I trust
them
too. I trust the people who are at. I trust Kevin Feige.
Literally said that with his whole chest.
But I also think that it's a little presumptuous to think that they're going to shoehorn Apocalypse in a Fantastic Four movie just for the sake of setting up.
I don't think they will.
Setting up the mutants.
This is biased comic book nerd. I'm saying that's what I think would happen, but understand where I'm coming from here.
I do, and I'm
honestly,
refuting that by looking at it from a general audience kind of perspective. I don't think they're going to do that.
Well, at what point do you think we'll see Apocalypse though? Then that's a legit question.
Say that one more time.
At what point, and this is a legit question, at what point do you think we will see Apocalypse?
After they establish the main X-Men.
Well, after they soft reboot the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
And that's a perfect place to end at right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Like, seriously, if they're going to reboot after Secret Wars, and I mean softly reboot, then chances are that's when we see a whole new X-Men lineup.
So 6 years from now?
Probably.
Do you think we will see the X-Men lineup sooner or I think it will be later down the line. Do you think
I think it's phase 7. I think they want to wrap up the multiverse
right now.
We're in the middle of phase 5.
We're in the almost tail end of phase 5. Phase 5 technically ends with Thunderbolts.
Okay.
So
don't forget the asterisk. Don't forget the asterisk after Thunderbolts, Lip.
Yeah,
that movie's gonna be trash.
You think so?
Based on what?
It's too many problems. They did a 1-page rewrite. Every time they do a 1-page rewrite, the film always comes out as trash because it's a film that is done. Here I quote him, Zack Snyder is done by committee. Initially it was a film that a director wanted to do. Now we in the thick of it. Now the studio says, you know what, we had to put it out there. Let's bring these writers together and let's try to do the best that we can and put it out there because people already know about it.
Is it Blade territory yet, though?
No, the movie's being shot right now.
Oh my god!
William, look at me. You think Blade is actually happening? Nah.
I don't know about Blade.
I feel bad for Mahershala Ali's a 2-time Academy Award winner. How are you gonna do him?
Because Mahershala Ali went to Kevin Feige. It was never in the plans of Marvel to create a Blade film. It was him going to Kevin Feige. I want to be Blade, and him saying, "Hey, I have a Academy Award winner. Here we go. Let's try to make it happen." That's pretty much.
It's such a headache that because he's also in Luke Cage, and now we know it's canon,
which makes no fucking sense. It's like,
yeah, but his character's dead, so it really kind of does make sense.
Yeah, but nobody questions that. Like let's say the whole Avengers squad comes back around, including the
well, I mean, we were just talking about the guy playing
not
Galactus.
the Avengers, the group where Luke Cage and
Defenders.
Oh, you're talking about Defenders.
Like, what if the Defenders are part of the next fucking Avengers movie, and they see Blade?
I wish they would.
And they see Blade right across the fucking field, like, hey, isn't that fucking Cottonmouth over there?
No, you call him Mr. Stokes. Hey. Is that what Luke Cage is gonna go? He's gonna be. No, we don't call him.
Yeah. So.
That show was so good.
Nobody questions that though, but. Hey.
No, because Gemma Chan was already in Captain Marvel as one character. Her character died, then she got brought back as Cersei. Right.
That's true.
The guy playing Galactus was a Ravager
and
in
that
Guardians 1.
That lady from
Luke Cage.
Also from
Luke Cage. Yeah.
No, Iron Man 3. What's her name?
No, well, okay.
Cottonmouth. She was like the villain in Luke Cage.
Yeah, she was in Captain America.
She was in Captain America Civil War, and
Are you talking about Black?
Right.
No, she was in a she was in Civil War. I'm sorry.
Mariah Dillard, yeah.
Yes.
Alfred Woodard. There we go.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh my god, that woman is awesome. By the way.
Yeah.
I interviewed her once. I was like, I'm sitting in front of royalty right now. Like, I should not be here. Also, Mahershala is fun as hell in person. By the way.
Oh.
Like, I'm thinking about other actors that have been on the films, like Peacemaker. This one is one of the things that people like to latch on to how you're going to explain Peacemaker being part of the DCU or now being part of the DCU.
Didn't he say it's not canon?
Well, the thing is that the only thing that ties Peacemaker to the DCEU is the last episode. Like you can let's say that you omit the entire last episode. He can very much be in part of the DCU.
Well, if they retcon it, then Rick Flag could be alive.
According to James Gunn, you're just gonna have to watch and find out. That's what he told me anyway.
Yeah, got no choice but to.
I like Peacemaker, but like I said, I'm not. Like I said, I'm gonna see how this rolls out. I am more intrigued. I like the Lanterns and the Wonder the Paradise.
You like
Lost.
what, Dave?
I couldn't make it past the third episode of Peacemaker. I just couldn't do it.
What?
Couldn't do it.
Then again, Dawson also didn't watch The Boys, and that doesn't shock me at all.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, and I'll let this be my last rant of the night. I watched the first 3 episodes of Peacemaker, and I realized he is just a less mature version of Star-Lord. I'll break it down for you.
You think Star-Lord is mature?
Well, more mature than Peacemaker.
I don't know what you've been watching, but
Well, to be fair, Star-Lord actually got a girlfriend.
Yeah, he got a relationship, and he's the leader of the squad.
And then she died.
Here's how Peacemaker and Star-Lord are the same freaking characters, okay? They both, I mean, obviously the first main thing you can point out, physically speaking, is they have scientific, like sci-fi helmets that help them in their missions. They both have bastards for dads, like complete monsters for dads. They both, again, just use sci-fi tech. They both have a ridiculous love for retro music. Both go on a ridiculous suicide mission to retrieve said music. They both fall in love with a girl that can kick the crap out of them and doesn't give a crap out of them at first. The more I watch, it's just the same freaking character, just repackaged in a Disney or DC character. And also just like the humor just didn't work for me. So
after episode 3, though, and I feel that
you didn't like the joke about the Washington lick a lot of pussies. Yeah. That shit was hilarious.
Those first 3 episodes, and if they hadn't shown those first 2 at the same time, I probably wouldn't have stuck around for episode 4. Episode 4 is a tonal shift in that show that actually, in my opinion, it's subjective, that actually evolved.
I agree.
I
agree.
I was just watching for John Cena's body.
See, like I forced myself to watch the first 3 episodes. I was like, you know what?
Andy watched for the underwear sequence.
Yeah,
listen, I screamed. I screamed when it happened. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
I shook my head.
Like, this is
dude. John Cena doesn't care. He showed up in the Oscars.
Yeah, with an envelope,
naked, pretty much.
Yeah.
I would have done it too.
It wasn't.
If I had that body, I'd do it.
That was the only time I laughed in that fucking movie because I didn't like the Suicide Squad when he said
James Gunn has a knack for killing characters that I like, so I'm not.
Yeah, I was kind of on that fucking film.
Remember that time when Dave was trying to wrap up the show?
Yeah, I was, but it's funny. We could still talk about stuff. We could talk about John Cena and naked. I don't know. What are we talking about?
Yeah,
sounds a little gay there, Dave. How you doing over there?
I know,
am I getting him? Have I
talk about John Cena? No, but what was funny about like him showing up at the Oscars? I was like, when people were like, I remember because I made I talked about it, and people, because I saw like videos were like, oh, this is him, like, this is his initiation to the
shame initiation. Yeah, I saw that.
Shame he's doing. I'm like, what does he have to be ashamed about? The dude's fucking ripped. I'm like, if you are ripped like that, why would you not want to be like, hey,
I'd be on the pole every Saturday night, fellas.
Yep. Damn. He's got a fucking visual.
Heels. Like he wears heels a lot better than a lot of femme folks that I know in real life. So.
And you know what? I would let him step on me with those heels.
Oh man.
Oh damn.
Oh yeah.
Well,
and Cena can take turns.
Taking turns.
I could die happy. Finally.
All right, this is a good way to end this.
Yes, it is.
It really is. It really is. Yeah. No. Yeah. End on some kinks. Anyways, but thank you guys for joining the panel and everything, and thank you to everybody. Chris, who else was here tonight? That was pretty much it, right, Chris?
It was Chris who's left.
Yeah, just Chris. Yeah. So we'll go around the horn. We'll start with Andy.
Wait, I just want to confirm that we didn't miss anyone. Okay, you're right. It was just Chris.
I was right, Chris. That's it.
Chris, you quitter.
How dare you? How dare you, Balga?
You did not
It
like
is like
Hunter.
2 a.m. for him, right?
Yeah.
Or 1 a.m.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's 3 a.m. for me for
makes
so
sense.
what?
It makes sense.
We
like
only
Chris.
live once. We got it.
Oh, dude, back in the day, you know, when it was like the Snyder Cut discussions.
Oh,
we
yeah, it
were
was
up till like fucking 3
You
o'clock.
started later too. You
It was
started
6
hours.
o'clock my
Dude,
time.
like Ben was
a
seeing the
current
sun.
It was
Yeah.
6 o'clock my time, and I was still like,
Oh yeah,
yes,
Ben
let's
was
keep going.
seeing the fucking sunrise. you
Yeah.
know?
I'm
Oh.
sorry. That is some cultish behavior, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. Snyder
Oh.
cult. Anyway, go ahead.
We're,
ahead.
we're the,
Andy.
we're, the, we're the
Go
most
ahead.
toxic fandom in the whole world. Star Wars fans has nothing on us.
Oh God. Ugh.
Thank you as
Go
always for
ahead,
having me on. Love being here with you guys, chatting, and I know it's been a while, but yeah, you can find me all over at Andrew Back on social media. If there's a social media app and my handle is there, I'm probably there till Twitter finally gives out. Because I'm waiting for the day till we lose it. I know at some point Elon's gonna be like, I don't need this anyway. I'm gonna delete it. You can find me over at Screen Rant. I have a lot of interviews coming out next week, so get ready for that. Maybe something that is maybe t-shirt related. I just remember, I don't know if I'm about to say it or not, so I will digress from there. You can find me over at what else I do? I do the Showrunner Whisper. The one thing I have to promote, yeah, the Showrunner Whisper, new episodes bi-weekly as part of Multiverse of Color, and yeah, I stream on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. Not good at it. I'm not good at video games, but if you want to see me fail, stop by. Come and tell me that I'm trash. Tell me to uninstall the game. Do something. And yeah, thanks for always having me.
I like it. All right, Dawson.
Yeah, as always, I appreciate you having me on. I'm just going to show you guys what I worked on.
Yeah.
Stream.
What were you? Yes. Okay, here we go. This is it right here. Nice, dude.
Aquaman.
Yeah, been meaning to draw Aquaman for a while and needed to get
Them
that
legs,
out of my system.
Them legs though.
Oh yeah,
He
got
didn't-
some
he
time
didn't
muscle
see-
going on.
Yeah,
He did not make leg
it's
work.
time to get a blonde Aquaman back.
None of
I'm not being facetious. I'm serious.
You don't
Yeah,
wanna- you don't
your
wanna
leg work
work
is
off-
so good.
I love Jason Momoa. I love the aesthetic of it, and I love everything behind that. The idea of making.
But so it
Jason
stands
Momoa
out. You can go back to like the original, like
Yeah.
I guess what
Yeah.
you mean. I see what
Yeah.
you mean. But yeah, so as always, I appreciate having me on. It's a little late for me now, but
Gnarly.
always appreciate the chance to have these conversations and to nerd out a little bit and end the week on a good note. So
Appreciate that, man. I know you got to go, so if you want to, click out, go for it, man. Thank you, Dawson.
Dawson.
Always great
Speaking
talking
of
to you,
Dawson,
It was great seeing you.
good
so
night.
dude.
man.
See you Wednesday.
Phil.
Thank you again for the invite, man. It's always a pleasure getting to talk to everyone about all of this stuff, especially like the Superman conversation. That was a very intricate one. If anyone wants to follow me along pretty much everywhere except Twitter, just at Unfiltered, Threads,
Stop it.
Instagram.
You know you have a burner.
Anyway, you can listen to my show, the Eternal Night podcast. My buddy Craig and I, we're going to get ready here to record a new episode about the Batman Cape Crusader stuff that dropped. So that'll be out sometime next week. And yeah, you can catch me on the Four Nerds every Wednesday. That's about it, man. Thank you again for the invite.
Always, man. William.
Yep. Google the Sci-Fi Center. You can find all of our social media there. All of our shows, Instagram, the whole thing, right to the website. And I was going to say, and I enjoy being attacked by a ray tonight. I'm upset.
Oh yeah. Is
I'm
there an
upset.
Is there an
Now I'm going to have a
after party?
complex.
Wait, what happened?
That's it.
Oh, I was asking, is there an after party on your channel after this?
Oh, yeah.
I
Always.
probably shouldn't, but I probably will end up doing one.
Oh,
Yay.
there it is. All right. Now, Rhea.
Boo! Boo! No, I'm just kidding.
I actually did figure out DILFs, and it's funny because I thought of MILFs before I was able to think of DILFs, but DILF definitely Jeff Goldblum. Like, yeah, he's 72 years old, but
You're popping out babies.
Yeah, exactly. He can definitely get it. And then Halle Berry is MILF.
Oh, she's
Ooh,
the ultimate. Oh,
Ooh,
yeah.
Rhea, I didn't know that, girl. Let's talk. Let's get it. I'm married.
Sexuality is a spectrum.
I'm
you know?
kidding.
It's
I'm
not
married.
binary.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is.
Wait, are you really married?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
shit! I've been hearing I'm married man this whole time. I'm
Did
sorry.
you miss the part at the beginning when he came? Did you miss the part at the beginning of the stream where he said him and his wife were watching a movie?
Yeah, I know, right? You
gotta
know why he's
remember
like
that
that? Because he flirts with me all the time. But it's cool. It's cool. I love you, buddy.
And listen, I'm not
Trust
James,
me.
I'm
you're
not James Charles. I'm not James Charles. I don't do shit like that.
You're not the only dude. You're not the only dude who does that. I mean, the only gay dude that does that. It's
I
okay.
love it.
I know I'm hot.
Yeah.
Andy, you're assuming that there's openness or polycule going on. So I think you're okay. I think you're okay.
No, but like you don't know how many straight dudes like if I would say hey man, you look good. They're like, I am not into that. I'm like,
No, I don't get offense.
Yeah,
I don't
that
want
sucks.
you. I don't want your pussy. I'm just saying you look good.
Oh, dude, I'm
Yes,
all about.
please.
If I get hit on
Yes,
by
I
a gay
love
guy,
it.
I'm all about that. Shit. Come on.
Wow.
Big fan.
What?
Big fan of
He said, I
Andy.
don't want your pussy.
I'm a big fan of Rhea and pussies. Why is pussy the funniest word that everyone seems to
I don't
have?
know why. It's an immature thing.
No, it's just biological. It's like
It is.
our version of the other thing,
Okay.
but with a B.
This is going left really fast.
Oh, this is turning into like film
The
junkie
after hour.
No, after.
Exactly what it's turning into.
Yeah. Let's
So
talk about
Ray,
how-
I keep saying, who else are you into?
More Dells.
Oh,
More mirrors.
interesting. I was thinking Angelina Jolie as
Ooh,
well. Yeah,
yes.
she's super hot.
Keep going.
Yeah. Oh, Janet Jackson is a MILF.
Oh
yeah.
my god.
Yeah. No, I could go on. Sorry.
Wait,
Sorry. End the show
relax,
after,
Ben.
after Ben
Relax.
talks.
Who's Jenna Jackson?
Ben's like, oh yeah, I forgot about her.
Who's Jenna Jackson?
What?
What?
Oh,
What?
Michael
Cancel
Jackson's
this.
sister.
Cancel this motherfucker.
Janet
Oh no!
Jackson?
Oh, she said Jenna Jackson. She her.
Oh,
Janet
sorry.
No,
I didn't
Janet.
enunciate. I apologize.
Oh,
no.
okay. I was
I was
about to say, I was
Jen-
like,
I'm like
Jesus
Jenna.
Christ.
No, I know who Janet Jackson is. I'm like Jenna Jackson.
She's still like in her 50s, but she can get it.
She is not.
Still
She is
banging.
not.
She's still banging.
Oh, she's
she's
older
not-
than me.
She's not in her 50s. There's no
She's
way. She's
older than me.
She's closing in
Oh,
on
she
60.
totally is. And
She's
closing
totally
in on-
older than me. Yeah.
She's
Like
on
Selma
tour right
Hayek,
now.
Selma Hayek.
Selma
closing in
Hayek.
on 60.
Oh, yeah. Selma
Say
Hayek.
Selma Hayek, Raya.
Bro, I would go full Quentin Tarantino on Selma Hayek. She can pour a beer and like.
What, you
have
want
it-
to lick her feet?
And you would suck
Fuck
it off
yeah.
her feet. Yeah.
Fuck yes.
I'm
Fuck
never
yes.
against the feed. I can't do
100%.
that shit.
Let me clarify. She's the only woman I would probably like do that
Lick
to.
the feet?
No, you're
Oh,
lying.
yes.
There's a couple more you would let do.
Okay, Andy got me. Yeah,
Yeah.
one more.
Oh,
Probably
man.
Katie Sagal.
Woo! Oh, yeah.
Amy,
I mean, I'm not gonna lie.
Emmy Rossum.
Maybe.
Amy
No, there's
Watson?
no.
Have you seen her lately, though?
Bro, you consider me her fictional character's brother. Think about how weird that would be.
Well, I'm not talking about you and Fiona. I'm talking about you and Emmy.
Call me Justin Chatwin at that point. Shit.
Okay. Right. Yeah. So who else?
Sophia Vergara.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
What
Let's
is
Well,
talk,
like
girl.
these are all no brainers. I should come up with an original one.
I'm
So
gonna hit you
anyway.
the DM after this.
Oh,
Nice,
Lord.
good.
Oh man.
I'm
and then
kidding, I'm
then
kidding.
it's gonna be nothing but a
kidding.
chain of MILFs and DILFs after that.
I'm kidding.
No.
I'm kidding. I'm
You
kidding.
can talk about Mills. I will talk to her about Dills. There we go.
It's oh, this
Why
is.
can't we talk about all of them?
I know, yeah.
I know, right?
I don't know. Mills are
Bring
not
them all in. Bring them
They're
all
not-
in. Who's the milfs and the dilfs?
I mean, I don't swing for that team anymore. So
Milfy Dilfy goodness.
You're missing out. Pussy's good.
There's no
You know-
teams. Remember Spectrum?
There's no teams.
Yeah, I know, right? It's a spectrum, buddy.
That's what she
Your
said.
show is going to get clipped the hell out.
Oh,
I
fuck
know,
yeah.
right?
I love it. I love it. I love these kind of conversations. We should have had these conversations before we were going to end this, and shit. Wow. Next
So
walk
kids,
we're going to talk about
kids.
milfs and dilfs.
yeah, kids. When two men love each other very, very much. No,
Can we
When two
circle back to
masks-
this stuff when the
masks
R-rated cuts of Rebel Moon come out? I would
There
love
it
Oh,
is.
yeah,
Oh.
yes.
Because
Yeah.
you know Zach's all about the fucking milfs and dilfs.
oh my god, everything is about
100%.
everything is about fucking Zack Snyder, y'all. Like, come on, we need more identities than that.
He appreciates the human form.
No, yeah,
That's-
exactly.
I know.
Yes, he does.
And
Listen,
I appreciate the human form. Just saying.
Oh, are you saying that you look at sex as a spectrum, Dave?
Exactly.
Ooh,
Maybe. I don't know.
damn.
But he ain't
I don't
looking
know
at
what
you,
we
Ben.
were talking about here, but I've had a lot of wine tonight, so I'm just like, yes,
welcome to the
Yes.
Vodka stream.
yes.
Yeah.
I've had
I'm
some vodka
fucking
and
drunk.
some wine. Yeah.
Remember the time when Ben Affleck was naked in the shower in the BBS? That was hot.
It's okay.
Hey, I'd do it too. I'd be like, fuck yeah. You want to,
Yeah, if I had that body, I would be like, yeah, check my ass out.
You work out, you work
Show
out,
me.
you work your ass off for a fucking, bulked up body. You're gonna show your.
I was watching it with my big sister, and like for some reason at 2:00 in the morning in a summer night, and when that scene came up, oh my god, the sound out of my mouth, y'all. I'm like, and she's like, he's not even that hot. I'm like, you do not have taste. You do not have taste.
Listen,
Your taste.
did you do the sound that Paul Mulaney? That's his name. Paul Mulaney did.
You're talking about the dude from Law and Order.
No, Paul Mulaney. He's a comedian.
Oh,
John Mulaney.
John Mulaney. Yes,
yeah.
John Mulaney. Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you,
Yeah,
Phil.
Jenna Jackson, Paul
where the-
Mulaney.
There
Did
is.
you get Paul from?
I don't know why, dude. I'm drunk. Trust me.
He's thinking about our Paul.
Yeah, I'm glad that Ben's on my level.
Yeah, John Mulaney. He said that he went to the urologist and he did the test, the finger tested.
Wow.
I think we just found a prude.
And when the urologist put the fingers in, he felt a ghost coming out of his mouth.
Yeah, I gotta
He
go,
just went
man.
like, "Oh."
Thanks for having me on, Dave.
William, it's just sex.
I got
It's
it.
a big ghost inside of him living
William,
the.
it's just sex.
I
It's
can't
just
even look
sex.
at the screen. I can't find an X on the screen. Thanks for having me, dude. I'll see
Oh,
you.
I
next week.
love it. I
All
love
right,
it.
gotta go.
What are you oh, William, what are you doing? Come on.
suck.
There's nothing wrong with getting a little naughty.
Oh, come on, man.
I think we just found a prude.
Yeah.
I know, right? Jeez. There's nothing wrong with getting a little naughty. What?
Yeah.
Come on.
We're not getting too
my
graphic.
goodness.
I mean, this is something
my
that's been said.
Okay, you know what? You know how I usually like pick these conversations? I say this: we were all created by sex.
I know.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
always said if I was a stand-up comedian, I'd be like, "You're all here because your dad went, yeah."
To
I feel
somebody,
bad.
yeah.
It's a terrible joke, but people would be like, "Oh my god, yeah, that's
That is true.
I'd be like, you're all here because your father made an O face. You're welcome.
Yeah, exactly. I know. It's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's part of life. It's
It
part of
is.
life. So we're like, when we start talking about it and people get squirmish, like William.
So wait. Do we all think Mufasa is going to end in a circle of life kind of fashion?
Is he gonna like?
Oh,
Uh-huh.
He's gonna bang.
Uh-huh.
He's gonna really start.
He's gonna
Uh-huh.
fuck a Robbie at the end of it, like,
Uh-huh.
bam, here comes Mufasa.
And that's why Scar
He's all-
wanted the king.
and then when he's like Simba.
And that is why Scar is really
He's
mad.
gonna
at his brother.
stroke it like, it's the circle.
It's
The
the
circle of life. Oh my god.
Sheesh.
Well, it's a circle.
Oh, God.
Okay.
You have to do
Let's
that.
not.
Oh, no.
Can we just not?
Anyway,
Oh,
so
not
the
her.
Rhea, did you finish plugging
Oh.
your channel?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you finish plugging your channel?
She
Oh,
was
oh.
who cares? She's talking about dilfs and bilfs.
no pun intended.
I mean, I do have like content from like over a year ago, but I haven't been making it for a minute. There's just
Okay.
real
Okay,
life
there's
stuff happening, but I am active on X. I am
Why are
active
you
on
laughing,
X.
guys?
So yeah,
don't know.
follow me on X at Glimmering Harpy, and you can also check out my channel. Some of my shorts and like streams are up there. So yeah, thanks.
Always. Sorry for this last like 10
Yeah, I'm
minutes.
sorry.
Oh no, she's fine.
No, Rhea, she's cool. She's cool.
All good.
Nah.
Mhm.
She's all good. All right,
She's-
Ben.
she's
Now
all right.
finally, Ben.
Yeah.
Careful.
No, I'll be nice. You can follow me on
Right, you can find Ben on OnlyFans.
You can
Use-
find me. Yeah.
Use protection.
What's the name of the
You
gay
and Bo
app?
Mayo. You and Bo Mayo.
What's the name of the gay app? Grinder. You can find me on Grinder.
Grinder.
Why would they look at me when he said Grindr? I don't use Grindr.
You can actually use Bumble now. Like all these apps are like equal
I don't-
opportunity now.
Bumble. Okay. You can find me. No, just kidding. You can find me on Real Anarchy. and Mr. Underscore Real Orange. Yeah, I put it there. And also on YouTube. Oh my God, this has been fun.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you can follow me on all social media, Real Arky. And that's it.
There it is. All right, guys. You could find my OnlyFans. It's going to start tomorrow. Where I just oil myself up. And
I will start pulling on my savings account.
Yes, that's right. I'm going to do movie news, just full on oil.
Well, you should be happy.
And yeah, just
the amount of dirty things I could do with by saying the showrunner whisperer. We could be here all night.
And he's going to be my producer. He's going to be like, look at this, guys. He's going to be like a commentator.
Our first multiverse color OF talent.
Dave is going to bring back casual Batman and bring a whole new meaning.
Oh yeah, I'm going to wear my Batman mask. Yeah, it's going to be full on. I'm going to wear. That's it. Just my cowl and nothing else oiled up.
Classic Batman is coming.
Yeah.
Did somebody order some batarangs?
If you want me to put on a Robin suit, I will.
Oh man,
you can hit me. You can hit me with a crowbar.
I would subscribe to that for sure.
You can hit me with a crowbar.
All right, we already got one.
You got one subscriber.
Hit me with a crowbar anytime you want, Dave.
There it is.
Robin or Joker. Man. I'll do either one.
I try to support you on everything you do, Dave, but I don't think this one.
Well, you could give a like. That's about it.
I'll do a share.
You could share it.
Share it.
Say a thing or two.
Oh man. Oh, could you imagine, guys?
Oh
yeah. All right.
Oh, it'd be great, right? Cool. It could be fun. Anyways, we love you guys, and thank you to Chris, thank you to
William,
Dawson, thank you to William, everybody who is not here still, and we love you guys, and thank you to everybody. We got Andy, we got Phil, we got Rael, we got Ben. Thank you guys. Talk to you later.
Use protection.